conclude our championship as one final part of our European road trip remains. It's been an incredible fight through the season, left with two fighting right at the top of the standings as we get ready for round 5 of 5 here in the Coach Dave 1000. We've visited Barcelona, we've visited Imola, we've visited Nurburgring and Silverstone, and now we head to the Royal Villa Park of Monza, ready to wrap up the championship. In the commentary booth, it's myself, Lewis McGlade. We've got Zach Sweeney alongside, and we'll be joined by Cameron Rodger a little bit later on in the broadcast. But to come into a championship, Zach, where there is just 8 points at the top, it's been an incredible run, and it is all going to come down to this.
Yeah, the nerves will be running very, very high between those two teams. Of course, only 8 points between first and second place if you finish first and second. And that, of course, is how they finished at round 4. So, yeah, it certainly is all to play for. And well, it's the final showdown. Not really much else to say, is there?
Yeah, what a run it's been. Of course, the number 41 SimGrid Pro by Vides have been at the top of the championship after taking that first victory in the first round of the season, but it's been strong form over the last couple from the Yas Heat team. 2 victories in the last 2 races. They're on 150 points just behind SimGrid Pro by Vides. Williams Esports, unfortunately, have been removed from the championship contention after starting out so strong with a second and a first. They're on 100 points, but they're still desperate to hang on to third in the championship, just ahead of the 322 in the Jolesi Esports Academy junior car. It's tight up and down the order. Whilst we speak at the top, there are always other fights, and all of the teams, all of the drivers will be keeping their eye very tightly on all of those other little battles.
Yeah, again, we'll just have to wait and see. Of course, all our eyes will be on first and second, but it is always interesting to see how the rest of the field plays out in the championship standings, because, you know, there's a lot of different variables that happen over the course of the season that knock different teams out of championship contention. You know, like with Williams Esports starting the season strong, then that DNF in round 3 put them on the back foot, and now it's just trying to hang on to that top 3. And yeah, of course, relative for different teams, they aspire for different goals, and it will be really interesting to see who can achieve those goals and who will just unfortunately fall just that little bit short.
Yeah, 3 Bentleys at the top, in the top 5 of the standings, of course. This circuit requiring a lot of straight line speed, though. I wonder if that'll work out in their favour. Who knows? We might see a little bit of wetness on the circuit. We certainly saw a little bit in practice before we came to live. It's looking like it might have been a little bit damp. Obviously, conditions in practice separated how it's going to be in qualifying. But of course, all of you sat at home, if you want to get yourselves up to date with more sim racing hardware, well, you can head over to Turn Racing for some high-end sim racing hardware, wheels, etc., to really get you into the flow. And that's what all these drivers certainly need to do. Any sort of assistance to get them immersed in the environment. That all starts from the sim racing hardware that we all choose to race from. I mean, we know it's quite important, Zach. You can't be racing on a controller these days. You've got to step it up.
I mean, I've had experience of people that have done well on keyboards, on controllers, but you've always got to have that feel and that immersion that you get from a good bit of equipment, but good bit of kit from a steering wheel, and of course that force feedback, especially if it is wet. You need that feedback, just to see, you know, how the track evolves, where the grip is, where it's going, and especially over the course of, you know, a 1,000 kilometer race, 6 hours, give or take. You need that immersion, you need that feedback, because tyres and all that sort of thing comes into play, and yeah, it's very, very important indeed.
Now, this is not a circuit where qualifying, we'll return to speaking of the circuit. It's not a circuit where qualifying is 100% important. You can make your way up the order, but it's one thing that we have noted from a couple of rounds this season, from a couple of our teams, particularly in more recent rounds. The number 41, the team that's leading the championship, is that qualifying's kind of gone against them a little bit. They've done a great job to work themselves back up in the race. But when it comes down to a championship finale, even if it is the easiest circuit to overtake on the planet, you really can't afford a bad qualifying here. You need to start with your best foot forward.
Especially on that run down in towards the Retfido chicane, it is just it's infamous really for lap 1. And if you're a championship contender, you're swallowed up in the pack. I always say Monza, really, you either want to start right at the front or like right at the back, because if you're in that mid pack, there's just so much going on. There's cars everywhere. It's such a tight corner. Of course, through turn 1 might not be as bad. You've got a couple of people missing their braking points potentially, but then through turn 2, when it really tightens up and there's, you know, a million different cars, quite an exaggeration, but there's a lot of different cars around you, can get so overwhelmed. All it takes is just one bit of contact and already you're starting the race on the back foot.
Well, sixth car in line. That Bentley just come through the Rodger there. I do believe that is the number 41 that Mikhail Bykov is taking into this qualifying session. We're live for the final qualifying session of the season, 20 minutes onto the circuit. And yeah, you don't want to be involved too much in this train. I know everyone's talking about Slipstream City around here, but sometimes just going out and doing your own thing is very, very important indeed. We've got three of the Prime E racing cars, or the three Prime E racing cars, being the first five out on circuit. Of course, you've got the 78 and then the 79 that we're presently looking at, and the 77 of Sven Hettich being the fifth car, and already having dropped back trying to get out of the other contingent. Here's the John Lacey Esports Academy car that is being driven by William Hendrickson, and a very nice livery. I mean, I'm not sure it's theirs, but they'll take it. That's fine. In 19th position at the moment. They're the order there on the left is roughly the order they've left the pit lane. Now that says to me is that whilst they're trying to go for third in the championship, you're in a little bit of a little too much of the cluster for me. I want to be one of the first few out so that I can kind of get ahead of all of the problems.
You put a lot of trust in people in qualifying. Yes, of course, you want the benefit of the slipstream, especially at a circuit that's dependent on it, like Monza. But at the same time, people make mistakes in front of you. You've got that Constantina effect. If you've got a lot of cars in front of you, naturally, you can fall victim to being slowed down. And of course, if there's a pile up in front of you or anything like that, anything can really happen. And you don't really have long in this qualifying session, only 17 or so minutes, and you in qualifying you want to get a good lap in straight away, just to have that security and that banker to then work off for the rest of the session. If you don't have that, the pressure then really starts to pile on, and especially for the John Lacey car, who wants to fight and is aspiring to do well in this race to secure a good championship position. You've got to get it all starts in this qualifying session. It all starts with that first lap, and being right in the middle of the pack can really be detrimental.
Yeah, you can see here we've got the 78 ahead of the 79, both for Prime E Racing. Maybe the 79 going to be receiving a little bit of a tow on the run up towards Ascari there that Naroth's driving. Obviously, we've got Gorka looking backwards now. You can see that's kind of close. It's not where it's close enough to really gain too much of an advantage. So I think it really is just sort of go out there and do your own thing, and please don't make a mistake in front of your teammates, otherwise both those laps will be gone. Whilst it's a 20-minute session, laps around here are fairly long, closing in on the 2-minute mark. It's not ideal.
Not in the slightest. You have to maximise every lap that you possibly can get. It's like, oh, it's 60 minutes, we've got ages. No, once you've done an out lap and then your fine lap, then you've come back in for another lap. The time ticks down very, very quickly. You have to get each and every lap that you possibly can, and just making small mistakes here and there can really cost you, as you see the 79 go slightly quicker, about a tenth and a half, and I think that is going to be due to the assistance that was received, as quickly it gets beaten, as you just get those times in, get a decent time on the board, and then work from it from there, because even if your first lap is a couple of tenths off, it's better than piling that pressure all for the final three or so minutes.
Well, Bogoroditsky instantly went up onto provisional pole, but that has been destroyed by a trio of BMWs that have gone up there. We're on board with Dara McCormack. Now he goes up into sixth, which I think now would be a good time to see and hope that Dara McCormack will do a back-to-back lap. They normally tend to around here, and the Irishman will fire his way down towards the Rettifilio. So heavy on the brake, such a tricky part, even using that little bit on the left-hand side, bit of the curb on the right, bit of the curb on the left, and you want a nice straight exit. That's why they go all the way out to the right-hand side. You just want to maximise the track surface around here. You've not got that many braking zones, but when you're on them, you're very, very heavy. It's all about carrying the momentum around Curva Grande up towards the Rodger. Of course, there is no bridge here anymore where there used to be the banking, the continuation of the oval banking into the Rodger. Not using too much the sausage curb on the left-hand side there, which can really pitch the car too far over to the right and leave you with an unoptimal line coming down towards Lesmo. First one ticked off, which is quite tricky. The camber does bring you into it a little bit, but it's a lot longer than you feel it should be. Then the second one, much more higher commitment. You can really throw it in here and again use all of that track surface on the left hand side. There's a bit of a church over here on the right, which is one of the real aspects of the Royal Villa of Monza Park, as we head back up the hill under the banking towards Ascari. One of my favourite sections of this track. I'm sure most people would agree. Obviously the rest of it is just really chicanes. Out onto the back stretch before we race our way down towards the Parabolica. You can get away with using a lot of the track surface over on the right hand side without it pinging you for track extensions, but Dara McCormack, whose lap time when we jumped on board was good enough for 6th, Well, he's already down in 15th position as we head down towards the Parabolica. Of course, it's been recently renamed to the McGlade Alboreto bend, and now as he departs the Parabolica down towards line, 15th position, about half a second up at the moment. So this could be a time to move him right the way up the order. What's it going to be? Good enough for second, just below Victor Nicolai. But did you see that time from Malinovsky up towards pole with a 48.095?
Look at how close it is as well, though. You know, 3/100ths of a second covering our top three. It's, wow, yeah, very, very close indeed. And for quite a long lap, of course, as you said, a lot of it is straight, separated by chicanes, but it is quite long. You've got quite a few opportunities really to make that time up, and it probably will. The difference will be made on the brakes. But Malinovsky really putting in a fantastic lap time. And it does come down to those tiny, tiny margins when, you know, in a championship at this level, you can't be affording to lose, you know, just that little 100th of a second here and there. While it might seem like nothing in the real world in racing, it can mean the difference. And yeah, well, it was a good lap. It's still not over yet, though, and yeah, promising pace from the likes of Nicolai and McCormack.
Well, championship, oh god, I can speak English. Championship leader Mikhail Bykov, only down in 15th position. Now we're still, again, early stages of the session, so Bykov, I don't think he'll be particularly worried right now. Might be more so worried on the fact of how many BMWs are ahead. Now, not that their championship rivals are in a BMW, but we know that there are a lot of the BMW teams, John Lacey Esports Academy, for example, West Competition Racing, who have been right in the rhythm with this car. Here they are, Victor Nicolai behind the wheel at the moment. They've got used to really driving this BMW M4 that's fairly new to Assetto Corsa Competizione. They've been getting into the rhythm with it, and that is exactly what Victor Nicolai is showing. And you want to end the season as a high. If you've not been able to win the championship, fair enough. You want to end the season on the highest high that you possibly can, and there is no higher than getting a pole position and a race victory. Victor Nicolai aiming for that. He's about 3/10 up at the moment, trying to beat William Hendriksen's time, and does indeed do so. A 47.760 from the Romanian as he crosses the line. That is going to be a pretty hefty time to beat, but they've been getting faster and faster. Tyre wear's not too high around here, so you can really find that time as the laps go on.
Track evolution will play dividends, and of course it is just making sure to get the track as best as possible right towards the latter stage of the session. Of course, the more cars go around, the quicker the tyre scrubbing. Oh, well, there goes Orchestra already up to pole position. Those BMWs seem to be a mighty force in this qualifying session 1, 2, and 3, and yeah, well, they seem to be conquering Monza so far. So good. And well, this Bentley at the moment, the 322, is up a couple of attempts, and it is just that almost exponential improvement as the track gets better. Though the tyres start to rub in, you get that grip, and it you know, it might not seem like much, you might not feel much of a difference, but you gain so much time.
Well, you can see in the top right where obviously we've had some rain. The forecast at the moment is for it to be overcast. Obviously it's 22 degrees ambient, 27 degrees track temperature, but it's the track state which is the important bit to focus on. It is fast. It means it's not optimal. It means there is a little bit more to come from just the, you know, from the race circuit itself, rather than just the car. That's the track evolution that you are talking about there. Zach Bogoroditsky is going to come into the pit lane. No, he's not. Just holding that very, very tight line off of the Parabolica as he heads up towards the line and goes to 5th. Now, where is his teammate? He's gone ahead of the championship rival to their teammate in the 82 of Malinovsky, but where is the 41 on the timesheets? Because they are 15th position at the moment. Mikhail Bykov, I say it's not going well, as Victor Nicolai does a 47.4 in the number 33. Incredible lap time.
Yeah, well, it was a fantastic one indeed. That is a shame for our championship leader there. You would expect really they want to end their final qualifying session towards the front end. And as we said at the start of the broadcast, you need to start towards the sharp end and just get going, because there's only 8 tenths between themselves and their championship rivals of Yas Heat, who are 158 for our championship leaders, 150 for Yas Heat in second place. So again, you have to start this race off on the front foot. And yes, it's easy to overtake, but it's so easy to get swallowed up, as we were saying a little bit earlier on. So they really need to crunch in this final 10 minutes of the session and just try and find a bit more time. Yes, the BMW seems to be formidable. Phillips takes I think that's a mistake pretty much everyone has done. The sausage curbs at Ascari are pretty lethal, as you were saying. It's a really good corner, but as soon as you make the slightest mistake, these cars just don't like those curbs at all.
Yeah, that's why again, picking the picking the right car for Monza. Obviously, you pick the right car for a season, right? You don't pick the right car for the single round. But Always Around Here has got a bit of an issue in the West Competition Racing Academy car that's got a lot of damage on the front end, and that one will definitely be returning to the pit lane. But you want to pick a car that can take curbs around here, because that's one of the critical features of doing a race around here. Is the Vipperman Racing car that Rodger is behind at the moment, getting a little bit of a slipstream from the John Lacey Esports Academy car that Hendrickson's behind. Bykov out of the final corner and back into the pit lane. So already seeing a bit of drama in the early stages of this qualifying session. We are halfway through. We've got 8 minutes and 40 seconds left to go. And if there is one thing that I could guarantee you is that whilst Victor Nicolai's time is very impressive on a 47.437, that probably won't be the pole. I get the vibe that someone's going to be able to beat it.
Yeah, you would expect so. I mean, with track evolution and things, we see Rodger's now potentially 3 tenths up. That track evolution is going to be the story of this qualifying session. But yeah, again, you've just got to be able to maximise every opportunity you can. 4 tenths up as they exit the Parabolica. Half a second now on the run to the line. It's going to be a huge chunk of time up inside the top 3. And now it's a BMW lockout for our top 5 as Rodger's there settles in onto the second row. They're good provisionally. But yeah, again, with how quickly things can change, and of course it will all come down to those final few minutes. While it's a fantastic time now, complacency can be some of the biggest killers in endurance racing.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, for the BMW contingent, we know they qualify quite well. Anyone who joined us for the previous round of the season, the Silverstone 1000, they qualified. 4 BMWs were qualified inside the top 5, and only one finished there. And it was the Race Anywhere SimSport car that got 3rd position on that day. It's one thing to qualify, it's another thing to race. You want to make the most strategically, of course, whilst fuel mileage isn't necessarily the biggest critical factor, because they've got driver stint limits at 65 minutes a stint, so they can't exceed that, otherwise they receive a penalty. You still got to think about tyre wear, thinking about all that kind of stuff, whether you can double stint tyres, how comfortable it is, how predictable it is, how much you can how much the car will be forgiving, which is one thing that we know that the Porsche, for example, I know it's one of the last 2 races in the hands of Yazheat, but the Porsche is probably the least forgiving car on ACC. So you've kind of got to find a way of bedding yourself in with whichever car you pick.
It will always come down to personal preference and things like that. Of course, different cars will naturally lend themselves better to different circuits. But at the end of the day, if you can't drive a car, don't pick it. It doesn't matter if it's quick. It's the car that you're quickest in. And in my personal experience on ACC, that Porsche, I can never, ever, for the life of me, find a way to get the grip of it. But somehow Yazheat have managed to tame it and have done a fantastic job and have really risen to the top and are going to try and seal the deal today. But again, it all comes down to, as we say, car choice, different cars. You've got to pick the car for this season, and see at the start of the season we're going to be good at this race and this race. We have to maximize those, but also at races where the car might not be as quick towards the front, being able to limit the damage. And over the course of the championship, it's those damage limitations that can really make the difference.
Yes, indeed. And like I say, we're only over a 5-round championship. You don't really have much time to make mistakes and come back. GTR Masters Endurance Team currently down in 19th position. Not the lowest placed BMW, but certainly when you see a sea of BMWs up inside that, the top 10, top 5, you kind of think, ooh, maybe the car's got a bit more speed around here. Here is Tom Gorka, the highest placed McLaren at the moment, as Malinovsky has improved up into 5th position. So the 78 being the highest of the prime e-racing cars. I don't know which one is their highest in the standings. Normally you would assume it is the 77, and I do believe that might be the case after a decent round last time out. It is the 77 that's in 6th position in the championship, being their highest placed one on 80 points, and it was after that 4th place finish last time out. 16th, I mean, they're aiming clearly for the top 3 in the standings. They're only 20 points off of Williams Esports. 16th, 17th in this qualifying session. That is officially the danger zone.
You again, we'll come back to it all the time. It starts in qualifying. You've got to be. It's just that morale thing, really. If you can qualify well, you go into the race with a more of an upbeat attitude, going into it a bit more happy, a bit more confident about things. If you start on the back foot, you're then the one that has to push forward and try and take a little bit more risks in terms of overtakes and strategy, just to make your way up in the field. Whereas if you can qualify well, yes, it's not as much of an easy ride because you still have 6 hours of racing to get through. It's not an easy ride by any means, but it's sort of a weight being lifted off your shoulders that, okay, we're the ones with a lot to lose here. We can just try and take it a little bit more easy.
Well, Till Vornum's up a little bit, about a tenth of a second over this lap. Currently in 6th position, improves only the single position, goes 5 thousandths of a second ahead of Malinowski, making it a BMW 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5, as we've got one of the SPQ Racing team cars coming up towards the line at the moment. 15th position for them. What's the improvement? No improvement, just 15th. Speaking of improvements, by the way, the 77 did improve its way up into 7th position in this qualifying session. Sven Hettich putting out the work, and the West Competition Racing Academy car that, again, if memory serves, I think they started from the front row of the grid last time out at Silverstone. They certainly had a brilliant qualifying session. It was actually 2nd position. When you have a great qualifying session, that can sometimes really push you forward in the next qualifying session. Clearly that isn't the case here with 14th position for them. I think that'll be a bit of a disappointment and a bit of a hard way to start the race.
It will be indeed. That morale will certainly take a hit, but again, you just got to shrug it off. Anything bad that happens over the course of the race, because probability-wise, things will happen. It's a matter of when as opposed to a matter of if. You'll make a mistake, you'll come in with a tangle or someone, whether you're lapping them or you'll just make the mistake on yourself and things like that. And it's just about being able to just shrug it off, continue on, and not let it affect you too much. Because again, if you dwell in your own mistakes, if you sit there feeling sorry for yourself rather than pressing on, you're then going to be vulnerable. You're going to be knocked out of rhythm, and then that just casts a shadow over the rest of your race, really.
Big laps from the pair of Simware.Pro by Vides cars. It was the number 322 of Boga Raditsky that's gone up into 3rd position, but importantly, Bykov has actually moved himself up inside the top 10. We're in the final 2 minutes and 40 seconds of this qualifying session. We know what these drivers are like. They can find that little extra in the final moments of the session, Zach, and that is going to be very important now. Malinowski, again, they're 8 points behind on the championship. Yaz Heat, it's kind of now or never. Got to go and try and take another pole position, go back to back.
Got to send it, haven't you? You got to put everything on the line as McCormack goes up into 7th place. But again, yeah, these final moments, you just when you get to this level, you just unlock something. The pressure builds up, the adrenaline's pumping, and you just have to unlock something extra. Whether it's an extra half a tenth, extra tenth of a second, tenth and a half, because that will be the difference in a qualifying session as close as this one, and in a championship as close as this one. You need to make that difference. Whether it's only a couple of places ahead of your championship rival, even if it's an improvement for Malinowski to improve, a tenth, half a 10th, that's a good couple of places up from 9th to 7th, 6th, and that really does just set you off on the better foot, and again, as I was saying, boost your morale for the rest of the race. So we'll just have to wait and see, and with the track being at its best, these are the times that when now you have to put that lap in.
Yeah, really do. You've got to make sure that you've got your tyre pressure set up for it as well. Obviously those will adapt a little bit through the session. Even if it's 0.1, 0.2 of PSI, it makes a difference, especially at this level. We're on board with the West Competition Racing Academy car as we head back up to Mikhail Bykov at the moment. Dropped down to 12th position, up 0.4 of a second, and goes to 3rd. Boom! What a lap time. Bykov needed it. We're in the final moments of the session. He's got one more lap to do. He's got his teammate slowing down ahead of him as well in Boga Raditsky, but this could be important. Malinowski is in the pit lane, so there is not going to be a lap time for the Yaz Heat team as Sven Hettich goes up inside the top 5. It was looking for such a long portion of the session that it was going the way of Yaz Heat, and as we head towards the checkered flag, it has really swung around as Till Vornum comes up towards the line and goes to pole by 0.02 of a second.
What a statement, both from Till Vornum and for Bykov, as well. Nikolai, I think, gets himself onto pole position by just over a tenth of a second. But for Bykov, that is such a statement, because Yaz Heat felt comfortable. They had the grips going into this qualifying session for the majority of this qualifying session, and Bykov pulled it out of the bag in these final moments, got himself onto that second row. What can riders do on the run to the line? It's only P7, but yeah, for that 41 car, for the championship leaders to set this race up as best they can, they're coming into this with everything to lose. That's a great way to get it going.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. Of course, there are still some lap times to come in for some pretty heavy hitters, so certainly don't rule that one out as being a complete pole position time just yet, as Vipperman Racing starting the final lap time. I think the 333 was probably the last car to start a lap, and that one being the virtual drivers by TX3 Ferrari. I think they are the last ones to start a lap. They're not like really up there in the session, but still, you never know where you can move. If the track's constantly getting faster, being the last one on the lap, it makes a massive difference.
with only a second, less than a second, covering the top 23 in this race, you can pull one out of the bag, as we see Svet on the run to the line. At the moment, P24, half a second up. Where can this put them? Up into P14. So already that's a huge jump just from timing your lap right at the dying moments of the session, and you can just pull one out and gain so much time. And while yes, it's a big grid, they're quite far down, that track evolution, we said it throughout the session, but it holds such a substantial weight in competitions like this where it's so close.
And it switches so aggressively depending on what car you're in. Some cars will start out, I think the McLaren started out the session being pretty strong through the midpoint and maybe even up to the end of the session where we are now. They've lost a lot of speed, whilst the 77's been able to find it and at least do something with the session being up in 6th spot. The rest of the McLaren contingent have been unable to do anything. I think this one might be back into the pit lane from the number 3, from the 79, the third of the primary racing cars. It's not. I'm getting that one wrong every single time. We'll be doing that in the race as well, I'm sure. Up into 15th position goes Naroth, as we see Darren King out towards the line. The last car setting a lap time going up a little bit, about 0.4 of a second I was hearing, as Darren King will push it towards the line, goes to 15th. That was a super effort, but for Victor Nicolai and Till Vornum, that will be a front row start from the pair with the advantage going the way of West Competition Racing.
Come down to that final moments, and what a lap it is for Nicolai, because Vornum got it out of the bag, just final moments of the session, did everything he could, but it just wasn't quite enough. Still a front row start, and for two BMWs to lock out the front row is a statement on how good that car is, but more so for Bykov. And that weather, it was a dry qualifying, it might be a wet race, and that can really turn things on their head.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see on that one when it comes to the race start. I'm sure there'll be plenty more drama, and you just have to have it when it comes to a season finale. For West Competition Racing, pole position, they qualified quite well last time. They're 9th in the standings at the moment. They can theoretically take 3rd position in the standings, but it is a long stretch. There's 50 points for a race win. They're on 64, which is a fairway, 36 points back on Williams Esports, who presently hang on to 3rd position in the championship. So for them, in that sense, it's probably a bit of a stretch. But starting from pole position, they were denied a podium last time out, despite having such good pace because of a couple of penalties. I've got to say, I said it at Silverstone, the one team that's really turned things around a lot for me is Race Anywhere SimSport. Not trying to jinx them or anything, but they only scored their first points in the Coach Dave 1000 in the previous round with that absolutely awesome 3rd place finish. They're going to be starting this race in 2nd behind Victor Nicolai, who'll be starting from pole position. You can see here on the left hand side Yegorov Rognikov, how hard and how much are they going to push as well, trying to take the championship. Obviously 8 points clear of the Porsche that Malinovsky is driving way further down the order. You've got Hendrickson on the right hand side in the Jean Lacey Esports Academy. He did the qualifying for that team before we get the SPQ Racing, the first of 3 of the Prime E-Racing cars, just ahead of Vipperman Racing. Alexander Novikov, obviously the lap times being done by Bogoroditsky in the qualifying session, will start from 8th position before we get the Academy car for West Competition Racing, and then T3, who are looking very strong in the early stages. I'm not sure which way this race is going to go. As we roll our way down, you can see some of the big names, some of the heavy hitters, potentially none more so than this Porsche on the right-hand side here for Yaz Heat. Just 12th position in the session. That will be a very bitter pill to swallow.
It will be indeed, and of course for the top two, Nicolai and Vornam, they've got a lot to lose. Ogorodnikov has a championship to lose. He's going to take an air of caution into this race and just secure 3rd place. It's good enough at this point. It's just trying to secure it and stay ahead of the Yaz car. But for those two in front, they're going for a good result. They're going for P1, P2, and just trying to do their absolute best. And we'll have to wait and see how this one plays out. But it should be very close between the BMWs.
Well, if there is one thing, though, to add that little extra drama, you were saying before that potentially we got some rain on the horizon. Well, we certainly do. You can see it is raining here at Monza. And again, if you want to consult in the top right of your screen where we've got the incoming weather, well, there is a rain cloud with a plus next to it. And that indicates that it is going to get heavier and heavier as the race goes on. So, yeah. I think we're in for a pretty dramatic one, which certainly has to. We are missing a car just there on the left-hand side. That'll be the one that was supposed to, or initially supposed to start ahead of one of these slow racing cars. I think it might, is it the 333 Pellicori that is one of the virtual drivers by TX3 cars, I think, starting from the pit lane. By my eye, I do believe that is the case. I guess, yeah, you might have got something wrong. You wanted to make a bit more of a change. I can't remember what it is in this. There's no park ferme, as far as memory serves. You can start on the grid however you want, but maybe they weren't able to kind of grid up in the needed time, and so we'll start from the pit lane, which is a bit of a shame.
It is, but of course, 6 hours on the clock, a lot of things can play out, and maybe it could be intentional to start from the pit lane. Of course, how chaotic Monza can be on that run towards T1. Just being able to breathe. Just being able to breathe in towards turn 1. Of course, when you're starting out on some different platforms and you're trying to build up some safety rating, you don't want to get tangled up in turn 1. Just chill out. Things will happen in front of you, and then that's when you can capitalize. Instead, they're not going to have to, worry about being overwhelmed by cars around them. They can just go in for that first lap and just settle into this race nice and calmly. Yeah,
it's kind of one of those. This is one of those circuits where, for me, in the wet, it doesn't matter if it's a rolling start or a standing start. Obviously, we are rolling here in Assetto Corsa Competizione, but it's scary, it's dangerous, it's risky. There's always someone who fancies making it 4 wide, and the thing is when you're on the start finish straight, you're opened up to the idea of making it 3-4 wide. But as we all know, once the pit lane exit comes in, it's almost as if the track narrows completely, and it's only just about 4 car widths wide, which just about 4 car widths wide, I can tell you, is not wide enough for 4 car widths.
Not at all. It's just, especially in these conditions as well, how sketchy it is, a lot on the line. Just why? Like, maybe even in the last half an hour, you wouldn't do it. It would just be ridiculous because it's not going to work out. You think, oh, I'm on the inside, I'll make it 4 wide, but you're going to get pinched, people are going to crash. It's just going to be a whole ordeal, and it's not worth it at all. Both if maybe you come out unscathed, but if you cause an incident and get a 15-second penalty or whatever it is, again, that just tarnishes your whole race. So you just take it easy in the wet. You usually see it single file, of course, with how ideal it is on that one racing line. As soon as you move off it, you just have no grip. So I'm sure it's going to be people just trying to settle in nicely, get into a rhythm, and try and learn the track. Of course, as the weather changes and things like that, you have to adapt. And if you're fighting side by side, tooth and nail for a position, you're not going to be able to do just that.
Well, don't worry, Zach. I will not ask you for a prediction. Obviously, brand new to jumping in here for the Coach Save 1000. I will ask all of the people watching, though, predictions not only for a race victory, but predictions for who is going to win this championship. There are 8 points between the top 2 in the championship. Yegor Rognikov, or the number 41 rather, SimGrid.pro by Vides, presently leading the championship, and their main rivals in the 82 will be starting from 12th position. But on a wet day like this, who knows where the drama is coming from. I will play a little game with you though, Zach. Are we going to see chaos, or are we going to see calm down into turn 1? I've played this game with you in a couple of times. You think we're going to see chaos?
Not even a question.
Well, who knows? I think race control might have to step in a little bit early. Thankfully, all running behind the scenes. Our season finale here at Monza, the Coach Dave 1000, our European road trip. We've had 24 hours of racing. We're going to be turning that all the way up to 30 as Victor Nicolai will be starting from pole position. Till Vornum alongside on that front row as we look back to the SimWare.pro by Vides. Our championship leaders starting potentially out of the danger zone, but who knows where the drama comes from on a race start. It's such a long run on the start finish straight down towards the Rettifilio and that first corner, and it could come from behind, it could come from ahead. Who knows? The drivers, they will be keeping their eyes out for it. It's tricky conditions as we're about to get racing here at Monza. Green flags in the air and we are underway. A decent start from our front row, of course. And you can see the Jean Lacey Esports Academy junior car trying to drop back in line behind Mikhail Bykov as we race our way down towards the Rettifilio. Was he eyeing up as a 3-wide move? I'm not so sure yet, as everyone's pretty calm on the rolling start. The Yassi trying to make it 3-wide in the background as Bykov sent it in to make a move down the inside to try and grab second position at the Rettifilio. One going straight on over the Rettifilio there, and I think the Azzy has come through cleanly and maybe made its way up inside the top 10. A decent start though from Mikhail Bykov, who's moved up into second position. He's dropped back though now behind Till Vornum, so he's not been able to hang on to that third position, whilst his teammates doing a bit of action in the background as we head down towards the Rodger. Look at the move from Yazzie though in the background, absolutely setting it in, trying to make it 3 wide. Big moment there from Malinovsky.
Indeed, so what a fantastic start to this race from the front guys. Nikolai, I think, managed to just get away well. This is the number 3 car looking to the inside. That BMW side by side again. You just got to be so careful on these first lap in these conditions as well. You cannot afford to be making a mistake. All it takes is just running just that tiny little bit wide, and it can end in catastrophe. But yeah, Bykov is not waiting around at all at this start. We said before they've got a championship on their shoulders, but already coming out punching.
Someone who wasn't waiting around. I mean, I don't know if you caught it just on the background whilst we were looking at the battle between West Competition Racing and SPQ Racing, was Malinovsky, who got himself past Dara McCormack with what was a pretty bold move down into the first Lesmo. The next car, though, might be a little bit trickier to pass. Bit too much of the curb being used there from Malinovsky, and he's going to drop off the rear end of Kirill Sadarov. But Sadarov being the teammate of the number 41, going to be able to clear SPQ Racing. He's had a poor launch from Ascari as we head down towards the Parabolica. And just to clarify as well, you can see that Rotors has a 15-second time penalty as there's a bit of a movement wide there from Sadarov, opening the door for Sinotti to come straight back through. That 15-second time penalty is legitimate. That is for a breach of license points for the driver over the last couple, or the last round, breaching of the license. We'll get into that more as the race goes on, but that is legitimate. We'll have to serve that on the first pit stop of the race as the side-by-side for 8th position continues. Sadarov's trying to make it stick to the outside, though. He's not going to make that one done, surely.
Oh, he's going to be very close back to the inside of the second part of the Rettifilio, and you can see Malinovsky just sitting idle, going to capitalise there, put the foot down and drive past Gianotti there on the exit of the Rettifilio. And now is crucial time for the Yazzie car just to push forward. Everyone's bunched up, make those places done early. Is he going to hyper move on Sadarov now in towards the Rodger? We're going to have to cut back our attention for this fight for the podium because Bykov is under pressure. A train of cars behind. What do you do if you're in Bykov's position, though, as you see Malinovsky trying to eye up that move in towards the Rodger? But if you're in Bykov's position, it's the race start. You've got a train of 4 cars behind you. You've got to be so careful, and things can so easily go wrong.
Yeah, and his main champion rival is almost tripping up over his teammate as well, because on the left-hand side, we're looking for the battle for 8th at the moment, Sadarov and Malinovsky. Like you said, it's Malinovsky who's second in the championship at the moment, needs to clear Sadarov ASAP. He cannot wait around any longer. It does seem as though a few of the Bentleys are struggling, which will go its way, unfortunately, in a negative fashion, potentially to Mikhail Bykov, who's on the right-hand side, trying to hang on for the podium. It's a bit of a look there from Malinovsky. He's going to send it in. Oh, it's a bit of a half-hearted move there from the Yazzie. You can't be doing that.
Absolutely not. Those are the moves that are the most dangerous, especially into a corner like Ascari. You have to be significantly alongside, otherwise it just doesn't work and you run the risk of taking yourselves both out. But yeah, Malinovsky being the wiser just to eventually back out of that move. But a bit of a train now forming behind Vornam, I think, as Bykov just can't find a way through. And of course, in the wet weather, there's not much of an avenue to make a way through. You just sort of have to sit there, put the pressure on and wait for the mistake and wait for the race to come to you. It's still Malinovsky trying to find a way through, but Sadarov is putting up a mighty fight.
Yeah, wow. I mean, like you say, this is nervy moment from both camps of both Yaz Heat as well as Simware.pro by Vides. It's going to be a big send there from Malinovsky. Might well be squeezed a little bit. Had to touch the grass and a bit of contact between the two as well. And that might open the door for Malinovsky to find a way through. It's not going to do so. And here comes SPQ Racing picking up the position. What a bargain it was. 9th place goes the way of the BMW. A costly mistake from Malinovsky. Again, going for a gap that really just kind of wasn't there. Got to say it was maybe a bit of a naughty squeeze there from the Simware.pro by Vides. But these two, they're going to be racing hard. Of course they are.
Of course they are, and as you can see there, Gianotti looking to the inside, not quite going to be able to work, but desperation, I think, starting to creep in for Malinovsky. Of course, the championship, trying to capitalise off this race start. The Gagler cars behind them as Hendrickson trying to put some pressure on Bykov into the second of the 2 Lesmos. And of course, as they start to battle, of course, the train of cars behind might be able to close the gap. But yeah, Malinovsky, you've got to be careful. Yes, I understand you're in a championship, but everything can go so wrong so quickly. And yeah, the harder you fight, sometimes even the more you can fall back. But yeah, Bykov still putting up a great defense of the 4 cars behind him. But when does it get to a point where it's just too big of a risk for him, especially with Malinovsky down in 10th?
I don't know. I mean, you're fighting for a championship. You kind of got to keep that in your mind. How much do you want to win this championship? How much are you willing to risk? And sometimes when it comes to winning a championship, you have to be ready to lose it to win it, if that makes sense. You've got to be able to try and risk something that little bit crazy to try and get one over on a team, especially as powerful as SimGrid Pro by Vides, who are holding quite a tight line there. Is Valentin Barriere making a move on Dara McCormack, who's dropping back a couple of positions. He's gone offline there, opened the door for the Symphony of Pistons machine to come through, as well as potentially the third of the Prime E-Racing cars. Not just yet, Grip Packs Engineering also being there of Jesse Kauppinen. Closing in, a bit of contact there as Whipperman gets into the rear end of the Jean Lacey Esports Academy junior car that Hendrickson's behind. Just a little bit of a tap on the rear end, and when you have that, it just allows that lead car just to pull away, and that was a bit clumsy and is pretty much, as near as makes a difference, a slam dunk penalty if ever I've seen one. Unfortunately for Prime E-Racing 3, just again half-heartedly down the inside. And Dara McCormack, well, he's been spun around. Big shame.
Big shame indeed. And yeah, I think a little bit clumsy is a bit of an understatement there, but you can't be doing them. As I said, the half-hearted moves are sometimes more the dangerous ones because you're doubting yourself, you're going into it not fully confident. You know, it's sometimes even better just to completely send one to the inside because you know, if you go into a corner half-heartedly backing out, you're like, oh, do I go, you lift off the brakes, sketchy, and then bang, and then there's that slight bit of contact, and then it's just a slam dunk penalty. And it is such a shame, easily done in conditions like these, but again, a slight bit of contact in these, you unsettle the car, especially under braking into the heaviest braking zone on the circuit. It's just not on at all, and you've got to be so careful as to not ruin the people's races in front of you. But again, that is racing. That's the trust you put into other people, and that is really a long way back. A different postcode, really. Just look into the inside, and what was he expecting to happen there? So
very clearly, he's not trying to make a move, right? I don't know if it was trying to defence, being offline, whatever. But you could see how much early everyone was making. Because the real thing for me is that I don't actually feel he was missing the corner. It did feel as though Schwanker was actually going to pull it up to the apex cleanly without using another car. And it's just kind of one of those things of you're sending it in, they're backing off as they are allowed to do, and you're kind of being involved in it. That's not me trying to say that it's not Schwanker's fault. It definitely is, at least in my opinion, which is why it's going to be a slam dunk penalty. But again, don't want to speak on behalf of race control. It's entirely up to them. But in those kind of ones, 9 times out of 10 that is the case. But even here, like as we just saw there from Sven Hettich, kind of getting down the inside of Rodgers, it wasn't trying to make a move on Rodgers. It was trying to defend from the other car, and that's the red to Filio there and there. You've got to keep your eyes on the mirrors constantly.
Absolutely, and of course Hettich isn't in the best position possible because they're having to look forwards and backwards to attack and defend, and that is just always going to be a dangerous game to play. And yeah, sometimes it's not intentional. It's never really intentional 9 times out of 10, but again, it's just one of those awkward predicaments that you're having to be in, and just got to play it by ear, see what happens, and just try and be very careful. Malinovsky now has fallen outside of the top 10 as Offerman has got himself in that BMW into the top 10. So Malinovsky not going the way they would have wanted to. They wanted to make the charge forward, not backwards.
Yeah, started out making the charge forward, was actually going really quite well in the early stages, but unfortunately now that the BMWs have kind of come into it, it feels like maybe the SimGrid Pro by Vides potentially started on higher pressures, and so it's taken them a little bit longer to get some heat into those tyres and work their way up, but they're finding the speed now as they are starting to pull away from their respective trains, although I will say Bykov does still have to worry about Hendrickson in that third position battle at the moment, just 0.4 of a second separating them as we keep our eye on Malinovsky. There is Hendrickson, and there very close is Bykov. He's defending fairly late down into the Parabolica. Hendrickson's not going to try and send it around the outside. We'll try and get back up and under. But I've got to say, I think this third position is certainly going the way of the American fairly soon.
Have to say so, and of course Bykov fighting for the championship, shouldn't fight this one too hard. Hendrickson now looking in this slipstream down this pitch straight, and Bykov all the way to the right hand side to defend. He's eager to defend this third place. You can see now the Row Racing car goes to the left hand side. It'll be the long way round of the Rettifilo, a bit of carnage a little bit further back as well. It'll be the outside line for the BMW, going to be very difficult. Gets the squeeze from Bykov. He wants to hang on to this P3.
Yeah, desperate too. Very, very desperate too. And you kind of make sense, you know, once one position's gone through, the next one does, the next one does, the next one does. It can be a bit of an issue, as Whipperman Racing we're seeing on replay coming through Ascari here. Is there a bit of a moment on the exit? Yep, way too much curb. And again, that is going to drop them back a little bit, at least on the timesheets. Not on the position, though. You can see the West Competition Racing Academy car still behind, whilst their teammates are leading by 3.3 seconds at the moment. Absolutely sensational opening stint from Victor Nicolai, at least at the moment. The opening 10 minutes have very much gone the way of the Romanian. A little bit too wide there from Bykov. Out onto that AstroTurf, which the wetter this circuit gets, the more I'd want to stay off of that. Let's put it that way. The more sort of slippery, the more dangerous it becomes.
Curbs and AstroTurf in the wet weather become lethal traps, especially in traction zones, because you do not want to be touching them at all. Again, it's just going to be adapting to the conditions, playing it by lap. Lap by lap, it can change, where you can take, and of course you can see, not usually you would take a lot of curve through Ascari, but even there, it's not a heavy traction zone because you're not getting on the power for the first time, but you're still, you know, going relatively quickly, and all it takes is just that snag at the rear end, and you're going so quickly through the exit of Ascari that it can be so lethal. And yeah, these wet conditions are going to separate the good from the great, but Bykov still staying in front of Hedrickson, and I guess it makes sense, of course, you say, with the rhythm thing, because you see it in karting all the time. As soon as one place goes, everyone tries to force that gap open and follow their way through, and you knock yourself out of rhythm, which in wet weather you need to stay in rhythm, you need to stay fully concentrated the whole time. Yeah, absolutely, and that is easier said than done when you're battling the ropes. If you're out by yourself, for example, in Victor Nicolai's point of view, honestly, it's not insanely difficult because you're just driving a circuit, right? Which you've been doing. Yes, the circuit's got a lot less grip than you would expect and you would want. When you get into the rhythm, once you've got all the settings right, your tyre pressures are in the window, you're comfortable, you're enjoying it. Easy is probably not the right word, but it's in that kind of vein. When you're trying to get into your rhythm, whilst you've got a trio of BMWs hounding you, trying to get through, you're trying to balance a championship, you've not qualified where you need to do, now you need to work your way forward, you've got to worry about this, the tyre pressures aren't quite there, so now you have to work the front left a little bit more. All of those things you're trying to juggle, it's spinning plates, and it is a nightmare. And when one thing goes wrong, typically it leads to another 2 or 3 things going wrong with them. Speaking of things going wrong, you know how we saw that the Williams eSports car had been spun around? Well, they have also received a penalty, not for that incident, obviously, but for they got a 5 seconds time penalty for making contact between themselves and the Yaz Heat number 82 earlier on the first lap of the race. So just a 5-second time penalty. It's not too bad. I think they've already been dished something even harsher than that for obviously a different incident. But yeah, they're very much on the back foot, is Dara McCormack now. It's so, and when they're fighting for third place in the championship, that is not at all what you want to get this race underway. But yeah, the mental game is not often talked about enough, and it is so difficult. This is a replay of the start, and you can understand mistakes are going to happen. You can see the Assetto Porsche that we're focusing on there going 3 abreast into turn 1. It's going to be so close. The Malinowski's just trying to pick his way through, find a gap and fill it, and then of course the BMW looking the long way round. Bit of contact has to take to the escape road, and when there's so much going on, of course things are always going to happen.
Yeah, that's why the T3 straight-lined it. No contact, of course, but the T3 car that we're looking at right now of Bastian Offerman's making what I'd have to say was a very smart decision to not try and leave the nose in there and go, okay, right, fair enough, this looks like it's getting a little bit messy, let's just back out and find a different path. There has been someone off in the background. I think that might have been Jesse Kauppinen with one of the Prime E-Racing cars coming through the Rettifilio. It certainly looked like a black R8 to me of Grip Hacks Engineering having a bit of an issue in the Rettifilio on that lap. But like I say, I think that's a very wise decision. A lot of drivers and staff feel that, or they demand track position a little too aggressively and leave the car there, and thus causing a fair issue, shall we say.
The bit, and sometimes it's actually intentional to take the to take the off-road. I remember watching a David Perel on-board video at Paul Ricard. He just, on the first lap, just straight-lined, I think it was turn 3, purely to stay out of the mix and to stay out of trouble, because especially at the Rettifilo, it's so tight that sometimes it's better to just jump over the curb, take the slowdown or whatever it is, and then be on with your way. And yeah, again, for the number 5, that is a bit dodgy, but again, lap 1, things happen. That Porsche on the inside, Malinowski filling a gap, bit tight, wet weather. It's always going to happen. It doesn't matter what level you're driving at.
Yeah, I think that one, I mean, I feel they might be a bit aggrieved by that being a penalty. I mean, I'd say there was contact that was made that was potentially more so on the fault of the Williams than it was of the Yas heat, but when you're on the first lap, when it's your 2-3 wide, contact like that kind of tends to happen, so fair enough. Clearly Race Control have seen something which they did not like in that, thus giving a 5-second time penalty, which I think is, again, it's enough of a slap on the wrist that it's not going to be race defining. The yellow flags, by the way, that keep coming out, that is courtesy of the 333 having a bit of an issue still in the pit lane, and so we'll have to hope that gets sorted out from them. But either way, their race obviously didn't start out on a great start and is not continuing in that fashion, as here comes T3 Motorsports, getting squeezed off a little bit by the SBQ Racing car. They're going to make a little bit of contact, and here comes one position from the Azzy car. They might well pick up the second once they've gone around Curva Grande.
Right, indeed so, and that's exactly how Malinowski made their way through on the T3. Well, last time around that they went through the Rettifilo, they liked that move just to set up the cut back off the exit and then go for the second move down in towards the Rodger, getting the squeeze from the BMW as Offerman wants to keep this P9, but Malinowski down the inside in towards the Rodger. You really can't expect to go around the outside there. Tries to set up the over and under, but can't quite get it. Gets the run on towards the Lesmo, but it really does come at you quickly. Malinowski to the right hand side to defend, and yeah, he's got himself back inside the top 10 into 9th place, and it's crunch time now. Push forward to the pack of cars ahead.
Yeah, good defence there from Malinowski, but the issue is the straight line speed. Oh, that was a little bit late on the brakes there from Bastian Offermans. They head through the second of Lesbos. They need to clear Ascari and get through it cleanly, because if you don't, that's when you're going to be under attack once again. But thankfully, I think for at least for Malinowski, the SBQ Racing car of Ginotti is going to try and make it side by side. This is going to be a bit of a bold attempt. He does back out of it, allowing Bastian Offermans to take the apex cleanly without having to worry about a car on the outside. Malinowski then up a position, up into 9th spot, as that was Darren King dropping a couple of wheels out into the gravel in the background of that GTWR Dolkin Community Aston Martin, a couple of positions behind in the train, as here comes Bastian Offermans again. The straight line speed of the BMW looks absolutely lovely in conditions like this, unless you're Malinowski. You're sat thinking, I hate racing these BMWs.
He's going to be kicking him kicking himself in the cockpit. But there's nothing he can do. He's just sitting duck. He might be quicker through the corners, but that BMW is just so quick down the straights, so crucial in the wet road as well, just to get that straight line speed and go. Offerman to the left hand side. Surely it's got to be a done deal. What can Malinowski do to seal this place? But again, it's just that tricky thing. If you're fighting so hard, he might be quicker, but there's nothing he can do. Goes in deep. See you later, mate. Off you go over the runoff area, and there is no way he could be able to keep that place. Offerman is going to be he's not going to be too happy with that one at all.
Yeah, I don't know how aggressively the in-game would kind of pick up on that, but yeah, I can understand the flashing of the lights. Here's one of the Gripax engineering cars. It's down in 26th. Oh, there we go. There's another one going straight on. So clearly the conditions are getting a little bit wetter. You can see the rain is supposed to increase as Slow Racing trying to make it 3 wide through the middle, bouncing one way, bouncing the other, and big slides there from Dara McCormack. He manages to hook it up going through Curva Grande. Well, that was very messy for 25th spot, but either way, Poiki's going to make the move. That was crazy.
Yeah, well, we're not even 20 minutes into this race yet, and they're already getting their elbows out and fighting this one quite hard. But in the wet weather, oh my word, what were they thinking? But luckily for them, no one really came out too badly, and that is going to be the important thing. But yeah, for Polky, just able to clear this, and it's only for 25th as well. It's not even like it's for a championship deciding place. It's back down in 25th place, which yeah, it just makes it all that little bit weirder.
Yeah, like I say, I've got to say, it's kind of one of those things when you go like through the middle through Curva Grande and you bounce off one, suddenly you're moving back over and then you're moving back over, and then you move, and you know the little bits of contact send you back one way, then back the other, then back the other, then back the other, and it's a little bit irritating. Malinowski, by the way, has not dropped back to Bastian Offermans, and so there is definitely something I think Race Control will look at, because that one, yeah, like I say, if you've made a move like that, you're you're not in a great spot. You're not where you should be. In race control, well, like I say, if I'm in Bastian Offerman's seat, I'm sat there thinking, that can't stand. That can't, he's cut the chicane to not only gain a position, but to drag himself out of the danger zone. As you can see, Chinotti going in a little bit too deep, and Darren King is going to be trying to make a move, while Sadarov is also trying to do the same a little bit further up for 7th on the West Competition Racing Academy car.
Yeah, well, he's going to have a little look to the inside of the Rodger. Not quite going to be able to for Sadarov there on Casatau and down in towards the Rodger. But yeah, for Malinovsky, I mean, it was a completely just by himself mistake as well. On the outside, broke a little bit too late, and off he went, or on the inside, sorry, and just went a little bit too late around, just went in straight. And it wasn't like there was a bit of contact that sent him in deep. It was completely his own fault. And if there was a bit of contact that sent him off, then maybe fair enough, you could argue it. But by yourself, there's no way at all. And now he can press forward only 1.6 seconds to this pack of cars in front of him. Yeah, it's not on, really, is it?
No, it certainly isn't. You did see, by the way, popping up onto your screen, and you can see there on the tower as well, Klaus Neiring, who's in the 2:14 in 21st position, has been given a 5-second time penalty for making contact with Marcelo Porteous, who's now in 24th. The two of those making contact a bit earlier on, so a 5-second time penalty. Again, a little bit of a slap of the wrist going the way of the 2:14. Here's Valentin Barrière on the rear end of Horvath at the moment, who's in the number 80, all battling out over 13th position at the moment. The number 80 being the GTR Masters Endurance team. Of course, Valentin Barrière in that bright green that belongs to Virtual Drivers by TX3. You really cannot miss this Ferrari. Masters home soil for the Ferraris. They have not been particularly strong around here. It's not a circuit which really matches their car, really.
Not at all. It lends itself more to the BMWs and the Bentleys and pretty much any other car but the Ferrari. In my own experience with the ACC, the Ferrari is just one of those all-round cars, not particularly spectacular anywhere, but is reliable and will do the job. But yeah, for Valentin Barrière, he's just trying to make the most of this poor situation. And it is a shame that the home race car isn't good at the home track. But hey, what can you do? Just press forward and try your absolute best. And it's still hammering for P13. And what a big grid it is today. And at the level of this competition, I wouldn't scour her 13th place at all.
Not on this grid, no way. It is a very competitive field. There's a little bit too deep there in the West Competition Racing Academy car again. Just trying to get past Prime E-Racing and Sven Hettich, the highest placed McLaren on the grid in 6th position at the moment, and that is the fight that we're looking at, 6th, 7th and 8th. Malinovsky is going to be closing in on this. Still has that 1 second gap back to Bastian Offerman's, so that one's fairly unchanged. And whilst that T3 Motorsports BMW M4 might be a little bit frustrated, at least they're still able to keep up with Malinovsky closing in on this train, which could be very important. But again, if anyone's keeping notes on the champ side of things, wanting to know how things really need to unfold, well, Malinovsky needs to be ahead. They cannot be behind. They must be ahead of the number 41 that is presently being driven by Mikhail Baikov. I know obviously we've got 5.5 hours left to go in this race, and it's maybe a bit too early to speak of the championship, but right now, he ain't getting it. I can tell you that for free.
And it's, well, for them it'll be a shame, because they've really come and had a resurgence to the top. They, of course, languished back, a little bit further down in race 1 and 2, but then for 3 and 4, back-to-back wins, coming into this race on a high. And, of course, you carry that morale, as I said, in qualifying into the next round, and they're going to want to make it 3 in a row to try and steal the championship. But at the moment, that's not how things are going to play out. But, again, anything can happen with how the conditions are. A little bit of chaos a little bit further up as Hettich tries to keep Kastau and Sadrov behind, and you can see the Ferrari moving out of the way for Malinovsky, goes round as well for good measure. So tries to let them through, and then on traction spins himself round. But Malinovsky, that was crucial to clear that traffic, and is now closing in on this massive pack of cars, and it's going to be very, very decisive if he can clear this pack of cars quickly.
Yeah, especially there might be a penalty looming over them as well. So there's plenty going on, at least in that battle. The weather, the track's supposed to be getting wetter and wetter by the weather. In the top right of your screen that you can see, the rain is supposed to get heavier at the moment, which again, is going to add to the drama. That's the triple three getting out of the way. Obviously, they have now joined the race, managing to get out of pit lane. So the triple three is finally among us, but obviously they will be a few laps down, being 12, and obviously they've not been out on circuit for the last 25 minutes. So whilst everyone else has been kind of getting into the rhythm as to what the circuit's like, they've not been really doing it. Apparently they have been out on the track. Right, so we're told that there's been the desync issue, which we were kind of hearing there might have been a bit of an issue on their side. They have actually been in the race. They've not been able to see anyone, so they've disconnected and reconnected to basically get themselves involved in the race. So they're only a couple of laps down, so I will correct myself. But I mean, to be fair, there are worse ways to start a race, but that's pretty up there as being quite bad.
Not ideal by any stretch of the imagination for them, and of course as they get lapped, it's just being overtaken. They have to oblige by the blue flag rules. They can't just fight the positions out for tooth and nail, because that would, one, just be stupid, and one, be an inconvenience for all those people around them. So again, getting overtaken, having to pull over, and constantly looking in their mirrors, worrying about everyone else with how big the grid is. Again, it's just letting people through and just knocking yourself out of rhythm constantly.
Yeah, it's not necessarily about jumping out of the way. You know, when the blue flag's shown, you don't have to essentially be like, oh, okay, no, after you. Obviously, at this point of the race, I certainly would be, because I'd be like, look, you lot are doing your own race, get on with it. Let me get up into rhythm once again. It's more so the blue flag is you're not allowed to fight the car that's behind. That's kind of the really important bit there. So if the car behind on the lead lap, if they're looking for a move, you're not allowed to defend from it. You're not allowed to kind of, once they're there, let them go, essentially, is as it goes. It's not quite as aggressive as you've got to jump out of the way, at least from memory. But it's one of those things that it's a bit more of an area that's up to race control to make a decision as to whether you're impeding one of the lead laps cars, or if you're just kind of getting on with your own thing and they're just getting on with their own thing.
Of course, just stay and stick to your line. Again, that's probably going to be the best thing, to stay predictable, and of course they're going to be quicker, so they'll find their way through eventually. But even then, being overtaken by a huge grid, it's not ideal, because you're still having to look in your mirrors, worrying about things because you don't want to be that guy. You know, you've rejoined the race a couple of laps down. You don't want to be that guy that causes a massive crash, especially with how close some championship battles are. So yeah, again, it's going to be that air of caution and knocking their way out, but still very, very close amongst a lot of people. And Ismail Avnovsky closing that gap. He's going to be hoping that this pack of cars in front of him start to battle just that little bit more, because of how much you can lose in the rain, especially at a circuit like Monza, which is so stop and start. Side by side for a good portion of the lap, you could lose a good couple of seconds, and that can really bring Malinovsky back into contention.
Well, Schwank has received a 15-second time penalty. Now, we've not had a note from race controllers to where that came from, but I can almost guarantee that was for spinning out the number 5, as we'll see the little look again. Still not going for it, the West Competition Racing Academy car. They're giving it a look all the time, but never really committing to sending one down the inside of Sven Hetic, who, at least from my eye, are closing up to the rear end of William Hendrickson, Roters as well. I think there has been an issue for the John Lacey Esports Academy car recently, because they were a good way ahead of Sven Hetic, to around about 3 seconds. Obviously, they're in 4th, and now they're in 5th, and now they're only 1.2 seconds clear of that chasing pack. So for the John Lacey Esports Academy junior team that's trying to get 3rd in the championship, big oversteer from the 322, making mistakes like that, well, this is going to be painful. Let's see what happened.
We'll take a little look down towards the Rettifilio chicane. You can see just going in a bit too deep, and then just deciding that I'm going to take this way around, because didn't really want to risk getting it wrong and then losing even more time. And yeah, again, it's that thing, car in front of you, you brake thinking that you're going to be able to make it. They brake just that little bit earlier, and then it's just, what do I do? It's that panic. Do I try and commit to it? Do I go to the inside to try and force a move just to try and get out of their way? But I think they did the right thing there in committing to the escape road.
I think something more has happened as well that we haven't seen, because Hendrickson was on the rear end. Remember, we've been on board with Hendrickson trying to attack Mikhail Bykov, who's in 3rd position. So I think something else has also happened earlier than that's dropped him back to 4th position behind Roters, who's now 3 seconds behind Mikhail Bykov in the number 41 Simrad.Pro by Vida. So there's clearly been a couple of things happening in the opening half hour between that podium battle. But either way, it's given Bykov a little bit of a cushion as we will be heading towards the first pit stops. The track surface has gone from damp to wet. I mean, it is pretty wet, so no one's really exactly shocked by that. The rain is scheduled to be getting heavier. This is going to get more and more difficult, as we can see West Competition Racing Academy trying to attack Prime E Racing once again, heading down towards the Rettifilio. The advantage is towards the McLaren at the moment. Oh, nearly pinched that BMW just a touch, and the 322 of Kirill Sadorov also might fancy his way into this once we get down towards the Rodger.
Hettich going to be maybe having to look backwards for Sadorov down and towards the Rodger. You can see that Bentley has got a massive drive off the Rettifilio, looking to the left-hand side, but the McLaren going to give him a squeeze. Can Sadorov get his move, get his nose to the inside? Not quite able to get that move on, and for Kastal there, crucial to then push on and try and get after Hendrickson in front. But yeah, Hettich, after leading that train for a good while, only takes one move, and then you're having to look backwards. And Malinovsky as well, because of this fighting, has closed on and could be on the back of Sadorov soon.
Yeah, and this is the whole thing of when conditions are changing like this, you've kind of got to make some gambles at the start of the race, and it's the whole thing, you know, Jenson Button said this in Formula One, which was be on the tyres for the conditions that you're in now. Don't try and predict the future, right? In that sense, obviously, we just have the wet tyres, so it's a bit easier on that. But it's more so in ACC, it's about tyre pressures. It's about getting them absolutely perfect. Obviously, you know, the wetter it is, sometimes you might want a slightly higher pressure to kind of keep them warm when that's when it is wetter. This is how Jean Lacey Esports Academy Junior lost that position. They went a little bit wide in the second. Lesmo opened the door for Vippen to come through, and it kind of makes sense why that is now over 3 seconds, that gap. Little beautiful bit of side by side between the two of them. So much respect, and we can say goodbye to Mikhail Baikov, who clears off in the 3rd position. My point now about the tyres is that if you've tried predicting the futures, or you know, whatever it is, that might actually work out on this, because the weather is getting wetter and wetter. So if you've overpressured them, they might come into you a little bit more as the stint's going on, particularly over this first stint over the next half hour.
It's one of those 0 or 0 things. You can see Sadorov looking to the outside of Hettich. What a move that is from the Bentley there over the McLaren. Get the drive off the corner as well, which is crucial, because it's so easy for Hettich to just say, you can come through, focus on the exit and try and make the way through. And Offerman as well on the back, I think, has been able to clear Malinovsky and putting some pressure onto Hettich on the run to the Rodger. But yeah, in terms of tyre pressures, it is always going to be 0 or 0. You've got to be on the right tyre at the right time. To the outside goes the BMW of Offerman. Hettich sees it coming and just stays, holds composure and keeps it going. But again, the more he fights, the more cars are going to be brought into contention, and he's just tumbling down.
Yeah, this is going to open the door for a little bit of a move around the outside for Bastian Offmans. He has cleared Malinovsky. Malinovsky not fighting that, coming down and towards the Rettifilio, so switching those positions back. Offmans is trying to go for it. A little bit of a squeeze once again from Sven Hettich as we head onto the back stretch, and that race down towards Ascari once again. Another poor exit, and this is the opportunity for T3 to come through, but look at Yaz Heat lurking in the background, waiting for the move, waiting for the opportunity, and this is going to be a little bit dicey. Don't make it 3 wide, Malinovsky, and that was held off by Sven Hettich by just saying, nope, not that one, thank you. Bastian Offmans has made the move. Malinovsky's trying to make it stick as well. Sven Hettich is trying to leave the room. He gets a big kick of oversteer as we ride on board with Malinovsky coming down towards the Parabolica. There is the position made up by Bastian Offmans, and now Malinovsky is looking for his opportunity. He gets to the outside as we head down towards the Parabolica. He's going to have to really send this in, though, in such tricky conditions. Deep on the brakes there from Sven Hettich. It might be the up and under from Malinovsky, or it might just have to be a move by the time we get down towards the Rettifilio.
Got to tuck into the slipstream and make sure you can get in front before you get under brakes. But yeah, already this fight for not only a couple of corners has allowed Offerman to grow that gap to 1.1 seconds. Malinovsky will not be liking this at all. Tries to find the gap to the inside. Hettich sees it coming and just gives him the squeeze, pushing him all the way to the right hand side. I think Malinovsky is convincingly alongside. Just got to be committed on the brakes. Bit of a twitch, though, squeeze, and the McLaren, that is very close. And well, Malinovsky has managed to seal the deal, and you can look now as King and Gianotti also closing the gap behind. And yeah, it's not looking good for Sven Hettich by any stretch of the imagination. But now Malinovsky is in front, needs to push forward and get back onto the back of that BMW.
And you can see, importantly so, Malinovsky has received a 5-second time penalty. Again, we've not had that confirmation from race control as to why it is, but I think, again, we can all take a guess that one will be for leaving the track and gaining an advantage on Bastian Offermans, despite them switching over the position. We do have confirmation, though, as to why the 79 received that 15-second time penalty. That one, of course, being in 17th position and being Schwanker. That one, obviously, coming from the spinning of Dara McCormack. Kind of expected that one to come, but I'm going to say a 5-second time penalty is for leaving the track and gaining an advantage and holding the position from Bastian Offman. So Yeah, that will be further issues because obviously they won't have to serve it immediately. It's not a stop and go, but they will when they return to the pit lane for a pit stop. They're going to be stationary for 5 seconds longer, which is going to, at this point in the race, is going to drop them back behind Sven Hettich, Darren King, Chinotti, Valentin Barriere, Horvath as well, and maybe even Christopher. That's costly. 5 seconds is costly.
And for what as well? Because Offerman's back in front of him anyway. Because it's just it was an unnecessary risk for Malinovsky, and it's not worked out for him at all. And he's still quite a way off that pack of cars in front of him. Only 1 second now, but yeah, from Offerman to Sadorov, it's 1.4 seconds as well. So Malinovsky still has a mammoth task on his hand, and with how close it is, as we see for the time penalty for the 82 for unsporting behaviour. So yeah, another new penalty. So again, it's to be expected. Monza, wet conditions, things are going to happen, but yeah, race control certainly have a busy time on their hands. But yeah, with how close the midfield is, how hard some people have been fighting positions, it's kept everyone nice and bunched up together, and that is going to be such a dormant for Malinovsky.
Yeah, you saw it there, being between the 82 and the 166, that one being Malinovsky and Offermans. It said unsporting behaviour. I do believe that is basically you've left the track and gained the advantage and sort of held the position. Like it was unsporting. I think that's what it's for, but I don't want to speak on behalf of race control. Maybe they've seen something else, but I believe that's where the 5 second time penalty there has come from, especially being that it was those two cars that we were keeping an eye on throughout the entirety of that battle. It does indeed make sense that is the case. Sven Hettich is able to keep up with Malinovsky for now, obviously dragging Darren King up to the rear end of the train as well, in the highest placed Aston Martin at the moment in 11th position in the GTWR Dolking Community Beast. I've got to say, do love the lights on the front of that car. Just I've always liked the LEDs on GT3s. They look a little bit ridiculous at times, but they've grown on me. I've settled. It's I felt like initially it was like my old man phase of like, no, this is where motorsport's going and I don't like it. Whereas now I'm just kind of like, they look pretty cool. I'll allow it.
GT3s are nice anyway. I think I like the nice little, especially I think the McLaren as well is amazing. That's not any British bias at all, as we see on the back of Sever on that run towards the Parabolica. You can see the McLaren to the right hand side. Well, you can't see it anymore because I'm going to go the long way around. Not quite going to be able to make it stick because in the wet, the long distance is never really going to work. You can't take the karting line on this occasion. It's about going to keep that P15. But yeah, GT3s I think are some of the most aesthetically pleasing cars on the planet.
I've got to say for Symphony of Pistons, now I'm normally a fan of green and stuff. Symphony of Pistons bringing along a bit of green to the season finale. I prefer their pink. they're normally bright pink, and I approve of that. But hey, it's green. It's something different. When you're racing on Italian soil, you got especially for a season finale, you got to do something a little bit different. As Chinotti's, I think there was a little bit of context, maybe even trying to bump draft coming through Curva Grande just a touch on the rear end of Darren King. And where does Matteo Cinotti go? Looks to the inside, is going to send it on the brakes, but is not fully there, so backs out, stays behind the Aston Martin for now, and does not gain the position. Did look like there was a little bit of bump drafting. I don't think that was intentional. I think that was more I'm going to try and go around the out. Oh, right, you're going there as well. And just kind of happening to be on the same part of the track. So thankfully, all is good for now, and they'll try and close back up to Sven Hettich.
Just biding their time, waiting for the perfect opportunity. That's all you really can do. But yeah, again, just got to wait and pick your moments right, especially in conditions like these. We'll always say you move offline even slightly and the car reacts in a completely different way, especially under braking. You've got to be so incredibly careful. And Chinotty on the back of Darren King. I think maybe at this point, because it's 11th and 12th, we're 40 minutes. We're not even 40 minutes into this 6-hour race. Why fight it so hard already when you can see a pack of cars in front of you for a couple of extra places? Hettich, Malinovsky, Offerman, just work together, especially at a track like Monza, especially if you can utilise the slipstream of each other and wait for the pack of cars in front of you to start battling. What does Chinotty gain? But I think he might actually be doing quite the opposite in that SBQ racing team BMW, and maybe it gets to a point when you're stuck behind where you just want to lead the charge really, as opposed to waiting behind. But yeah, well, maybe now I've actually been proved completely wrong because Darren King seems to want to stay in front.
Yeah, it's not easy. You got to play the long game. I know it's weird. It's an endurance race, but Cinotti is not going to play any sort of long game now. He's going to try and get around the outside. Darren King, he's squeezing though a little bit with King, just trying to keep that BMW there. Still alongside by the time we hit the second apex coming through the Rettifilio. It's opened the door for Valentin Barriere to get alongside in that Ferrari virtual drivers by DX3, and it'll be on the inside line all the way around. Lights flashing from Cinotti, not happy with that squeeze from Darren King. There is Valentin Barriere on the left-hand side in that bright green Ferrari, going to try and make it stick, but you said it earlier on in the race, the outside move coming down into the Rodgers, not really the ideal one, but Cinotti really let him get on with that one. I'm sure might be a little bit frustrated by what happened down in the first chicane.
Yeah, well, he wanted to make that move work as best he could, but just got caught up on that sausage curb on the inside, and that wasn't really where Cinotti wanted to be, because you just get hooked round and yeah, you lose too much speed. And on that run down towards the Rodger through Curva Grande, you need to keep that momentum up, keep that speed up as much as possible. So yeah, Darren King putting up a good defence, but yeah, not one that Cinotti is particularly happy about. But for Valentin Barriere, he's doing a fantastic job in that Ferrari up in P12, the highest running Ferrari as well. So certainly representing for their home race. We turn our attention back to William Hendrickson, who is on the back of Rotters, who of course we saw with Hendrickson a little bit earlier on, making a couple of mistakes. He's fallen back a little bit, but again, as I said earlier, brushed him off, pushed forward, and now he's already back onto the back for P4. And again, that's just what can happen if you just brush it off and then push forward with what you're doing.
It's a P4 that will go the way of this car anyway through the pit lane sequence, because Rotters has the 15-second time penalty. Again, to remind you, as we'll look at the battle between Valentin Barriere and Darren King, they'll be side by side in the start-finish straight again. That 15-second time penalty though for Rotters coming because of breaching driver licence penalty points from previous rounds, having basically got enough of them that you receive a penalty for the next round. Williams Esports leaving the pit lane in the background as Valentin Barriere is going to go around the outside of Darren King down in the first corner, a little bit too deep though, and this is the advantage towards the Aston. A little bit of a hit check though, and Valentin Barriere is going to gain 11th position. Cinotti also comes through on Darren King, and I wouldn't even rule out Horvath potentially making a move up towards the Rodger.
Darren King's defence is all coming undone now as he's under pressure from Horvath down in towards the Rodger, trying to look to the inside. Is the number 80 BMW not quite going to be able to work, as Darren King just parks the car perfectly on the inside and then drives on and carries forward. But again, not the ideal thing at all. And maybe for Cinotti, it was probably the right move to let Barriere through, because that allowed him to get through on Darren King, a task that he previously couldn't quite do, and allowing that Ferrari through, just following the gap that he had open and then pushing forward. And yeah, that's a clever move for Cinotti, and now he might actually be able to either move on Barriere. But yeah, Barriere with a sudden fling of pace, really. Maybe that Ferrari is just switching on at this stage.
Pulse Sim Sport in the probably the hardest car to miss on the entire grid, in that black, pink and yellow, directly ahead of the Leipart Esports car of Marcella Porius. This one for 22nd position of Van Meerveld, just trying to hang on. We know the Ferrari's not feeling particularly the fastest in all of this race. They've got Ballas Esports as well, and Luciano Wittfurt, who is also closing in and will be charging up. I don't think Wittfurt's had the greatest start to the race. We know the BMWs are pretty fast and straight line, so once we have him joining this battle, I don't think that Luciano Wittfurt's going to make really a long battle here. The Dutchman will probably get through pretty sharpish. Speaking of trying to get through and speaking of getting through pretty sharpish, William Hendrickson not doing that right now on Rotters, still not able to make a pass.
Putting some pressure on that is crucial, but again, he wants to get it done quickly, as you say, because Cascatau is not far at all off the back of this fight. So Hendrickson wants to clear off and try and get on, because it's not really his fight at all, as you say, as when it gets to the pit stop phase, that 15 seconds is going to be huge, and Hendrickson's going to be way in front to the right hand side in towards the Rodger, late under brake. It's going to be very, very difficult indeed, side by side. He makes it work though. What a move there from Hendrickson, makes it stick as well. It's so easy to go in deep and get it all sorts of wrong, but yeah, he's done that very, very well to perfection, and has got in front, got that car in between himself and Cascatau behind, and just has to use that pace and push forward as best he can and limit the counter-attack from Rotters.
Absolutely beautiful move there from William Hendrickson. That is textbook. Again, I've always said it takes two to tango. Rodgers gave the room, didn't try overstepping himself a little bit. So great stuff from the pair of them, who we have seen some great side by side between as well. I mean, remember we saw it on the replay, them going side by side through Ascari. Cascatel's going to try and open the door as well, sends it in a little bit too deep with a bit of a half-hearted move. We cut away as we keep our eye on Hendrickson. Has Rodgers been able to hang on? Yes, in that Whipperman racing car, but Cascatel, that was bold to look down that late. Again, it's that it's super risky, half-hearted moves. We've been seeing a couple of them today. Either send it and get alongside, or don't try and sort of should maybe that's where you're going to cause a crash. Do one or the other.
Yeah, do it or don't. Either be 100% confident or just back out and stay on the racing line, because again, as I said, you just don't do it if you're not 100% confident in yourself, because then that's when the mistakes start to creep in, the doubts, and then you've got all those things playing in your head, and then before you know it, you've made contact, and at least one of you has spun out, and that is not at all what you want. And especially into a corner like Ascari, you can't be doing that. Send it to the inside, hope that the car gets stopped, and if it doesn't, then just go straight on and bail out and accept you've made the mistake. But yeah, so risky, especially again in a high talent grid like this one, how close it really is. Wait for the high percentage chance moves. We're not even an hour into this 6-hour race. Why are you going for those 50-50, any less than really, any higher than any less than like a 75% success rate? Why go for that move? Why risk everything just for an extra place this early on?
Yeah, I say it is still a long race. That said, obviously you want to make up as much track position as you possibly can in the early stages and try and get on with it. You don't want to be wasting too much time in this race. Whilst it is 6 hours, whilst there is still plenty of time on the clock, 6 hours isn't exactly the longest endurance race known to mankind, but it certainly goes past in the blink of an eye. And so that's why a lot of the drivers kind of want to get on with it. So Victor Nicolai has been getting on with it, leading now by just under 8 seconds as we are approaching the first pit stops of this race. Now, for anyone who's just joining us for our season finale here and wanting to understand as to how pit stops and stuff work here in the Coach Dave 1000, there are driver stint limits. So each driver in a single stint can only go for 65 minutes. They can then do another stint straight afterwards. That's absolutely fine. But essentially, pit lane to pit lane, the longest stint you could do is 65 minutes on the dot. If you go over that, you'll get an automatic penalty in game. It's all handled within Assetto Corsa Competizione. Obviously, with it being GT3 racing, it's one of those typical things that is in real GT3 racing that kind of keeps things equal from manufacturer to manufacturer, and that is what we have here also. So basically, if you can kind of keep your tyres in the rhythm, maybe you want to do double stints on these tyres. Probably not for the first stint, but hey, these drivers are pretty good at looking after their tyres, so who knows?
Who knows? And it saves a lot of time in the long run if you can double stint them. And again, it's that payoff really. How much time are you going to lose in the pit lane bolting a fresh set of tyres on? How much are you going to lose by staying out on those degraded tyres as you get to sort of the 2 hour 10 mark on one set of tyres if you do double stint? So yeah, you've got to be careful, play it by ear, and make that compromise. And again, it's just what's going to be better off in the long run. But yeah, of course, these guys know a lot better than we do. They've got the experience, and they're going to see. They'll probably have the hours upon hours of preparation. They're going to know what they're doing. They're going to come into this race with a good idea. Of course, their ideal strategy is going to differ as the race progresses and things happen. Of course, track evolution. But with the amount of preparation some of these teams will do to run at the front of, right at the top of sim racing, you've got to come in with a good idea of what you're doing. Yeah,
which is certainly why we're not on the grid, because we definitely don't. They have started racing a little bit on Assetto Corsa Competizione. And I always used to think that, and this is kind of one of those things that getting the tyre pressures right, bang on, like absolutely within like 1 or 2 psi of fade. Everyone, I was like, yeah, that's rubbish. All the drivers are kind of they're talking rubbish. As long as you get them like roughly close, they surely be all right. No, you do need to get them pretty much bang on. Like there's no like and an R and over that. And you have to learn how to underdrive or overdrive a certain tyre, like just one tyre, to kind of bring that up into the operating window pressure and temperature wise. All of that is a solid no for my brain. It is very, very confusing, because you've got to understand the car, the setup, the tyre pressures. You've got to get all of that just right. And you as the driver, you're the one that kind of controls with what goes in to the next stint as well, whether it's your stint or whether you're handing off to a teammate or whatever. Basically, it's a lot to think about whilst you're trying to battle for position. But again, a lot of these drivers do this day in, day out, and they are quite used to wrestling it at the very limit whilst juggling around with, hang on, what tyre pressure am I on, what do I need, and where are we going in this race?
Absolutely, and again, it separates your average Joe from the likes of Victor Nicolai, who is right at the sharp end of esports. You've got to be able to balance and focus on everything at once. It's not just about going out there and driving a car around fast. You've got so many different things to think about, different track conditions, making sure you're not going on a certain curb, as we see all Cascatell going in a little bit too deep. This could open the door for Zadorov to find a way through, not quite able to, in towards the second Lesmo. But yeah, you've got so much to think about, and it can be so overwhelming if you're not wired up to it. As you see Zadorov now looking to the right hand side, that'll be the outside for Ascari. He's going to opt out of that one. Cascatell going to the inside. It should really keep that move done for him and keep that P6 nailed in. But yeah, as you can see, as Zadorov backs out. But again, it gets to a point as the track starts to evolve, of course, as the tyres start to degrade as well. It's getting wetter, those tyres are getting worse. It's just a double whammy, really. That those cars are going to be incredibly difficult to drive, and this could again be where those drivers that can adapt and just remain consistent and limit the mistakes are going to come right to the forefront.
But look, in this train, so we've got Zadorov, you've got Bash and Offermans. Wait, you've got a long gap back to Malanovsky. He's really struggling right now as this track's getting wetter. There is a large gap back to the Yaz Heat Porsche in 9th position, and not only that, there might be an extra position in it as well, because Sven Hetic, wow, absolutely charging. And also you've got Valentin Barriere coming into it, and anyone who watched the Coach Dave Super Sprint, particularly the first round of the Coach Dave Super Sprint, well, there was the Jardair community car. Of course, Yaroslav Honzik will be taking to the Yaz Heat machine that we're on board with now, but there was the Jardair community car, and who was behind that? Valentin Barriere was driving that, and it took a victory in the first round of that championship. Well, I don't think Barriere is going to be doing any favours towards Malanovsky if he gets up to that, because as much as their championship fight's tight, it's not Valentin Barriere's problem at the moment. He's driving for Virtual Drivers by TX3. He's driving for himself, and so if there is the opportunity to pass, they will pass. And for me, I kind of feel that's where it's going to be going for Malanovsky, because it just does not seem like there is the pace in this Porsche.
Doesn't seem that way one bit, and of course carrying the ball and chain that is that 5-second penalty isn't detrimental, but we'll see them drop a couple of places come the pit stop cycle. But yeah, you've got to drive for yourself. It doesn't matter what your past experience with the driver is at all. You're driving for yourself in this race. You're trying to maximise your team's points come the checkered flag, and you've just got to be able to do everything you can. Malanovsky taking a very unorthodox line down in towards Ascari, maybe trying to call those. Are his tyre temps getting a little bit too high? Is he overdriving the car a little bit and having to seek the wetter part of the track just to keep the car's tyre cool?
Potentially. Maybe they're trying to limit tyre wear. I am being, I don't know if it's, again, always got to take it with a pinch of salt. I know Yaz Heat do typically, they change drivers every single round. Every single stint. So every time they come into the pit, they're normally very good at switching on every single stop. I am kind of hearing that Malanovsky might be double stinting himself in this. That does not mean he's double stinting tyres, but that could be a potential answer as to why he's not exactly pushing these tyres to the very limit. And I've got to say, if you are double stinting tyres in this stint, I respect the bravery, because that is tremendous control to be able to kind of keep driving well within yourself whilst your championship rivals kind of running away, whilst everyone's been kind of maybe flying past a little bit. That's huge respect. And it kind of goes back to the whole thing of what I was saying before about, to be ready to win a championship, you kind of have to be ready to lose it. And what that means is being able to take big risks, which who knows what will be on the horizon for that. We'll have to wait and see. It's SBQ Racing and GTWR switch once again. Chinotti, a little bit of contact there with Darren King once more. They crossed the line with Chinotti ahead of Darren King, and they're going to continue on in that fashion, but only just.
Just Darren King once more getting his elbows out and trying to keep the BMW of Chinotti at bay. Unfortunately was unable to. Now we've got Sever and Ang behind closing in on this fight. That is putting up a mighty defence, but pretty much anyone that comes his way But yeah, it's certainly given us some fantastic action. But yeah, it is going to be crunch time, especially in the changing conditions. And of course, as you get to the pit stops, you've got to decide and you've got to commit as well. You can't just switch halfway through the race and hope. You've got to stick to your gut. You've got to stick to the strategy that you think is right. And if that risk doesn't pay off, then so be it. But you're going to lose a lot more time if you don't stick to it. And well, it might come to your way towards the end of the race. And again, it's that sometimes that thing, compromising the first sort of half of the race to then see the race come back at you in the second half. But again, it's just that mental game, that mental block of just taking it easy maybe for the first couple of stints, keeping those tyres in check, and then seeing everyone maybe pull away a little bit. That patience, just waiting for then your opportune moment to come.
Well, I would say we don't know where the weather's going to go over the next 5 hours and 6 minutes. It could keep wet for the entirety. The rain could get a little bit heavier. It could absolutely disappear, and we could be dealing with a dry track in 40 minutes to an hour. We don't know. We just do not know, and that's one of the joys of racing in mixed weather conditions. I am glad, though, that I am not battling on this circuit and battling for a championship. There is the move down the inside. That was a little bit too much from Chris Severt. Darren King's going to switch and cut over the chicane and will give the position back to Ginotti. But that was a full-on door bang from the Symphony of Pistons green machine that is sat directly behind. A little bit overdone there from Chris Severt.
Just a little bit, nothing much more than that. And now Ang's trying to eye up the move to the inside. That was a clumsy mistake to make going into the Rettifido chicane. Luckily, Darren King didn't really lose out much from it, rather than just being a little bit scared there, and did relinquish the position to Ginotti, and rightly so. But again, it's only for P13. Why are you sending moves that crucial down the inside so late? But yeah, again, we'll... mistakes can happen. Sometimes it's not intentional. Sometimes you just brake a little bit too late and try and avoid the car in front. But yeah, for Severt, it's a clumsy mistake to make. And now, as you sort of settle in, usually you'd expect those sort of mistakes to start right at the beginning of the stint. But now it's sort of everyone's wired in. You're not been driving for particularly too long. You shouldn't really be blaming fatigue. You should be wired into this stint at the moment. And yeah, those mistakes, of course, can creep in. But it just goes to show how tricky the conditions can be, and mistakes, even for the best, will happen.
Yeah, and I would say we'll have to see if we see any more mistakes. And like I say, I'm sure race control and our steward team behind the scenes will step in if any more of those issues kind of arise. As the race goes on, sometimes you get involved in the rhythm so much, you're not actively trying to make a move on the car ahead. This is kind of how it goes sometimes in race like this. You accept that they're kind of running similar pace to what you're running, going to let them do what they're doing, and you do what you're doing, and then before you know it, oh, hang on a second, you've overdone it a little bit too much just because you've not really been focusing, which I know sounds absolutely crazy, the idea of not really focusing when a race goes on, but when you get in that rhythm, it's just more second nature. You're just driving. Your brain kind of switches off. You start thinking about what you're going to have for dinner after this, and oh, actually, that's quite an irritating noise that's coming from next door. Wonder what, all that kind of stuff. It's like, yeah, right. You're not really focused on the race, but you're still driving, right? You're still kind of getting on with it because you're that in the rhythm with what's going on. That's kind of where the mistakes come from, because that's where you can become a little bit too complacent and not focusing even remotely enough.
Nope, and it is that complacency that can be a killer over the course of a race. You just have to stay switched on, and yeah, while it sometimes even comes down to the lighting in your room, especially if you're driving at night. I know you always say that you want to keep the lights off, or
on,
and on, always on, just to keep yourself awake, because you don't want to be caught out. There's Cascatao, I think, looking to the inside just a little bit in front, didn't quite work that move into Ascari, and well, Rodger stays in front, but a little bit of an oversteering moment might open the door for the number 3 to find a way through. It'll be the outside for the Parabolica, and we'll have to see how this one transpires. You can see Sadarov, no, oh my word, threading the needle through the middle, and yeah, I think Rodgers was just like, nah, not doing that one.
I respect that from Rodgers to be like, nope. No, obviously when there's always a 3 wide, someone kind of has to back out. You can try and make it stick, but it's always going to end in tears. Someone has to bite the bullet, and in that sense, Rodgers was like, yeah, I've got a 15-second time penalty. I'm not adding more to that. Thank you very much. Good day, sir. Obviously dropped straight back. Sadarov, interestingly though, is into the pit lane, so I'm not quite sure as to why. We are a little bit early, but 65 minutes is the stint limit. There is no reason why you can't pit at this time, and Sadarov bites the bullet early. So our first of our top runners comes into the pit lane after just 58 minutes of racing. We're looking for the battle for P6 right now, as Offermans has got through on Rodgers. Rodgers is going to try and come straight back through. I think it's going to drop straight back in to the slipstream behind. It's going to wait. Is going to look for a move coming down into the Rodger. He's going to try and set it down the inside, but once again, it backs out, and Bastian Offermans is able to hang on 6th position.
When you're carrying a 15-second penalty like Rotters is, you don't really want to be sending moves that will be do or die. And yeah, quite wisely just tucking in behind, because he's going to lose time anyway. You don't want to be adding to that, and by fighting you're going to lose a lot more time than just that 15 seconds when it comes to the pit lane sequence. So yeah, doing well just to let Offerman through, and now they can push forward against Kaskatau. Malinovsky up into P8, but still not been able to really get that Porsche switched on and pressing with the pace that he would have needed to really be in the mix, especially as Mikhail Baikov is doing just a really good job. Just very quiet race at the moment. Haven't heard much of them since the start of the race. Just got a bit of clear air, settled into their own thing, not really worrying about anyone else that's around them. And that's again, it can be dangerous because, as you say, you can switch off, start thinking about what you're going to have for tea after you're done driving. But again, sometimes it just makes things so much more easy as you can then just take a little bit more of an easy ride. Is he going to come into the pit lane? I thought he was after that tight line off the exit Parabolica, but no, just carrying on. And it's sometimes just so easy because he can run his own race, just be consistency, and just carry on, focus on what you're doing rather than what everyone else is.
Well, Hendriksen's come into the pit lane. Of course, it's not really a fuel limitation that's dragging them into the pit lane. It's just strategy. It's maybe they want to get onto some fresher tyres that are actually got the correct tyre pressures. Maybe you're double stinting tyres and you want to come in a little bit earlier so that the double stint is actually slightly shorter than trying to go for the full 65 minutes twice. For me, I'm always kind of one of the people that I want my strategy as open as possible. We've got Darren King into the pit lane. We've got Chris Evert also in, as well as in the background. You had Horvath in that GTR Masters car into the pit lane. There is your race leader at the moment, Victor Nicolai, by 9.5 seconds over Till Vornum. Well, those two have been separated, of course, in West Competition race that we're looking at here, and then the Race Anywhere Simsport car of Till Vornum at the moment is in second position. They've been miles away from everyone at the moment. Incredible speed at the moment in that BMW M4, looking so comfortable at the moment. Now, of course, the race can switch up at any moment, but it's not the pit lane here is not the easiest. I've said this time and time again. It's wide open, and your references, you don't have too many. And in conditions like this, which you might not have practiced too much, it is very, very easy to speed in the pit lane. And I will tell you, if you do speed in the pit lane, it is a very hefty penalty deal. I think it's a stop-go 30 straight away if you've been speeding in the pit lane, which hopefully, I know they're the very best, but hopefully they have that in the back of their mind to not try and take every single tenth of a second on pit lane entry, because I can tell you for sure right now, it ain't worth it.
The big risk and only for a small reward, because it's what do you gain? What, a couple of attempts, half a second, maybe even a second going into the pit lane. But if you get it even marginally wrong, it only takes a couple of kilometers an hour speeding into the pit lane, and bam, stop, go 30 seconds, and that could be the difference within winning a race and losing a race, or even the podium, top 5, whatever your position is. That is going to be very detrimental indeed. So maybe it is just go in slow, take it nice and easy, especially for the first pit stop while you're still trying to maybe practice it in race conditions and things like that. Just take it nice and easy, because there's no point. You're not going to gain enough for what you could potentially lose.
Well, Baikov is into the pit lane. So our championship leaders there, they were up in 3rd position before they came in. They have decided that now is the time, following on from their teammates. We've also said that Sadarov is still behind the wheel, so there has been no driver switch, and I believe that is going to be the same for Baikov once he comes off the jacks. Of course, you can still see that he is behind the wheel at the moment. That's because they switch as it comes off of the jacks. We change the tyres. Basically, whenever the pit stop is over, that's when the driver switch happens. There is Malinovsky closing back in. They are charging up to the rear end of Rotters, and there has been a driver switch in the number 41. So Mikhail Baikov has jumped out, and Yiga Ogorognikov jumps behind the wheel of the number 41. They're chasing down a title at the moment, and they'll have to do a lot of work to do that. But right now, it is advantage 41.
Absolutely, they have just been head and shoulders above their championship rivals of Yassi over the course of this race so far. But it's going to be crucial for Olga Rognikov to just settle into this race, get into a rhythm, and push on, because it's so difficult being thrown into a race. You know, you've just been put into the car. You've got to settle into some very, very tricky conditions that are always changing. It always comes down to consistency, getting into that rhythm, getting into the swing of things quickly. And if you can't warm up quickly, you're going to fall back really, really, really quickly. And of course, being slowed down, not entirely sure if they changed tyres or not during the pit stop sequence, but going slowly over the course of the pit lane for that long, you know, your tyres aren't going to be completely up to temperature as well. You've got to get things widing quickly, otherwise you could fall out and lose quite a lot.
I believe they did change tyres. I did think it was up on its jacks when we looked at Mikhail Bykov. So obviously switching those two over to Igor Rognikov. Harry Phillips has stayed behind the wheel of the 96 Wild Things Racing machine. So we are seeing a couple of switches driver-wise, which is to be expected. Kirill Sadarov is still behind the wheel, though, of the 322. And obviously for them, in a hefty bit of clean air, which is very, very important right now. Obviously, you want to be in clean air for as long as possible. Anyone who's not come into the pit lane now will be pitting on the end of the lap they're presently on, because obviously with there being 1 minute and 10 seconds left to go until we've completed 65 minutes of the race, that means we are very much approaching the end of the pit window. So we're about to see the order shifted back around to where it should be, and we'll probably most likely see the West Competition Racing car back out into the race lead. There is Victor Nikolai, who stayed behind the wheel. You can see the amount of people that were in the pit lane there, but they're looking so good. That first stint ticked off. They can breathe. First time into pit lane, done. Lead held. No mistakes so far.
It really is just a weight off your shoulders when you get that first pit stop done, and then you can just carry on, as Hendrickson has lost out quite a lot.
No, he's gone up to third.
Oh, he's gone up to P3. Well, he's gained a lot in the pit stop sequence, and that is how easily it can shift, how quickly it can shift in the pit stop. It's only, a swing of 2-3 laps, 5 minutes, depending on when you decide to come in, can so easily swing your way. And yeah, that is a huge jump of how close it has been. Of course, Hendrickson made a couple of mistakes a little bit earlier on, but he's really bounced back from them.
Yeah, I mean, again, very, very interesting. Maybe there's been something that they've done on strategy as well. Maybe they've taken a bit less fuel, expecting the rain to disappear. Obviously, I would not gamble on that. The weather that we have only is for 30 minutes into the future, so not an hour. So that'd be a hefty gamble. But either way, whatever they've done, they have managed to jump our championship leaders in Igor Rognikov. Malinovsky, after the 5-second penalty has been served, has dropped back to 10th position behind Sven Hetic. So they've dropped down a spot, but it's not too bad. 2.5 seconds behind Sven Hetic, but they are also behind Valentin Barriere, and you can see that having dropped those couple of spots, yeah, not ideal. Rodger has dropped down to 16th position after the 15-second time penalty they've got, and also SOP Esports, we did see a bit of contact with them, and Darren King down into the first corner, while they've received a 15-second time penalty in the 787 for contact between themselves and the 383. That one will be down into turn 1. So again, that one was pretty expected.
It's got to be, yeah. Well, when you make a mistake like that, as a driver, you just know, your heart sinks, and it's like, that's a penalty, and you just know, and you just have to push forward as best you possibly can. But yeah, you make the mistake and you know you've done wrong straight away, and it's just the most demoralising thing in the world. As we carry attention back, this fight for P30 at the moment, Darren King stays behind the wheel of the GTWR Aston Martin on the back of Savaline, and he's got Savert in that. Yeah, that McLaren. I mean, it's a nice looking car, but that green just isn't doing it for me. It's a hard colour to make work, in all fairness, but yeah, it doesn't cut it. And mixed with the white as well, it's just no.
I feel like it needs to either be more intense or less intense.
Yeah.
It's kind of in that middle ground of like, is it? But also that is not being helped, by the way, by the weather conditions. And straight down the inside of Darren King again. Be careful not to make the same mistake twice, Chris Savert, but it was certainly making it look like he was going to make a move going down towards the Retivilio. But yeah, the weather conditions, I will say, aren't exactly helping the brightness of cars. I'm sure it looks much nicer in the dry and sunny conditions, which I'll keep our fingers crossed that we see later on in this race. Obviously, they're being charged down by that BMW M4 in the background, that one being the Whipperman racing car that Rodger is behind, and we know how fast that car is, having spent the entire first stint up inside the top 10. So for them, if they want to make up for lost time, make up for that 15-second time penalty they had in the pit lane, they need to swiftly make some moves through this field. But we do have 4 different cars in this battle.
There's a lot going on, but again, it's still early doors in this race. For a wet race as well, it stayed really tightly compact, really close. Usually you see the large skill gaps start to creep in and a big gap start to form. Of course, that is the case for Nikolai, who's absolutely run away up in front. But for the majority of the pack, they've stayed very, very close. So for Rodgers, after that 15-second penalty, has taken the brunt. As a little bit wide goes the Audio Savaline in there. That could open the door for Darren King to find the way through the long way round of the Parabolica. He's got the run. Surely Savaline is going to back out of this one. It's going to be a sort of a half-eyed move to the inside, still side by side. Darren King, though, the long way around, turns in early, says thank you very much, takes the apex and up into 13th place. But yeah, again, just press on while everything's really close, and you can see already trying to make moves on Christopher there. While everyone's close, while everyone's still bunched up, that is the best time to pick your way back through the pack and make up for lost time.
Yeah, it's why you kind of, sometimes having a penalty early is not necessarily the worst, because everyone is still bunched up. You either want it kind of early or quite. Well, you don't really want one quite late, but if you do get like a 5-second time break on the final pit stop where you only drop back just time rather than necessarily sometimes you don't drop back positions, but still they're trying to bounce their way back up after an early penalty. Is Rotter's behind, still not able to get past Christopher though, so I was going to wonder if actually potentially that M4 might have actually been able to get past Jonas Suvalainen as well. The R8 is not exactly the fastest in a straight line, but alas, still not been able to pass the McLaren 720 that belongs to Christopher. And finally, by the time we get down into the Rodger, the position does switch, and Whipperman Racing do move their way up into 15th position, but that took a lot of effort.
He really had to work for us. It didn't make it easy for him one bit. We've seen how argy-bargy that McLaren can be. Will really fight the position all the way down to the dying moments, and has to tuck in behind, and Rodgers now needs to press forward on the likes of Savaline and Darren King in front. And it certainly does have the pace. He's got the pace up inside the top 5, so it shouldn't be too big of an issue for him to close up onto the back. But again, not ideal at all to be carrying that 15-second penalty. But now the good thing is, as you said, it's early, it's gone, it's done. You can focus on the rest of the race and press forward and do what you do what you do best, press forward and do what you can with the rest of the race. Rodgers is going to do as best he can. This is the move now. This is our Ogoroknikov on the inside of Hendrickson, is going to get that move done. Of course, Hendrickson made some gains in the pit stop phase, but now Ogoroknikov is going to try and fight this one back, and does so convincingly ahead. Very sketchily though, brings it back to the left-hand side, the racing line, and Hendrickson, that could have ended in disaster very easily.
Very easily indeed, but I've got to say for Ogoroknikov, I was expecting Hendrickson to have got ahead and then have charged up into the distance. Clearly it might have experimented with something, like I said, maybe not taking tyres or something to get ahead of the number 41 SimGrid Pro by Vides machine. But whatever they've done, it's not worked out, because Ogoroknikov has come straight back through, back up into a very important 3rd position. Again, the reminder, I know obviously we've said it before a few times on this broadcast, we'll try and keep you updated as much as we can when it comes to the championship battle between SimGrid Pro by Vides and Yaz Heat. There is 8 points between them, but it is an 8-point lead for SimGrid Pro by Vides, so as long as they are ahead, they've won the championship. Malinovsky and the Yaz Heat team, they need to not only catch up to SimGrid Pro by Vides, but also get past and potentially even make up a couple of spots in comparison to give themselves an 8-point gap, or really a 9. Well, no, it'd have to be 8, because on countback it would go back to Yaz Heat after their double victory over the previous couple of rounds. But realistically right now, if you took part in that vote, by the way, one of the 160 people that did take a vote, well, only 35% of you would be correct if we finish the race right now. A lot of you feeling the championship is going to go the way of Yaz Heat. Well, at the moment, if we stop things, this team will be our champions. And like I say, it's just consistency that's been doing it for them. We'll pump the brakes on it though, because as much as it's been consistent for the last 25 hours of this championship, the next 4 hours and 48 minutes could be the most testing.
It started qualifying really with how the SimGrid Pro by Vides managed to just qualify really well up into P3. A late charge there from the qualifying driver, just to be able to put that car up get it good, because it was Yas Heat that had the advantage for pretty much the majority of qualifying, but out of nowhere the 41 managed to put in a good result, and since then has been able to press forward. And yeah, Malinovsky wasn't able to make the inroads at the start that they potentially would have wanted to close up onto the 41, and that's really just given them the breathing space to press on. They're the ones now with everything to lose. They've just got to do their thing, consistency, get to the end, stay in front, because even if Yassi get in front, the biggest difference in points is between first and second, which is the A point. So if they were to finish 1 and 2, then yeah, fair enough, Yassi would take the win. But anywhere else, really, it's going to be difficult for Yassi to get the points needed, even to win on countback.
Well, I mean, I will say, in the previous round of the season back in Silverstone, it was very much the other way around in qualifying and that charge that was required, because it was Yas Heat that had the pole. They were the ones that started further up. And in 12th position, at least on that day, it was the number 41 that started down the order. Now, they worked their way up the order as best they could. They didn't really get the greatest result from the event at SimGrid at Pro Vidas. They got second, which was, a position down on the greatest result that you can get. But still, point being, they kind of did really well to work their way up from 12th to second. Yas Heat need a very similar drive, if not, to be honest, a lot better today to snatch it. But again, we've got 4 3/4 hours to deal with that topic, and I'm sure we'll be crossing over it multiple times until the end of the race. You can see there where Malinovsky was on the rear end of Sven Hettich and Valentin Barrier. We're riding on board with the WPS racing car of Nicholas Anker, who's trying to get past the SPQ racing car that Chinotty was also driving through the first stint, and now trying to find their way past on the 201.
Trying to eye out that move and find the gap. That's all you really can do, is to put the pressure on in the wet, because of how sketchy it is. Just find the gap, wait for it to open, and then fill it and find the way through. With Anke, carry on, and we'll have the momentum in this car to carry on with the stint. Is adapted and acclimatized to the conditions, as opposed to the 201 in front, down and towards the Rettifilo chicane. Of course, doing a fantastic job, just lap by lap, to be able to keep those cars in check in such sketchy conditions into one of the heaviest braking zones on the circuit. It's so dangerous. Of course, all it takes is one bump, just a little bit of aquaplaning, and you are just a passenger in that car. It's going to be a race-long battle in these wet conditions to keep that car on the road.
Yeah, and Giacomelli at the moment doing plenty to keep Anke at bay, and obviously 2.2 seconds behind you'll find Darren King. Rotas has got past Jonas Sutherland and up into 14th position as we look up the order back towards Sadarov, who's on the rear end of Cascatau at the moment. And that T3 Motorsports car of Augustat is also closing in bit by bit, a fair way ahead of Valentin Barrier, so we might well see this battle grow just a touch. But Sadarov is trying to apply the pressure in all of the right ways on one of the West Competition racing cars, that one being the Academy, taking a little bit too much curb with a pair of them though on the exit of Ascari as we head down towards Parabolica. This might just about be enough coming down into the Rettifilo, into the first chicane, for Sadarov to try and make a move. The straight line speed's decent, but I've got to say, from all of what we've seen so far through the running of the Coach Dave 1000 here at Monza, the straight line speed of those BMWs seems plenty at the moment to keep whoever it is at bay. I don't know what the straight line speed number is, but I've got to say, it does seem as though the BMW might actually be the fastest, isn't it?
Certainly would seem that way, and yeah, that's always going to be crucial in race conditions, just to keep people at bay, because there's not really much anyone can do during the corners. This could be a crucial move though for Malinovsky on the back of Sven Hettich. That McLaren to the right hand side is going to be hard fought from Hettich, who is no stranger to heading a train. Malinovsky needs to get ahead and press on, and yeah, Sven Hettich just says off you go mate, and Malinovsky up inside the top 9. But yeah, again, just got to press on, wait for the moves to open up, and be careful with it. And yeah, Malinovsky, a crucial move for him to make, but still a big gap up to front. You know, it's only 1.5 seconds up to Valentin Barrier, but that's difficult for Malinovsky to close. Of course, he needs to close, then catch, then get past, and then close the gap back to Augustat. It's a mammoth task for this Yassi car to win the championship.
Yeah, and you got to say as well, I mean, the big gap up towards Augustat, well, that's obviously the T3 Motorsports car that was being driven by Bastian Offermans, where this car cut over the first chicane at the Rettifilo, and then by doing so got a 5-second time penalty for making that. Well, I mean, I know the gap's larger than 5 seconds, but still, that 5 second time. It might be one of those things where you look back and think, oh, we had to waste this time trying to get past Sven Hedge. We had to waste this time trying to get past Valentin Barriere. We lost 5 seconds, which we then had to work our way back up to it using our tyres in this way and in that way, i.e. it's going to be quite a few excuses. Although I've got to say, if they do get past Valentin Barriere, when you start looking at the gaps to the next cars, once they got up to the rear end of Augustat, who's in 7th, it's only 2 and a bit seconds up towards Sadarov, only a couple of tenths toward Cascatel, it's only a second and a half up to William Hendrickson, it's only a second and a half again up towards Yegorov Rognikov and their champion rival. So the gaps there are much, much, much more manageable because we're in the early stage of the race. If you wait too much longer and just think, look, 9th place, isn't that too far behind? We've got plenty of time to do it. In no time, we'll be halfway through the race and those gaps will be 2x, 3 times as large potentially, and then it suddenly is too big of a mountain to climb.
Yeah, and while they're close, maximise the early stages of this race, which is exactly what Malinovsky should have done at the race start. Press his way forward and get into the mix early on. That's not quite how things have panned out, as we see Giacomelli on the back of Anka, who has actually managed to make the move stick up into 11th place. The BMW going to look the long way around. Giacomelli not able to get it done in towards the Rettifield chicane, tries to go for the over and under, and will now have the better drive through Curva Grande and down towards the Rodger. That BMW is lethal in a straight line, but has the Audi got the measure of him down in towards the Rodger? He's got to just stay ahead, maybe even park it on the inside just to secure that place. You can see Giacomelli looking to the now the left hand side, given the inside should be a done deal, not quite brave enough on the brakes, and yeah, he decided to just back out there, and it does seem like that the Audi in front of him, Ivanka, has got the measure of him, so no point fighting it.
Yeah, and like I say, it's something that in sim racing we don't necessarily see too much of, where a move's done or it is near or makes no difference, kind of sorted, done, or whether you're looking down the inside or whatever, and sometimes you kind of think, no, actually, no, I will go for it. And in sim racing, we tend to see that a lot more, that mentality of I'm actually just going to go for it. You need to sometimes think, actually, this move's definitely not on. Like I say, if a move's actually finished, sometimes just go, right, okay, it's finished, and I'm not going to waste any more time with it, because if I do, that's where you increase the risks. That's where you run off into a gravel trap where you lose a position where, hey, that train behind with 2 extra cars in it, you're going to lose both of those as well. So, fair enough, and respect there. Nicholas Anka, 11th position, Giacomelli down out to 12th. Darren King and Rutters also really, really hammering. I'm surprised Rutters hasn't been able to get past Darren King in his BMW M4, because again, we've seen the pace out of that Whipperman racing car. It's just maybe picking off one at a time is fine. When you're in a train, they're getting the slipstream from the car ahead. Who's getting the slipstream from the car ahead? Suddenly that move becomes much, much, much more difficult.
It is, and that's why you have to wait for the moves in front to start to come into fruition, because that's then when you can see the open gap, and you can see Giacomelli in the BMW just trying to really spot his breaking point, not interested in going for the move, but they all Constantine are up, and yeah, Rotters on the back of Darren King just needs to find the gap, find a way through somehow, and pick them off one by one to try and recover from that 15 seconds. But you can see Giacomelli got a pretty bad run off the exit of turn 2 at the final part of the Rettifield chicane, and now the Aston Martin is all over the rear end of that BMW. Of course, that BMW straight line speed should be the blessing for Giacomelli, but squeezing him onto the grass. Darren King keeping his foot in, if in doubt, flat out, but unfortunately for him, not able to make that move stick, and decided really to back out of that one, because if he kept his foot in, yes, he would have been on the inside and would have maybe been able to keep it stick, but he would have been on such a tight line. He has to keep Reuters at bay now, who looks to the outside of the first of the 2 Lesmos, unable to find those open gaps is Reuters, and those are the opportunities that I'm talking about. Those are the ones that he needs to capitalise on, but on this occasion he's not been able to, and his progress is still being halted.
Yeah, especially when you run wide. Again, you're running onto that extremely slippy AstroTurf, the grass even, some of the green, the painted concrete, which I can tell you from having done a little bit of wet driving on ACC, that grey concrete is lethal. It's painted, it's slippery, it's nasty, it provides absolutely no grip, and it is like touching ice. If you touch that in the wrong way, you're gone. See ya. And so you've got to be careful of that. And like I say, when running wide on quite a few of the corners, which you would do in the dry around here, sometimes you've got to be a little bit more careful and very knowledgeable to where all the bumps are, to where all the green concrete is, to where all the AstroTurfs. everything. You've got to know where everything is. All these circuits are laser scanned and stuff. And there is a bit of a moment there from Cascatell, who skips over the chicane. Hendrickson's also in here, and that Bentley, or that is the one of Sadarov that's in 6th position as we head back to Horvath and Jonas Savalainen battling over 15th position. And the BMW of GTR Masters endurance team might well make a move and complete it in the braking zone down towards the first corner at the Rettifilio. But what has happened there in the battle for 4th?
Absolutely no clue. We'll have to see what happened, and you can see now it's still going on as Sadarov looks to the inside of Hendrickson to the first of the two Lesmos, goes the long way around, though goes the row racing BMW, keeps it stuck, and Sadarov giving him a wide berth on the outside, but gets the drive off the corner in towards the second Lesmo and gets himself up into that 5th place. And Cascatell really was the catalyst for that move of Sadarov, but yeah, that was a strange one. Because of those two fighting, Cascatell has been able to recover from whatever happened to them in front, and they've been able to get a bit of a breathing margin. But now Sadarov, he's seen this golden opportunity just handed to him on a silver platter. Now he wants to make the most of it and get after Cascatell for 4th.
Yeah, which might be a decent margin now after they've kind of all been tripping up over each other, but it's certainly not done. About 1.1 seconds now up to that car ahead. But like I say, when you have tough battles like that, clearly a lot more has been going on there. I think that kind of doesn't really need any more penning on. We cut back to them at T1. There was obviously a lot going on, so yeah, fair enough on that one. Savalainen still has to deal with Horvath and Sever, who has that 15-second time penalty, of course, for making contact with the Dolkin community car down in the first corner a bit earlier on in that first stint. Obviously, race control dealing with it after, as they were coming in for their pit stops and whatever, giving the 15-second time penalty after they'd been through the pit lane, just because of when it was being investigated. It was quite late in the stint, so it kind of makes sense. Race control had quite a lot to look at over the opening hour and a half of this race. Horvath still going to try and find a way through on Jonas Savalainen. Has tried a little bit to try and make that move on the Finn, but the opportunity's not been there to make a clean pass. And whilst I'd normally say the Audi R8's not actually that fast in a straight line, at least from what we've seen so far of running at Monza, it's plenty fast enough at the moment. There's the SPQ racing car. That one's Giacomelli, who's gone for a spin down at the first corner, gets into reverse to spin it up over the grass, does a bit of a J-turn to get back going again. But yeah, I don't think, well, we certainly didn't expect to see it. Thankfully, they could all see it from miles away, because obviously you've got a clear line of sight of what's going on in the chicane as you're racing down into it.
Well, that is a clumsy mistake. Whatever happened to Giacomelli down in towards the Rettifilio, and well, easily done. Did the right thing of just sitting there waiting for everyone to clear off. But yeah, that could be, and that's another car off as well. I'm not entirely sure who that is. That's one of the Ferraris. That could be the 333 maybe. But again, we'll have to wait and see and get confirmation on who that is. But again, it's just again going from bad to worse for that 333, isn't it? They started the race on the back foot with those desync issues, and now a little while later taking a spin. It's easy to do, heavy traction zones, things like that in the wet weather. But yeah, it's so heartbreaking when it does happen.
I think it's less the traction, because obviously big GT3s and stuff, you've all got traction control galore to kind of get you to hang on, to keep control of your right foot, so you don't have to. It's more so the braking, trying to get the car slowed down enough and the rear end letting go whilst you're turning. Now, is this going to come from the Dolkin community car? So we've got Giacomelli here, who's at the head of shot. You've got Whitman racing directly behind. As we head down into the chicane, it is just going to be the Dolkin community car getting to the inside, a little bit of a tap and spinning that SPQ racing car around. Now, considering the Dolkin community car received a hit from Chris Sever earlier on in the race, I can only say they'll probably receive a very similar penalty.
Yeah, you have to expect so. This is Horvath on the back of Savalainen. Are they going to be able to find their way through on this occasion down in towards the Rettifilio chicane? They can see Rodger's just ahead of them. But yeah, Horvath still sitting station, can't find the way through at the moment. But yeah, we've seen quite a few of those silly incidents, pretty similar incidents as well, into the likes of the heavy braking zones like the Rettifilio. It's just clumsy, and straight away you just know it's going to be a slam dunk, 15-second penalty that, again, we saw with Rodgers can be such a huge detriment, because even though they've got some good pace in that car, can't do much with it once they're stuck in traffic.
Exactly. It is what it is. Like we said, this circuit, whilst it is not the hardest circuit to pass at, it's not the easiest either. And so, it does cause its fair few issues. This is back with the SPQ racing car coming towards the Parabolica. Have they had more issues on this lap? Giacomelli, of course, behind the wheel in the 201, and you can see I think a little bit of frustration. Obviously, after the spin might have overheated the tyres also. That certainly will overheat the tyres. And for Giacomelli, who was running in a decent spot in 12th spot, yet certainly not any more. Another spin to be thrown the way, as the virtual marshals will continue to throw the green flag as we get back racing. But a bit of a moment there once again for Giacomelli, who's dropped now to 21st.
Knocked out of rhythm from that initial contact that sent them spinning round, and then again it's just that negative feedback loop. It happens, maybe the tyres are a little bit hotter, the grip's not there as much, and then that can just lead into more spins, which leads into more spins, which is unfortunate. As you can see, Hendrickson going a little bit dodgy there onto the grass there as Augustat looks to the right hand side, to the inside of turn 1, gets that BMW to the inside, brakes late. Does he get it stopped though? No, he doesn't. You can see Hendrickson's going to try and come back at him. Augustat just about keeps it on the circuit though, plants it on the inside apex of turn 2, and can then carry off and up into 6th place.
Yeah, gotta say, baffled to see what Hendrickson had done. Maybe that was the tactic, to try and get Augustat out of the rhythm by driving onto the grass weirdly. Unfortunately, it is the wrong platform to be doing that and gaining an advantage from it. So alas, Hendrickson down now to 7th position. Augustat up into 6th, and the T3 Motorsports car marches its way back forward. Hendrickson, clearly the gamble that they've taken in the John Lacey Esports Academy Junior car has maybe been not. Again, sometimes you've got to give it a go, but it's not worked. That's for sure.
Sometimes it's a hero zero moment, and well, you want to come out as the hero, but again, risks can be taken, and sometimes they pay off, sometimes they don't. It's that risk versus reward, that compromise that you have to weigh up in your head. But unfortunately for the John Lacey Esports Academy Junior car, not quite working on this occasion. Still a long way to go though, still a lot of time for them to recover from it, and their pace isn't like ridiculously bad. They're still holding strong in P7, and they're sticking with Augustat for a decent portion of this lap. It's not like they're drastically put away by like a second a lap, but yeah, certainly not ideal. But yeah, weird what happened to Hendrickson, as you say. It's just whatever happened. But yeah, Augustat doing everything right there. It was close, really. It was borderline keeping it on the circuit there. So he did a good job to keep that BMW under control.
I think clearly was looking at something else, like whether it's looking at trying to sort out the tyres, or maybe seeing something on the other screen, trying to keep up to date with what's happening in the football, anything like that. On another screen, you look over that, and suddenly you're driving onto the grass. It's probably more though that respect, by the way, to anyone who can do a race whilst keeping up to date with the football. That is a pretty impressive skill. Alas, I do not have it. This is Darren King, 12th position, still keeping Rotors at bay, moving up one at a time, just potentially a little bit slower than is expected. And also, whilst we're speaking of moving at one at a time, Malinovsky 1.1 seconds off of the rear end of Valentin Barriere, so is closing in on that battle. And also Kaskatau is closing up to the rear end of Igor Rognikov. So battle between our championship rivals. Well, they're going to battle with everyone else first before we see them potentially racing a little bit later on in this. But yeah, one's making progress, one's dropping back just a little bit.
Yeah, it's quite contrasting stories between our two championship rivals. We'll see how it progresses over the next 4.5 hours, because yeah, we're only a quarter of the way through this race. Still a long way left to go. A lot of things to play out with the conditions, with different drivers to come in, and yeah, anything that can happen. It's motorsport after all. There's a lot of different variables that can come into play. You're putting a lot of trust into everyone else that you are on the circuit with, not to smack into you. And while it would be very unfortunate for our championship leaders, it can still happen, but we cut our attention back to Kaskatau, who's got Sadorov for company, still trying to make most use of that opportunity that came after Kaskatau's small mistake a little bit earlier on, and has kept them honest in that Bentley, pushing on and putting some pressure onto that BMW. Can he find a way through though? Because he's certainly going to want to. It's an extra place. He's going to be loving that.
Now I kind of wonder what happens with Sadorov. If Sadorov gets through on Kaskatau, does he then go and pass Ogorognikov? Now your teammate is trying to battle for the championship, etc., etc. But this is a 4.5 hour race. Do you really want to have a 4.5 hour race where the absolute best you're going to get is 4th, when maybe there's something else on the horizon? The 322 is also trying to grab 3rd in the championship as well. They would be doing it, by the way, with their current position. The 322 would be moving into 3rd in the championship, of course, which is presently being held by Williams Esports. So it would be a great season from SimGrid, the Pro by Vides. But as much as they've got to back their teammates in the championship and all that, yeah, I would even if it was me, right? Even if I was in the champion leading car, I would never expect my teammates to just sit behind for 4.5 hours. No way, because that just seems that to me is like that's a bit unfair.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the 322 could get a podium and the 41 could get the championship. I mean, it's 2 successes and you want to share that success between teammates. And if one's quicker than the other, yeah, what's the point? You know, what is the Ogrodnikov going to gain from Assetto sitting behind? Not really much. You would have to argue there's, you know, not much leeway in that. They're going to finish, as it stands, ahead of Malinovsky anyway. So what's one extra place falling down to give their teammate a little bit of a shine in the spotlight?
Yeah, indeed. Well, Rutter's still not able to get past King at the moment, so the second Lesmo is ticked off. This is where you start building up that speed up towards Ascari. You can see the drive off from that Aston Martin is more than enough to keep the M4 at bay, but nail that the Ascari chicane and the move could potentially be on going into the Parabolica. And I say Rotors just needs to do it, but when you're kind of behind someone else, you miss sight a little bit. You've also got a lot of spray hitting the windscreen. You got spray kind of blocking your vision a little bit. You've got an entire car halting your view just a touch. It can be a little bit more difficult, but you can see there the M4 did get a better drive. The Whitman racing car that we're on board with now through Ascari. The opportunity's not there though. Parabolica is a bit too much of a medium speed corner to really send it in, but it does seem though as the mid speed corner of the M4 is a lot better and the straight line speed might be it. This could be it down towards the Rettifilio.
Certainly good, going to use that advantage to full effect. Darren King doesn't really know where to put the car. Rotters doesn't really know where to put his either. Eventually opts to the right hand side. It will give him the inside for turn 1. Just has to do the job on the brakes, and that BMW you can see pulling alongside that drag race down. Brave on the brakes, down the inside, off he goes, and that is Rotters up into 12th place. And not too hard for really from Darren King, and now he can push forward to Ung in front. 2 seconds, needs to use the pace that he's got in hand. Now he's got a bit of clear air just to push forward and still trying to recover from that 15 seconds. It's going to be a race-long recovery, I feel.
Well, here's the 82 at the moment. Now, whilst they are closing in bit by bit, they've dropped actually a little bit back off the rear end of Valentin Barriere. That's fair enough. That is what it is. They are closing in to those ahead. Malinovsky's last lap was a 55.1. Valentin Barriere did a 54.7. Now, what I was going to say is actually closing into those cars ahead. That is actually not the case because those ahead are going much faster as we're on board with Sadarov at the moment on the rear end of Cascatel. So still no move happening here. The 2 Simrad Pro cars either side of the West Competition Racing Academy machine that is in 4th at the moment. The 3 of those separated by just over a second. That battle could get spicy.
Yeah, well, we hope it will do because we like a bit of action. We have been treated to a lot of action. We're still, you know, early stages really, but usually with endurance racing it does spread out quite a bit when it gets to this stage, especially if it is wet weather, because as I said a little bit earlier on, how the skill gap can open up. And well, this is an interesting camera angle on board with Sadarov on his pursuit for Cascatel for 4th place, and of course Ogrodnikov in P3, and that is the battle that we're looking forward to a little bit later on, hopefully. But yeah, it's mind-boggling really how close it stayed amongst everyone, despite everything that would be potentially against them to keep them nice and spread out. So yeah, we're being treated to a lot of action today.
Zach Sweeney coming along to the Coach Dave 1000, instantly throwing broadcast director Mike Yao straight under the bus with interesting camera angle there. Whew, brutal, fired. Sadarov though, this is the opportunity for him to make the move. We were riding on board a little bit earlier on to try and find his way past on Cascatel, and that opportunity is not there yet. Very close though, and like I say, when the West Competition Racing Academy car defends, it's going to pull them off the rear end of Igor Rognikov. It's going to allow a Gustat to close back in also. So it kind of got to weigh it up. Sometimes you've got to let a car pass to get past both of them, you know. But when there's teammates either side of you, what do you do? We've got 2 Simware.Pro by VDES machines, 1 ahead, 1 behind, 1 battling for the championship, 1 battling for 3rd in the championship, and all you want is a podium. This is the move from Sadarov. Still backs out.
trying to pile on the pressure and maybe force the mistake from Cascatao. As I said, you don't want to send a move to the inside if it's not going to pay off well. So sometimes just sit behind, put the pressure on, and force a mistake and force their hand, and then that can really make your job a lot easier. But Sadorov, he's got time. He knows he's got pace in that car. He knows Ogorodnikov isn't far ahead in the form of his teammate, and of course, as teammates, you would expect them not to fight too hard if Sadorov does get on to the back of them. But again, we'll have to see how that one pans out, if it does pan out. But he knows he's got time. He can sit here. He's not really fighting for P2 or P1 at this stage in the race. He's aiming for that P3. He's not really got much from behind. He can take his time with this one and play the patient game.
Yeah, and sometimes the race will come, the battle will come to you, the race will come to you. You don't need to really force it. But alas, sometimes you just got to give it a go. You'll see here that car popping into the mirror. There it is. Whoa, that was much closer than I was expecting. My goodness me. Sadorov on the cutback trying to find the way through. He'll get to the outside on the run through Curva Grande, but the opportunity should go the way of Cascatao. Wow, it's like a horror movie with that car on the rear end. Into the rear end though. That is far too naughty. Cascatao having to catch the car, and Sadorov will not get through now, but he drove straight into the rear end of the M4.
Objects in your mirror may be closer than they appear, and well, Sadorov was all over the rear end of Cascatao going through Curva Grande, now going to eye up the move in towards the first of the two Lesmos. That should be a very easy affair for the 3-2-2 up into fourth place. And yeah, that is scary. The BMW is not exactly a skinny car. That Bentley is a bit of a chonk, and to see that in your rearview mirror when you're going that quickly, that slight tap, the rear end goes light, your steering wheel at home will go a little bit shaky. That is very, very scary indeed for Cascatao. He's going to breathe a massive sigh of relief that he managed to keep that car out of the wall.
Yeah, you can see that Cascatao, who has been fast enough to fight back, by the way, so I will guarantee that as much as Sadorov's got through, I think that Cascatao is going to be there lingering for a few more laps. So this battle is certainly not done, and I think he might well be a little bit more irritated after receiving a little bit of a bump to assist for that move. I don't think that's anything that needs to be viewed by race control. It's a little bit dicey between the two, fair enough, but for me that is that's two drivers that are racing quite hard. Of course, they still might well look into it just to be like, that was a bit too over the line, but they all survived. It's fine. It's just a little bit too dicey for what they'd want. A 15.8 second lead from Victor Nikolai, by the way, over Caracas, who's got second position. Then we get Igor Ogorodnikov, and what will be this battle, because I do think that Sadorov and Cascatao are going to be closing in on Ogorodnikov fairly quickly.
You would expect so, because yeah, for Ogorodnikov in that 41, you don't want to be risking it so much. You don't want to be driving the absolute beans out of that car, because what do you gain from it? Absolutely nothing. And of course, he can give up a couple of places this early on in this race to preserve that championship. So hopefully we do get a bit of a fight. But yeah, Cascatao might be interested in giving a bit of an argy-bargy back to Sadorov next time that they come into blows. But you can see Horvath still on the back of Savert. He's got Harry Phillips behind him as well. This battle for 15th, which really is a battle between Harry Phillips and Horvath because of Savert's 15-second penalty. But still stuck behind, and yeah, it can be. We've seen a lot of overtakes, but it really can be a challenge if you don't get it right. Yeah,
and we know we're approaching the pit stop window once again, because this car that we're on board with, Sadorov, remember they pitted before everyone else. They pitted with 58 minutes into the race. They were a few minutes before. They pitted, it might have been earlier than that, if memory serves. I can find out without just trying to get it. It's 57 minutes and 31 seconds was the first stint from Sadorov. Present one we're on obviously being 41 minutes then, roughly. Now what that means is that they'll be pitting within the next sort of really under 20 minutes. If they're going to copy and paste what they've done for the first stint, then it is certainly under 20 minutes. They'll be pitting in the next sort of 15-16 minutes before the hour mark once again. But basically, they will be the one that triggers the next pit lane sequence. They will be the first ones in, basically causing everyone else to come straight back into pit lane once again.
Yeah, it's flown by, hasn't it? It's it comes down quickly, but it's not long at all. 65-minute cap stints. It certainly does fly by, but it'll be interesting because it's not that big of a pit window between sort of 58 minutes to 65 minutes, but yeah, it can certainly have a massive effect as it sort of tumbles down into the race. And you can see there Savert getting it a little bit slower, coming off the exit of Parabolica, and Horvath getting a little bit caught by surprise by that McLaren, is still going to be able to get the better run in that BMW with the straight line speed. You can see Savert defensive to the right hand side. Hasselhoff got the move done to the left hand side. He's going to have to really send it, but again, Savert manages to stay in front. But again, pit lane is going to be crucial, because if Horvath can stay out maybe a lap later, just get some clear air, he's clearly the quicker car, could give him the overcut going into the next stint.
Yeah, and it's kind of, it's interesting to see when we have like 3-car battles and whatever. It almost seems whoever the leader is, it's less so about slipstream and stuff. It's more so about drive off from the previous corner. But whoever the leader is seems to be the faster in a straight line, because they're getting the clear drive off the corner. They're not being impeded visually. They're not being having to rely on a little bit of guesswork to get them through, as we ride back on board with Maciej Malinowski. 1 second up to Valentin Barriere. We'll go through the last couple lap times. It was a 54.2 on the previous lap, which was about 4 tenths faster than everyone ahead, with the exception of the top 2. They were faster than. That, though, will not assist this lap time, going a little bit too deep on the exit of Ascari. That's going to cost them a couple of tenths. You can even see that Valentin Barriere has actually been able to pull out a couple of tenths before we even got round to the start-finish line, so it'll probably be close to losing about 3 or 4 tenths over this lap to that Ferrari directly ahead. When it comes to battling for the championship, once again, it's slipping a little bit through the fingers of Maciej Malinowski, but again, it's not the car ahead they're worried about. They're about 12 seconds behind Igor Rognikov. That's the gap that we need to worry about. It's about 12 seconds up to the number 41. That's where we'll be focusing for the next 4 hours and 15 minutes, I can assure you.
Malinowski needs to close that gap. It doesn't sound like much really from an outside perspective, but when you look, that he's got 5 cars in between him and Ogorokov, as well as that 12 seconds. He's got to really push on and get on with it still with the early stages, while everyone's still relatively nice and compact. But again, still a long way to go, still a lot of things can happen. All it really takes, 12 seconds, isn't much at all. A couple of spins, couple of mistakes from the 41, and already then the Malinowski is onto the back of them.
Hey, even just one spin, really.
Yeah.
It's coming into the pit lane slightly too fast. Anything like that, there's so many opportunities for a mistake in conditions like this that you don't know where it'll come. I'll throw it back to the Coach Dave Super Sprint, and I know that any of the many number 41 fans that are out there will probably hate me for bringing this up, but anyone who joined us for the Coach Dave Super Sprint will remember the penultimate round of the season, which was at Imola. It wasn't in wet conditions or anything like that, but we were talking of going into the final round with the championship being wide open, etc, etc, etc. One of the drivers, one of the teams, was similar to Pro Vides. It was Igor Rognikov, who was behind the wheel, was then around Darren King, and in 1.5 laps made contact with enough people and stuff, and basically received 3 penalties, which gave them a substantial penalty for the race they were in, for starters, and then also gave them a penalty for the final round, because obviously it's the same license limit that we have here, i.e. If you breach, I think it's 3 points on your license, you will receive a 15-second time penalty, then you receive like a drive-through or a stop-and-go for the next round. That's how the license system is kind of trying to discourage some of the racing, by it builds up the more penalties you have, to basically mean if you have 1 or 2, it's like fair enough, but if you're constantly under the eye of race control, then you're going to get a harsher penalty. And basically what happened was, in 1.5 laps, Igor Rognikov basically removed himself entirely from championship contention in 1.5 laps. My point being is that in this scenario now, I'm sure they've learned their lesson. In this scenario, that can very, very much happen, especially as it's not as if they're alone. Sadarov has been able to get through into 3rd position now in that 322, and there is the chasing pack of Cuscato and Augustat as well.
Very easily go wrong, and the pendulum can swing one way and then very quickly swing the other. So hopefully that history doesn't repeat itself for the 41. And yeah, it's such a burden, such a pressure to be driving with as well. So Rognikov is doing a fantastic job of driving with that. But again, even though right now it's only a couple more places, Malinowski is still 12 seconds back, we can afford to lose these couple of places. In hindsight, it's not actually that much, and these couple of places now could prove dividends a little bit later on. So it's just, what do do you do at which point in the race? And Cascatao does look to be the quicker of the two cars. Same too with Augusta, just in the background of Shaw. So yeah, it's crunch time now for that 41 to be able to just set the tone for the rest of the race.
Yeah, no success ballast or anything like that in the championship. This is equal to all those higher up in the championship. So clearly, maybe just gone out a little bit too early. Tried something that's now backfiring just a little bit. Again, pressures can be wrong by 0.1, 0.2, 0.3 psi, which is very, very easy because it's all a bit of guesswork at this point. And it can open it up, and then we've had a bit of an incident, and this is going to be a big one straight aside of the 322 as well. A costly mistake from Cascatao and into the side of Igor Grognikov whilst they were trying to get past lap markers. And we said it can switch in a second, and it certainly has, as Sadarov will return to the racetrack. Wow, how quick did that happen?
I think that is the best situation that Grognikov could have hoped for in that situation, because lucky in an unlucky situation that could have been so much worse. But that is not ideal at all. A heart in the mouth moment for the 41, who that is time that they do not want to be losing at all, and will be music to the ears of Malinovsky, who will now try and press forward. But that's how easy it can be. While yes, they got lucky in that particular situation, that all it took was just a tap on the barrier, a little bit of a harder tap with another driver to be spun round, to not point the right way afterwards, and they could right be in the clutches of Malinovsky. So yeah, they're going to be counting the lucky stars.
Yeah, I mean, I have been. We've just been told by our broadcast director that is the commentator's curse at its finest. Nope. Anyone who's heard my commentary will know that I don't believe in the commentator's curse. I only believe in bad driving, which all bad luck, I guess. But in that scenario, yeah, again, would need to see it on replay. I'm not sure if Grognikov moved or if it was just the West Competition racing car of Cascatao that was kind of moving back over into the side. Either way, a very costly incident. Big shame, though, for Sadarov, who probably wouldn't have known any of the incident apart from maybe the odd bit of a scream from Igor Grognikov, which I don't think they're even in the same channel, so I don't even think that would have been audible. A big shame, and could well be a big advantage to this car of Maciej Malinovsky. The 322 does come into the pit lane with a broken car. They'll be able to repair it, so don't worry about that. They're certainly not out of the race, but they have been dealt a hefty blow.
Which is a shame, because of the pace that Sadarov has shown towards the latter stages of that sit. Will just crawl their way back to the pit lane, repair that damage, and be off with it. But yeah, you look back, those seconds that Grognikov lost now could be the difference in 4 hours and 11 minutes time. So we'll have to wait and see. But you can always look back in hindsight and think, yeah, I lost a couple of seconds here, lost a couple of seconds there. But you can't be doing that. You just have to press forward, do exactly what you can now. In August, they're on the back of Cascatao now for P4. Grognikov, after that spin, has actually come off slightly better in terms of the fight for the podium, and is able to just hang on for it for the time being. But
here we go.
Yeah, just what happened? You can see Cascatao closing in on that Bentley, the 41. Did he just get it all sorts of wrong late on the brakes, and then just look to the right hand side, trying to lap the traffic and screwed in the brakes? It was the smallest of things, then bang, straight into the side of him. Ugh, that is
see, I maybe a slightly controversial opinion is that I'm not sure how much wrong really Cascatao actually did. Grognikov, I don't think did anything wrong. He was just driving. And the thing was, like you say, it was the most minor, the tiniest of touches that I think they both maybe it looked a little bit there, both might have come a little bit together, a little bit of the contact model on ACC as well. And then obviously you're going down in there at high speed, you're on the brakes, so the weight has moved over the front of the car, not the rear. And so it even takes just the slightest tap in very, very slippery conditions, enough to send the car around. It's rough, really rough luck, as Cascatao will come into the pit lane to have his damage repaired. I don't know, it's tricky. We'll see again. This is on board, we're looking down on Grognikov, and obviously we'll say that all the race control and stuff will be able to look. Now keep your eye on the distance between the 41 and the white line. That'll be the really tricky hit, the point here, because that's the grounding factor. He does move slightly. It's very minor. It is very, very minor, but Grognikov does move. That's why I say I think they came together a bit.
but that is literally all it takes. It's the finest of margins that can have the biggest of consequences, and yeah, it's so easily done. As you can see, Hendrickson now trying to launch the counter attack on Barriere in towards the Rodger, not quite able to for the John Lacey Esports Academy BMW, as the Ferrari moves himself up into P5 and seals the deal. But again, it's the smallest thing. It literally wasn't even that much, but it was enough to catch him off guard, catch Cascicao off guard, and then just bang, he couldn't react to it in time. Slight tap, around they both went. And when you're traveling at that high speed, the car is at its most vulnerable, really, going fast under brakes. That is just not the place you want to have a crash at all.
Yeah, indeed. Well, whilst we have had a fair share of drama, I'll be taking a break in a few moments' time, but also we should really take this time to introduce Cameron Rodger back onto the broadcast. Of course, you joined us at Silverstone, where there was a fair amount of drama. You join us here, where there is also a fair amount of drama. I mean, it's been absolutely crazy, Cam.
It certainly has, and obviously being the final race of the season, this is just what we want to have an amazing end to the season, and the rain is obviously spicing it up even more, but it's just been ups and downs, topsy-turvy and all over the place, and we've still got 4 hours of this, so I'm looking forward to it.
Yep, the graphic is not wrong. Zach will also be talking you through the next couple of hours alongside Cam. We'll just allow him to have a bit of a breather over what has been a pretty crazy start to a very, very wet race. Temperatures increasing, wet is staying at the moment, and Cam, it's when conditions. I mean, we've all driven in the wet a little bit. I know, obviously, you've less so on ACC. We've all driven the wet elsewhere in sim racing and stuff. These are the conditions that invite drama, that invite mistakes, like what we have just seen between Cascicao and our championship leaders of Igor Rognikov, along with the 322 as well.
Yeah, the limit that you can push is just reduced so much. You have to be that little bit more gentle on the brakes, that little bit more gentle on your steering inputs, and everything just, you're not able to push on the car as much. So if you're able to find the balance and find the sort of the limit of the grip of the car where it is at that moment in time, then that is obviously where you're going to be the fastest. And those drivers who can, get on top of that quickly and not sort of overthinking, get too nervous about the conditions, they're the ones who are really going to be doing well. Nikolai leading the way by many seconds now, 17.5 at the last split. He's really been doing such a good job and being on top of his BMW.
An unbelievable level of control at the moment. We'll see the blue flags being waved, so one of the Audi R8s has to jump out of the way as we're focused on the battle for 6th position. William Hendrickson, who's taken that gamble over this stint. We think potentially might be double stinting tyres or something in that vein. Had a shorter stint and is now under pressure a lot from Maciej Malinowski. He's going to look to the outside coming down towards the Parabolica, and this one should be a fairly simple move from the Asheat car, but obviously trying to make it stick around the outside is not necessarily the most ideal position. Got to be heavy on the brakes and got to make a smooth move here. Hendrickson, though, is going to fight him off a little bit as we'll welcome back in Zach Sweeney. Zach Sweeney and Cam Rodger will take you through the next couple of hours. I'll step aside, and this racing is going to be crazy. Don't go anywhere.
Absolutely, this is going to be an amazing few hours. Myself, Cameron Rodger and Zach Sweeney taking you through this middle portion of the race with 4 hours and 5 minutes to go. With Malinowski there now into 6th place, with Hendrickson in the pit lane. And Malinowski's been doing fairly well, just picking off a few places here and there, but a bit lower down than that car would have expected. Zach, and of course, it's going to be a tough task for them to get this championship, but with 4 hours to go, they can still do it.
It certainly can. They've showed some good promise, and just unfortunately hasn't gone entirely their way. Didn't quite manage to capitalise off the start as much as possible, but it's been a slow climb towards the top, and it's a climb they're going to need to have to finish and get done by the time they reach the checker flag if they want to continue that momentum and seal the championship for that Yassi car. But again, they're not that far off now. The gap has certainly shrunk between the 82 and the 41, but even when they get past, they need to open up enough of a points difference to at least 8. They can win on count back with how many wins they've got versus the 41, but yeah, it's going to be a tough ask for them to, especially with how clear Nikolai and Karakas are 1 and 2.
Absolutely, and that incident with Sadorov actually helped them because obviously basically just gave them a position as well in terms of Yazheat, that is, the 82 being gifted that position. And I just did a quick bit of maths on Sadorov because they've obviously pitted early. That last stint for them was 49 minutes long. And with the way it works with maximum
stint lengths from now to the end of the race. They are safe to still do 4 more stints to the end within the driver time, with the stint time. So that it is safe. It hasn't been early enough in that stint where it's going to be issues for them. So obviously they've had the damage, repair time and things like that they're going to have to come back from, and they're going to be a little bit out of sequence with other people, but they can still get to the end just with the time loss from the repairs.
It's going to be fine margins maybe towards the end, and that is the thing that races, it's not as, you know, plain sailing as it might seem in terms of just driving around on a circuit, bringing it home after 6 hours. No, you've got a lot of different things to be thinking about. The pit strategy is one of them, as Valentin Verrier gets it all sorts of wrong in towards the Rettifilo chicane. But yeah, again, it's just thinking about what you can do in the pit lane, getting it right, because it can be the difference. You know, if you get it even marginally wrong when you take tyres at certain points, when you know, just stints when you put certain drivers in, it can have a massive difference that just snowballs all the way to the end of the race.
Absolutely, we're getting a bit of a battle here for 23rd, 24th place up towards Ascari. We've got Sebastian Handler here on the outside in the 420 car in the Audi, all the way around the outside now, being gifted a lot of room there. The 14 car though, Balance Esports able to hold on to that position through Ascari, as we are just seeing the car number 3 getting a 5-second time penalty as well, currently 22nd place, a little bit further up the road from that battle we just saw on the screen. So quite a few cars actually getting a few time penalties here and there, and they certainly add up over the course of the race.
It's going to be damage limitation for a lot of drivers just to minimise how many penalties that you get over the course. Of course, naturally, things will happen. You know, it's inevitable. You'll make a bit of contact. You'll, you know, exceed track limits. Whatever, things are going to happen. But it's how much you can limit that damage, and, you know, just try and drive safe, drive carefully, because that 15 seconds, as it's proven for Rodgers over his time in the car. It's you know, you drop back a little bit, you think, oh, it's Monza, I can use the slipstream, I can use the BMW, whatever, just to claw my way back to the front. But it's not that easy at all, and that 15 seconds can be a huge burden. That's only one penalty. That's forgetting, you know, if you make another bit of contact a little bit later on.
Absolutely, and I think you were mentioning this earlier, you and Lewis, that even, you know, a 5-second penalty is not much, but with just how close some of these battles are, you could be dropping 1, 2, 3 positions, and then coming back past those cars will cost you even more time effectively. So it's not just the 5 seconds that you're being penalised, it's the maybe extra 5-10 seconds that you're losing on top of that. So these things always do add up, and something that is adding up is Nikolai's lead here at the front. It was 17.5, as I mentioned a few laps ago. It's now up to almost 19 seconds for West Competition Racing as well, number 33. So really enjoying his run there at the front of the grid, and has been in that car since the start of the race. So I wonder if we might see a driver swap, although he's clearly dialed in at the moment.
Yeah, he's dialed in. He's been completely dominant since the start of this race, has Nikolai. He's done a phenomenal job out in front, and just it started at the start of the race. As you can see, Cosford getting it a little bit wrong. Sebastian Handler tries to find a way through in that Audi, of course, as Zelenko also maybe gets involved in. Yeah, it's just that gaggle of cars that can be very scary indeed. Handler trying to finesse his way around the outside. It will be a parabolica. You've got to be careful. It's certainly an art. You've got to finesse your way through. That lets the BMW go in deep. Is he going to go for the over and under? Not quite. And is unable really to make much of an inroad. But yeah, for our 2 race leaders, first and second, they've done a fantastic job. We haven't seen much of them, and while yes, we want to see an exciting race fight for the race lead, for them this is pretty much plain sailing, easiest race they could have really asked for, because yeah, while it's a little bit boring, you wouldn't really want it any other way.
Sometimes you do want a boring race, let's be honest, if especially if you're in a decent position. Yeah, but you know, even if you're in sort of 5th place and you know you're just sort of cruising around to get nice position, it's always good. Having these fights is cool, but you you don't want to continue. As we're seeing here, 15-second time penalty now for the 383 for causing a collision as well. So that is, I don't know if that is exactly correct, because the car in the incident was slightly different. But anyway, one driver there getting another 15-second time penalty. So the list really is racking the way up for these drivers as we're getting this battle now. I think this is turning into about a 3-4-way battle now, as the 420 has the BMW all over the back of them as well. There's actually that's the lap car getting past them. So it's actually the Audi then behind them. So this is a 3-way battle, but they are a lap down and having to get traffic out of their way, which obviously splits it up.
It does. Traffic can give and traffic can take very, very easily, and it's how well you can handle it. And well, for Sebastian Handler, he just moved out of the way and managed to maintain position, but he has lost a little bit of ground to the car in front. But yeah, again, you just have to stick to your line, keep doing what you're doing, and try and be predictable. He's going to use that. Oh my word! Sebastian Handler try to look for the gap to the inside, tries to follow the car on the lead lap through, and then tried to back out of it. Car was having absolutely none of that. You cannot expect the car to dart left and then dart right without snapping back on you. And yeah, well, that is a very easy trip to take across the gravel trap of Ascari.
And he's actually come out of that one pretty okay from the speed that you generally enter in that corner and just the way that the runoff is. But of course, that has completely taken himself out of that battle for 23rd place that he was in, 24th place that he was in. And Janko there in the 990 Audi is going to be having a nice position there now up into 24th place. I think that'll be 23rd actually, I should say, as we're seeing Sadorov here in the pit lane. And 3 laps down now. Is that still in the pit lane? It might still be actually in the pit lane from that incident. So I was saying earlier about they could potentially come back from the damage repairs, but if they're that long, 3 laps is very difficult to do just on driving on the track.
Yeah, it's a tough ask, which is a shame because it was an incident they really had no part in whatsoever. They were just taking their line through T1 and then bang, Gascatal comes out of nowhere, smacks him offline, and then it's completely tarnished their race, completely ruined their race and their chance of a podium, which is such a shame because Sadorov was driving so well, absolutely amazingly over the course of the first part of the race to get themselves into that position. But yeah, it's just how quickly the pendulum can swing. And well, I guess for the team as a whole, it'd be better to be the 322 than the 41, but it's still not good at all.
It's certainly not, although I'm just checking Sadorov's driver times. He's come in again. So he made the pit stop the lap after, or lap that the crash happened, and then I can't quite exactly see, but a very short stint later he then came back in, so that's the second time. So he's obviously having a few issues here and there, and obviously trying to fix those, but that is such a shame for that car. They were looking so good. They were on for a podium today with how things were working out. And that would have been a great way to finish the season for that car in particular. But unfortunately, that is also going to put them out of a chance of top 3 potentially in the championship, depending on where they finish in relation to Williams.
And of course, Ogoroknikov has lost a crucial teammate in that fight for the championship, and he's now pretty much all by himself against Malinovsky. If that battle does start to creep in, he's lost the sort of a bit of security when the championship battle comes to play. Because yeah, it's you as a team you can try and isolate different drivers, put the pressure on, and try and bait them into mistakes, or just try and use the other car as just a mobile chicane for the other car to try and get through. Now he's not got that at all. So if there is going to be a championship fight 1v1 between the 41 and the 82, it's going to be a 1v1, straight 1v1 between the two cars. So yeah, that could certainly have also some championship implications, despite it being a car that hasn't really got any part. And this is what happened. We're getting told that the 322 lost at Ascari and then decided to just return to garage. So we'll see. Under brakes, goes in a bit too deep, taps the car in front, and already you could see that was an instant waiting to happen.
Yeah, that's not the way the Sadorov and his team saw this race going, and that's, as you say, just another incident to add to the list. 322 still in the pit lane as well. There you can see on the track map as we're getting a couple of cars here, Sever and Phillips, both coming into the pit lane on this lap with 3 hours and 55 minutes to go in the race. And of course, with the way that the stint times work, maximum of each individual stint being 65 minutes. That, of course, means that effectively you can have one shorter stint, or maybe spread that shorter stint over a couple of the ones throughout the race as well. And we saw, especially in Silverstone a few weeks ago, that choosing to do that shorter stint at the correct time is going to be very important. So I wonder if anyone is going to do that. But it looks like for most of the cars out there, they're still going past the hour, at least in this second stint for now.
And it is always interesting when we get to these pit stop phases how diverse the strategy can be, and it's only a couple of minutes swing. It's not, you would think, to be much of a gain or loss depending on what you do, but it certainly can add up as the race progresses. So those that can get it right will get it really right, and those that get it wrong will probably get it really wrong. And it's just hitting the nail on the head and making sure you're the one that's gaining time from it. And again, it might just be a risk to take tyres at different points, to come in a little bit earlier, whatever. but again, it can definitely cast a shadow over your race if you do get it slightly wrong. But you do have to just commit to what you're doing, trust your gut, and push forward. We are having a look at the 55 BMW of Caracas at the moment. The top two, we haven't really seen much of them at all. They've just really just been quiet, driving their own thing, doing their own thing since the start. Of course, that 55 had a bit of pressure from Baikov at the start of the race, but since then hasn't looked back at all. I think he's doing a good job. Look at Victor Nikolai up in front, 21.5 seconds clear. What a phenomenal job that is from the 33.
Yeah, amazing. And that's not, that's 21 seconds just from second place. So the gaps, obviously, to, 4th, 5th, 6th, etc., have also increased so much as well. He's just had so much more speed, even across the, the fast guys who are really going for this. As we get another incident there, cars 3 and 41 on lap 56 was actually a racing incident, and we're actually on lap. We've done 65 laps of this race. So that was about 10 laps ago now. That incident was for those guys. But yeah, you're right. That number 33 just pulling away, having so much speed, and is very, fast out the front.
Absolutely. Well, it's sort of died down just a little bit at this stage, of course, while the pit stops find their way out, and we might see a bit more of some close action. This is Baikov, I think, has gotten back into that SimWare.Pro by Vida's 41 car and has gotten back in and is going to try and lead the charge. Coming out back in 11th place, actually, is now. And we can see what they do for the charge. And again, it is just getting into the car, settling in, trying to get into a rhythm, especially in conditions like these, because again, if you're not switched on straight away, so easy for things to go wrong. Because for that 41, we were talking a bit earlier about how Malinovsky isn't on track really that far behind. Of course, there's a few cars in between them, but on track, not much at all. So you look back in 3 hours time, you think, I could have switched myself on here and saved us a couple of seconds.
Yeah, absolutely. As Malinovsky now coming into the pit lane. All of these drivers coming in at the moment, I believe, have done around 33 lap stints. They can't do a 34th lap because of the driver time for most of these guys, even if they had the fuel to do so, looking at it. So it looks like 33 laps is the maximum, at least in these wet conditions, because of course in the dry conditions the lap times are quicker, and therefore over the course of an hour you're going to do maybe 1, 2, 3 laps more, just because the lap times are quicker. But at least in these wet conditions, it looks like 33 laps is roughly the way to go for these drivers. So no one trying anything too different just yet, at least in the top sort of 4-5 area in these first couple of hours of the race.
Not seeing anything particularly too out of the ordinary, as we see Jaroslav Honzik getting into that Yassi Porsche is we saw a fantastic first sort of third of the race from the race starter, and just managed to press on really from trying their best to capitalise off the start. Couldn't quite do that, and then just tried to settle into the rhythm, fell back, fell forward. It has been a race of two stories for them, whether it be fortune or misfortune for that Yassi car, and they're trying to use the momentum from those last two races to push forward and seize this championship title. But it's proven to be a much bigger mountain to climb for them. So still a long time, not even halfway through this race yet. Still a lot can happen, but it seems still to be in the hands of the 41, but that is going to be the story for the majority of this race. Still a lot of questions to be answered. Yeah,
it looks like they're doing a different driver sort of schedule. So Baikov and Ogoroknikov have swapped every stint so far, whereas Malinovsky's done 2 and now has given it to Honzik. And what we saw in Silverstone a few weeks ago as well was that Honzik, when he did get in, which I think was either the 4th or 5th hour in the race on that day, he only did 1 stint and then they swapped again. So we'll have to see how that one works out. And of course they can change drivers every stint, they can double stint, etc. It is quite open in that regard, but doing it at the right time and making sure you have a driver who's comfortable in the car doing the speed that they need to do is what is most important. So if you've got a driver who you plan to do a double stint but then they're looking a little bit slower, then you're going to have to swap them out, get someone faster in there and try and not lose that much time. So there's actually a lot for teams to sort out as they go through the race.
It's not an easy ordeal at all. And of course, if you have got a driver that's not really acclimatised into the conditions very well and they're set for a double stint, that slowness is going to be exaggerated over the course of that entire maximum 2 hour 10-minute stint. So yeah, you have to be on it. You have to be very, very careful with who you put in and when, and then play it by ear. Of course, teams will do their strategies and play it and think, okay, we can do this, this and this is going to be our plan. But then you get into race day, everything's flowing, things are changing so quickly, you know, damage here and there, contact, early pit stops, whatever it might be, and then you have to think on the fly, and that's where the more experienced teams can really come to the front.
Indeed, as Van der Velde here is getting a bit of a run up towards the Ascari chicane. I think it's Lanier on the outside there, although that's going to be a fairly nice and easy move down the inside of the number 80 machine. So Williams, and remember this car, the number 5 Williams Esport, is, if I'm not mistaken, third in the championship. Yes, they are, and only 2 points ahead of that 322 car that is still in the pit lane, if I'm not mistaken, with Sadorov now 7 laps down. So for them in that championship battle for third place, that's looking good for them, although they do need to watch out for the 128 Jean Lacey Junior car as well. But this car, they did pretty well in the first 2 races. They got a second and a first place, started the season strong. Since then, they've had a DNF, a P16, and now looking at P21. It's not been the second half of the season that Williams would have wanted, you know, especially considering the talent that's in that car as well.
Absolutely, they were looked to be on dominant form for round 1 and 2, but all it takes is one round of misfortune and you carry that with you for the rest of the season, and that DNF in round 3 could have been the burden that really cost them, and from there it's just downhill and it's hard to recover from it, and unfortunately for the Williams Esports cars, they haven't been able to do so, and yeah, it's a shame. But in a 5-round championship, you can't afford one bad round, let alone, you know, the last 2, round 3 and 4, and now even round 5. You can't afford anything, because less rounds means less points on offer, and each round of course is a higher total percentage of the total championship points, so you have to be on it week in week out, and that's where consistency is going to play dividends. Because yeah, while Yassi have got one extra race win from over the 41 Simware.pro by Vides, they've been consistent 1st, 3rd, 5th and 2nd that have put them at the top, whereas Yassi 5th and 10th despite those other 2 race wins. So consistency does pay off in championships like these,
especially when it's 5 races. We see this a lot of times now. A lot of series do this in the world of, you know, sim racing and esports. The championships are condensed down to well under 10 race seasons now. There's generally sort of 5, 6, 7, maybe 8 races in a season for most of these series, and that means every single race you've got to be on it. You don't have the opportunity to have a bad race and come back for it. As we jump to this battle for 15th and 16th place, we've got Henneberg and Fiala here getting the slipstream down towards turn number 1 for GTWR Racing, and the Aston Martin getting the slipstream going to the inside is the defending car of Henneberg in the front, but it looks like there's not going to be any sort of dives down the inside. The 383 is going to sit back for now,
biding the time in that GTWR Aston Martin on the back of Henneberg. And of course there's plenty an opportunity to make a move stick around Monza. It's just about picking the right one where you're quicker versus your opponent and then seizing the opportunity when it can come. But it seems like Henneberg has got the measure over the 383 for the time being at the very least. But yeah, we'll see what Fiala can do. And of course for a top 15 of a grid of some of the best drivers in ACC sim racing and sim racing in general, really, you know, you want to get as many places up as you possibly can in the top 15. Certainly isn't at all a bad milestone to be in the top half of the grid.
Well, yeah, when you got such a big grid as that is a slow car there. Virtual drivers by TX3. Pellicori having a bit of a slow run. Oh, this is the 333. So this was the car that was having a few issues earlier on. Managed to get themselves back in the battle, but they've obviously gone over the first chicane. As we're seeing Fiala once again getting the run now to the outside of Ascari. This is going to be very difficult indeed in these wet conditions. But Henneberg there on the inside, giving him room on the outside of the corner and all the way around the outside. A bit of contact though, but Fiala manages to make that position stick, and that was a lovely move.
Beautifully done from the Aston Martin of Fiala there. Just sailed around the outside, really. Of course, as McGlade would always say, it does take 2 to tango. So great mutual respect between the 2 drivers, and Henneberg did well to just not say, nah mate, you're on the outside, it's my line, especially through a corner like Ascari. Very easily to do so, but yeah, no, great respect between the 2, and bravery shown by Fiala to just go for the move around the outside and up into 15th place. That is certainly how it's done.
And already, just really 2 corners later, that is a huge gap that he's managed to pull up into 15th place for that 383. This car, they've had a few issues over the course of the season, but their best place so far is 6th in the first race of the season. They've had a couple of DNFs in the last 2 rounds, so they've had a bit of an up and down season, and now they're in 15th place. So we're just saying this, out of the size of the grid, if you can get yourself in that sort of top 15 area, you're definitely looking to be in the mix with the good teams.
Just to be on the grid really is an achievement in of itself, let alone to finish inside the top half of it. So yeah, there's you like, oh, I didn't win, so didn't do really that good. No, still looking at it from an outside perspective, top half of the top flight of sim racing. It's not at all a bad achievement to just flick around by willy-nilly. It's still a really good achievement, and a lot of teams would aspire to achieve such a thing. So yeah, a great way to do it in fashion, in style as well. So yeah, Fiala doing a fantastic job. Now has to press forward, a bit of a gap up to the rest of the pack. 14th place of Hack. But again, just press forward. 3 hours, 43 minutes left to go in this race. Anything can happen. While we were treated to a fantastic first third of the 6 hours of Spa. Spa? Where did Spa even come from? One moment. But 6 hours of Monza here for the final round of the Coach Dave 1000. Yeah, just a lot can happen. A lot of things have happened. So while it's a little bit spread out now, don't at all count anyone out.
Yeah, absolutely. And just to go back on your previous point, obviously you are right about not only just being in the top half, being on the grid is good, because we of course have the Silver and the AM categories as well, racing on different servers. So there's plenty of cars out there. So you're right, just to get into the top split alone is a very good achievement indeed. And of course they are fighting for for prize money as well, for pride. You want to have the teams going for everything that they can, and it seems like we've had a really good battle so far, as we have had some driver changes. The 33 and 55 have changed drivers. Simeon now is in the car for West Competition, has taken the race lead. We'll just have to see when the 55 comes across the line what that gap is going to be, but it's surely going to be somewhere in the region of 20 odd seconds, which is certainly a nice comfortable margin for Simeon to jump into.
Yes, while for a lot of teams, some of the drivers will be jumping in trying to adapt on the fly while trying to keep position, Simeon's got a nice, easy job. Can just drive around by himself, clear track ahead, clear air, settle in, scrub the car and scrub himself in, and just get ready and push on and try and mimic what Victor Nicolai did in the first moments of this race, and just try and replicate that success and maintain the gap. Really doesn't need to grow it by any means, because that's still a substantial gap over the 55 in second place. Just maintain it. Don't lose place. Don't lose time. Don't gain time by any means. Drive the car at a comfortable pace and just bring it home, because while you're leading by such a margin, it's so easy to get complacent, so easy to push and get overconfident. That's not what you want at all. Bring it home. You're in a comfortable margin, and just keep doing what the team's been doing.
Absolutely, and they've been in such a comfortable position as well. It's almost at a place where you can lose focus. And especially as this car's best result so far was last race in Silverstone, a 7th place, and they're now easily, comfortably winning the race, I should say, so far. So they, it's not necessarily a position, at least in this series so far, that they've had a lot of experience, but they've just been calm and they've been collected out the front. And it's pretty interesting to see how they've been able to make that jump, especially considering round 2 was 37th and round 1 was 13th place as well. So it's been a very interesting season for them, but they're doing good so far.
Yeah, not by any stretch of imagination. This is Peter Henneberg going straight on at turn 1. Of course, they were fighting with Fiala a couple of laps ago and have now fallen back behind a couple of cars in their slight mistake. Well, I'm not entirely sure what happened, but yeah, you can see they just decided to go straight on. I didn't even try to go through the slalom, which fair enough. No one's got time for that. It does get a little bit boring and can be tricky to do as well. It's quite tight, but yeah, just carrying on, making those mistakes, brush it off, keep going. I mean, it's not detrimental by any means. Lost a couple of places, but what can you do? You can only look forward. But now we see a fight now between Tifano and Manuel Meyer for 12th and 13th. Of course, that BMW in front has got the burden of a 5-second penalty, so it will go the way of the McLaren, but surely we're going to like to see these guys fight it out on track.
Yeah, of course, that 5 seconds will only be done at the pit stop, which is I don't think it's going to be too close for these drivers. Yeah, they both made it a little bit ago, as we've seen a bit of a replay here as we come towards turn number 1, and I believe this is the Henneberg incident that we just saw a few moments ago, or at least we saw the aftermath. Side by side with the BMW. BMW came over towards him just as we came on the brakes. There was a little jink left, BMW's left, and the 2-1-4 there actually stopping before getting going there. That was a bit of a nasty whack there on the side of Henneberg.
Nice pirouette though, he saved it well, brought it back round facing the right way, so not at all a bad effort by any means. This is Manuel Meyer still on the back of Tufano into Curva Grande and down towards the Rodger. We'll cut back to this fight and we'll have to see what this McLaren can do. Not quite able to make much in the way of inroads down in towards the braking zone of the Rodger, but still breathing down the neck of that number 3 and putting that pressure on, waiting for the mistake and for the position to come really their way. They've certainly got the pace, but it's just about waiting for that right move. You can see, just looking to the left is Meyer, fill the mirror, bait the number 3 into a bit of a mistake, and just to say, I'm still here, and then, the number 3, the BMW looking in his mirrors more so than looking forward, and then that's when the mistakes can start to creep in. This is what happened to the 333. I think this was a couple of laps ago, or if they had another bit of misfortune.
I think it's the one that we saw, but that is odd. It didn't look like there was any other cars involved, but they didn't look necessarily to be going way too fast into the corner, so I'm not pretty sure how that one occurred, but of course their day has not been the best so far, so that is just another thing to add to their list of worries as we continue with this battle, with Meyer chasing down the number 3 Tiffany there. As we come back to this battle though, for 20th place now, Van der Velde making up another position, getting past Gang there for it's actually 19th place now, so Gang there down into 20th. That number 5 making some progress finally, and the good thing for him and his team for Williams is the cars ahead are only a few seconds apart each time, so if they can just pick those off slowly over the course of the race, and actually if you look on the track map you can see they're just ahead of them coming through the final corner. All those cars are up for grabs.
Easily done. It's a couple of seconds here and there. Head down, pick them off one by one, and just try and just find a little bit more pace. And over the course of 3 hours and 37 minutes, a couple of tenths here and there adds up very, very quickly. And when, as you say, it's only a couple of seconds between each car. Of course, they have to do the job of finding a way through, consolidating that move as well, and then being able to press forward against the other car. It's very much easier said than done, but still certainly possible. A lot of things left to be decided, so not all over for the Williams Esports car, but again, this final round really could have gone a lot better for them. But again, as I always say, don't look backwards, look forwards. What can you do about it now? You can press forward, you can continue on your race, and you can do the best job you can to minimise the damage.
Absolutely, and their only real saving grace is that the 322 is still in the pit lane. I don't know if that's still just being repaired or if maybe they're out of the race, but either way they're still in the pit lane, as that is going to be, I believe, now they're getting out of their way as well. So Tinko van der Velde, they're getting at least a position on the track, but still has 2.5 seconds or so to the next car of Seeley there. 2 McLarens up the way for Williams, and that could be obviously the next battle if they can have the speed to catch up.
We'll have to see what Tinko van der Velde can do at the wheel of that Bentley. These aren't exactly the easiest of conditions to try and tame, but what can you do? Just drive the car to the best of your ability. It's a very high ability for every driver on this grid, so we'll have to wait and see how this one transpires. But you can already see the next target for the Williams Esports car in the form of the 787 of Seeley for 18th place, and just gotta keep it up, keep the consistency, because while it's all good having one good lap here and there, if you then make a mistake or just have a bit of a spin or anything like that, you can then very quickly lose their time. So it's about driving at a quick but comfortable pace, and then that's when you'll start to see the results, and then the race starts to come back to you.
Yeah, absolutely. And the crazy thing is how races change. If you look on the track map, see the red dot, that's the number 5. If you go back 1, 2, 3, 4 cars just across the start-finish line now, the triangle, that is the number 33, which is the race leader. So this Williams is just coming up for a lap down as well, if they're not too careful. So that is obviously not the ideal thing. You always want to stay on the lead lap if you can. As Mayer now thinking about getting a run towards Lesmo 1, and is starting to try and make this position stick. The number 3 starting to hold up the 78 now, and look at that, weaving all over the place. Mayer really thinks he can get past.
Certainly wants to as well. He's eyeing up that move versus Tifano in that number 3 BMW down towards Ascari. Has the McLaren got the legs on the straight versus the BMW? It's not really been the story of the race. That BMW certainly has been monstrous down the straight, but look to the left-hand side goes Manuel Meyer. Has to back out of it on this particular occasion though, and decides better of it. And again, he's got time. He's got, 6 seconds up to Savalainen in front. He's got 3.5 seconds back to Hack. So it's not like he's in any particular rush to get this move done, but he'd like to get it done sooner rather than later.
Absolutely, as we're seeing here, Chassis here for the number 7 cars. This is one of the Audis going across the track, but there's a car a lap down. And this is the virtual drivers by TX3 Machine. And they're in a bit of an awkward situation because they got 7 seconds ahead and 6 seconds behind. But they're certainly just having a nice little battle there. Now as car 420 gets a drive-through penalty for causing a collision with car number 14 on lap 62, which is about 13 or so laps ago now. So once again, just another car to add to the list, and it looks like that is Polky there in 25th place, who will be the driver to serve that position. That is going to lose him obviously some places because there's a car right behind with the 990 here.
Yeah, that drive-through is going to be detrimental. Well, fortunately for them, they're not exactly driving for a front-running position, so it's not like it's a drive-through, our race is ruined. It's more of it's a drive-through, we're going to serve it and try and see what we can recover too. But yeah, drive-throughs, I mean, fortunately Monza isn't like the longest or the slowest pit lane in the world, so a drive-through isn't like a massive thing compared to like the likes of Spa or like Silverstone, where it's long and slow. So I mean, there's certainly worse places to get a drive-through.
Yeah, it's definitely not the best one in the world though. But yeah, that's right. It's definitely not the worst. But just a little smirk there because we just saw that one, but the previous incident was car 14 getting a 5-second penalty for an incident also with the 420. So they've obviously had a bit of a ding dong there, and one's got a penalty for an incident with each other. So that's always good to see that the two of them are doing that. It looks like Polky taking the drive-through penalty now, or at least is coming into the pit lane as we go back for this battle once again. Tifano having the defensive drive masterclass at this moment in time, with Mayer all over the back.
Yeah, Mayer still unable to make much of an avenue through, as you see car attention back to the Yassi car of Jaroslav Honzik. He's got Arndt and the 128 BMW for company as well behind, and trying to drive forward, trying to close the gap to Baikov in that 41 at the moment in P4. So I mean, the gap isn't massive by any stretch of the imagination. Probably around about, what is that? Yeah, it's still about 12-13 seconds between the two championship leaders. But yeah, Honzik is going to want to press forward, look forwards rather than backwards, and being under pressure from that 77 McLaren isn't exactly what he's going to want to do. Of course, he only just jumped into the car at the beginning of this pit stop, towards the end of the last pit stop cycle when the Yassi car came in. So he still has got time to dial in, get into a rhythm, and then we've seen before how that Porsche can turn on and off very quickly. He needs to hope that he can get that Porsche into a stage where it's switched on and it's absolutely fine. The tyres are in the right window, and he can try and get onto the back of that of Chassis and that Ferrari.
Yeah, certainly indeed. But when you've got two cars behind, and one thing I didn't quite get a chance to mention it yet, but Shemetinsky, the car third in this battle in the 128, 8th place on the road currently, and you see just slightly the back of the shot there. He has been the fastest out of anyone in the top sort of 12 or so consistently for the last bit of the race. As we've seen Honzik here potentially losing a place, Arndt now going down the inside. Shemetinsky thinking about following through as well. Honzik maybe losing 2 places here in the final corner. There's one gone already, and it looks like the BMW is going to be getting past. That is Honzik down to 8th place in the course of 1 corner at Parabolica, and that is not going to be what Yazheat wanted to see indeed. But Shermatinsky now can maybe get this McLaren as well down in towards turn number 1. Are not able to defend this, and the BMW is getting so much more top speed there down the main straight and is pulling in already onto the racing line. Honzik can't do anything, and that's Shermatinsky up 2 places in 1 corner. And I was just saying, he was the fastest man on the track, and now he can use it in some clean air.
Absolutely, it's so easy to get caught up behind a bit of traffic, and it's one thing to catch, which is exactly what Shermatinsky has done with the pace that he's got. But now he's got a bit of clear air, and he can actually use the pace advantage that he's got over everyone else behind him, and managed to pick him off. Of course, the gap opened up to get past Honzik using Arndt, and then of course with the slow run that McLaren had, being on the tight line through Parabolica, was able to then follow through and use that BMW advantage down the straight. And it's just using your car's advantage and capitalizing on it as best you can. As you can see, he's lost a couple of places, but he's still smiling. He's still enjoying himself. Is Jaroslav Honzik, and well, that's all that really matters, really, isn't it?
Well, yeah, at the end of the day, we're doing this for fun as much as anything else, and just the the excitement of being in the races, and that is certainly good to see. Nice to get a little stream POV there coming along. It's always good to see the drivers, and what they get up to behind the scenes. Of course, we only ever see them as as a car driving around, so it's good to put a face to the name, and just getting the personality of the drivers as well. Because sometimes you may see a driver doing certain things on the track, and you make ideas about their personalities and how they are, but you never really learn until you meet them in person. As we are coming back to this battle for 13th place, Maya still behind.
Yeah, it's strange, despite being what seems to be quite convincingly quicker than Tiffany in front, unable to really make that move stick. And with hacking the Bentley in the background of the shot, also closing in, maybe Maya needs to get a bit of a shifty on and try and force the gap open. But yeah, still not in much of a hurry at all. 3.5 hours left to go, not even halfway through this race yet. What's the point in sending a move for P12? You're not going to gain much in it, and you could very drastically ruin your race with both damage, a spin, a drive through, the penalties that come with that. So probably better just to take the time for Manuel Wire. Obviously sit there, as I said, put some pressure on. If the gap opens up, if the mistake comes, then great. If not, then fine, you just sit there in the slipstream, just chilling, really. Again, it's not exactly the most high pressure place to be in. So yeah, it's just one of those things to just playing it lap by lap and seeing how it happens.
So just looking at where these two are in the championship, this is actually a somewhat important battle, actually. So Prime E-Racing number 2 car, although the number 78, is on 50 points in 11th place, tied with Wipperman Racing. And the West Competition Racing number 3 is only 4 points behind them on 46. So there's that 4-point gap could easily be overturned. And as it stands, the number 3 is leading that battle, of course, with a 5-second time penalty. But for sure, that is actually one to look out for the later we get into the races. We now jump to the battle for 10th and 11th place. The two Audis battling their way as they come up to Ascari.
The gap between 12th and 13th in terms of points is only 2, so definitely is going to find just need to get a little bit more to stretch that advantage, and again we'll have to wait and see. But yeah, it's nice to see 2 championship. While it's not the championship, it's still championship standing decided on track, and that is exactly what we like to see. Savalainen under a lot of pressure still from Beck, but again unable to really go for the move, which is not the tail of the race that we've seen. That's not really been the theme at all. We've seen cars making it 3 wide. We've seen aggressive moves down and towards the Rettifilo, but deep goes Savalainen. That could open the door up for Beck. Maybe he just needs to get his foot down, try and get some traction, but the shorter run there from Beck means that he could just completely catapult himself onto the back with the slipstream. A better run maybe as well down in towards the Rettifilo. Savalainen definitely going to have to look into his mirrors. Is the Finn. Is he going to commit though? He's sitting in the middle, just giving Beck the option. Do you want to go inside, outside? Finally commits to the right hand side. Can Beck sail his way around, the long way around? He's got to be brave on the brakes, but unfortunately not quite able to. He's going to send Savalainen in deep, go for the double over and under, but still unable to find the way through. So well defended from Savalainen despite the mistakes.
Yeah, you're right. I thought he was going to be sort of really out of position there coming out of turn 2, but managed to hold on to it in that 69 car 21 with Beck. Tried to get the undercut, as you say, but just wasn't able to get the drive off the corner. Now, having a think towards the inside, but really that's just making himself big in the mirror and trying to make Savalainen force him into a mistake, which he does slightly actually there, coming out of the Rodger chicane, but not enough to make a move into Lesmo 1, and maybe not enough into Lesmo 2. And of course, when you have the exact same chassis, it makes the overtaking just that little bit harder, because there's no advantage here and there. It's all about the drivers, and we all know just the difficulty of overtaking a car that is so similarly paced to you.
Of course, I was talking a little bit earlier on about playing to advantages, but there's no advantage between the two cars. It's just completely what you can do as a driver to maximise it. No advantage through the corners, no advantage down the straights like we've seen with the BMW. You've just got to drive the car a little bit better than the driver in front of you. And while yes, of course, setups can play a factor in that as well, but when it comes down to it, it's the same chassis. It will have the same advantages. Overall, you've just got to just drive a little bit better for Beck. Try and force the gap open. Savalainen is doing a fantastic job despite some minor mistakes. But you can see Beck is certainly looking hungry for it with the aggressive line through Parabolica, just trying to minimise the distance travelled, but he does sort of get hit a little bit down this straight, and of course while Savalainen went in deep on the last lap through Parabolica, still was able to keep the speed up down this straight, and that is what allowed him to keep that place.
Yeah, I like what you said a couple of corner goes. Just drive better.
Easy as that.
It's as easy as that. Yeah, I mean, I think we should all try and do that ourselves at any point in our driving career, as we're seeing here Tafuno. And actually, Mayer's got past, so Mayer has finally, eventually, got that 78 McLaren ahead of the number 3 BMW. West Competition, they're going down a place, and this is before their 5-second time penalty that they still need to serve at the pit stop as well. So that was an important move for Mayer. We did mention in the championship these guys are technically only one position apart, 4 points apart, and as it stands, Mayer is not only ahead in the championship but also on track, so that is looking good for that car. But of course, still 3 hours and 23 minutes to go in this race, so a lot's happened, but for sure that was a good step because he was stuck there for a while.
More little milestones throughout the race that you can take just to achieve the overall goal, and just picking your way through, finding the gap. We'll see what happened. This was a long time coming, a mistake really that then allowed Mayer through to the inside of Lesmo 2, and it's those little things. He wasn't really going to force a move down the inside, wasn't going to aggressively go for the move, just wait for the mistake and then say thank you very much, on my way, and up into P12 versus Tiffany. Again, all it takes in these wet weathers just to clip the curb, just to go a little bit understeery, and then you're having to completely back off. And while it's not the longest run between Lesmo 1 and 2, you kill that momentum through Lesmo 1. A driver behind can very easily use that little bit of a better run down to the inside of Lesmo 2.
Yeah, ironically, in some ways, it's actually a nice place to overtake in Lesmo 2, because you are right. If you slightly mess up Lesmo 1, you go wide, maybe not get the best exit, there is enough space, just enough for you to get your nose down the inside. And of course, Lesmo 2 is a corner you don't want to go side by side through. It's completely one line. The apex has a massive bump in it as well. So if you're on the outside there, you're just going to have to back out of it. You can't be ran out onto the exit curb, and yeah, just certainly something that you don't want to do as we come back to Dragos Simeon here for West Competition Racing, the number 33, leading this race as they have done since the start, getting that pole position and just really enjoying being at the front of the race without too much in the way of competition. As we get the split time come up for Negreiro, is 27 seconds behind in the number 55, and you can see on the track map just exiting Ascari now, so that is a long way. I mean, that's come up for a quarter of a lap now that they've got advantage just on second place.
Not even halfway through the race either, and Simeon has done a fantastic job of just maintaining the gap that Nikolai managed to form. And that was a sketchy moment for Yang Gang there through Rettifilo, and again that has been pretty much the same mistake a lot of people have made throughout this race, just getting the braking a little bit wrong, waiting for the weight to shift. Not so much traction per se in these GT3 cars, but the weight shifter from braking can very easily unsettle the car, and yeah, that is could have very easily ended in disaster. But yeah, for our race leaders, Simeon, just consistency, just drive the race like normal. Of course, was helped at the start where they weren't really pressured because second and third were fighting amongst themselves, allowed the 33 to just sort of get away, without any battles, and then just focus, then didn't look back. And that is very crucial because while it's a long race, it's small things like this. Starts with qualifying. You get a good qualifying, you set yourself up for the race. You get a good start to the race, then it makes your life so much more easier for the rest of the race.
Absolutely. Just look at Honzik and of course Malinowski, who was in that car a bit earlier for Yazheat, they had a worse qualifying than they would have hoped. And just look at the race that they've had since then, because once you get back in the pack naturally on the first few laps and everyone's so close, it spreads out, and then when you start battling again, you just lose more time, and the leader's just pulling away every single lap, and it's just so difficult to make up those positions. And that's why you see, even in endurance racing, it's so difficult to win from a lower down position on just a normal race. Of course, if the leader has issues and stuff, that can allow people to come back and overtake. But if it's just a normal position and the leader, the pole position man, they just keep on going out the front, it's almost impossible to catch them.
He really is. It's such a huge task for a lot of people, and I think that's Seeley on the inside of Enders down in towards the Rettifido, and that should be a very easy affair for them. Yang Gang on the inside trying to find a way through, but in deep goes Seeley, has to manage to recover from it, and does so fairly easily. But yeah, Enders certainly did eye up a counter attack, and it's that thing when you go for a move, just being able to make sure the deal's sealed, and yeah, just going a little bit too deep on the brakes can very easily make all your hard work go undone, because the driver can set up a counter-attack and things like that. But now this is turning into a four-car train now, as Henneberg also gets into the mix in the actually no, it's not Henneberg, it's a BMW lapped car, I think, maybe, but still three-car train, and yeah, it can make things a little bit more awkward when you're fighting for positions.
Yeah, that's actually the race leader. I believe I saw a number 1 on the position marker on the window, and yeah, it looks like that's number 33. So that is actually, the race leader now coming up to lap sort of 20th place, and following, because you see the two McLarens just up the road as well. So that is how far Simeon has got, only in not even half the race so far. So that is pretty crazy. West Competition Racing, they've just been on it, and not only have they been on it, but I forgot to mention at the time, but in that second stint, Nikolai did 34 laps, and their stint time was 1 hour 4 minutes and 30 seconds. So that was bang on the time, and that was the most laps that I've seen so far, at least in the top part of the race. So not only are they quick, but they're able to do longer laps than anyone else, because everyone below them, the next 4 cars, all did 33 lap stints. So that is just incredible to be that fast, but also saving just that little bit of fuel to be able to do the extra lap.
Just goes to show how well they have been doing, and yeah, it's just small little things like that you look and think, wow, that is very, very much impressive. And yeah, as a team, to not have, I don't think I've even been on the podium so far this season, to come into the final round and be so dominant. You'd expect it from sort of a championship contending team, but no, they've been sort of in the midfield area and have just come into this last round guns a-blazing, have really made a statement for themselves. And of course, if they continue next season as well, that really does give them a boost of positivity to get the next one rolling off well.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see how this one is working out. In the background there, we've seen a bit of a battle between one of the McLarens there getting overtaken, and that, I believe, was Gang trying to get past Enders for 19th position. Number 53 trying to work their way up there a position. They managed to do that at the Rodger chicane, and that is a nice little move, sliding past, and that is how you can use the blue flags to your advantage when a car eventually has to make way, well, not really make way, but not battle with the leader. They lose a bit of time naturally, and now potentially that is unfortunately not going to be a way for them to get up to Seeley there in 18th place, because the gap opened up a little bit, but it was at least enough there for that position to be made. And it seems like Seeley hasn't lost too much time with the leaders, but that was a nice little cheeky move from Gang to get up the inside there.
To capitalise on any opportunity you can really get your hands on, and it's small things like that, then you can just pick your way through, get yourself up a place, especially in trains like these as well. It's just seeing where the gap opens up and then putting your car to fill it, and then committing to it, of course, not being half-hearted with it, 50-50, and just committing to it, trusting yourself, trusting the car that will stick. And then, who's that going around? That's the BMW. Is that Lanier? I'm not entirely sure. I think so. Through Parabolica, just looping the car around again, probably on the brakes, trying to carry a little bit too much speed for his liking. And that's a little bit of pressure alleviated off Henneberg's shoulders. So you can now look forward without really having to look backwards and try and pick his way through this train.
Indeed, it's picking the way through is certainly what some of these drivers are in this position for, and it's cool that we're now getting pretty much a four-way battle. 2 McLarens, 2 Audis working their way through this first part of the lap. And of course they will be trying to get all past each other, because it doesn't matter at what point of the race you are. Once you pass the first few hours, you just got to take the positions when you can, because you don't know where the next opportunity is going to be. But now I see Henneberg here getting a small run up towards the De La Rodger chicane. Can he get a move down the inside? Yes, he can. And we've got Enders there on the outside, trying to hold it all the way around the inside. That's getting close between the two. And Henneberg here is actually going to be getting a good exit as we get towards Lesmo 1. The outside, though, is not the place that you want to be, especially in these wet conditions. It's going to be so wet on the outside part of the track where no one goes, and he has to back out of it in the end, but then gets to switch back towards Lesmo 2. That's worked out so lovely for the 2-1-4. Up the inside now of Lesmo 2, and as mentioned before, you don't want to be on the outside of Lesmo 2, just going to go all out onto the curb, and Enders drops down a position.
He tried it though, he gave it a good run, just a bit of contact with Henneberg on the inside, unfortunately forced him to back out of that one. But yeah, on the exit of Lesmo 2, if your driver is just a little bit too greedy, takes the track away from you, you can end up on that slippery AstroTurf. Even the curb is slippery when it gets as wet as it is now. You have to really be careful. But look at the Enders closing up so well. Henneberg getting it all sorts wrong through Ascari. Now is going to try and launch the counter-attack, maybe down in towards Parabolic. You can see Henneberg not really sure whether he wants to go inside or outside, but I don't think Enders is quite close enough to go for the move down in towards Parabolica. He just needs a good run coming out of it and then down the pitch straight in towards Retafilo. I think he's going to do just that. Gets the car bitten nicely, just has to get the foot planted and then use the slipstream, brake late and get that move down in towards the turn 1 and 2.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened there for Ascari. I wonder if it's just too much the inside curb for Henneberg, but Enders not able to make that place, as you say, and is now going to have to try and work it out. The issue is, because they've had that bit of a battle, they've now dropped over 3 seconds to Gang and Seeley ahead, which is quite a lot to try and make up once again. So I don't know how long this four-way battle is going to last, because it's really splintered into a 2-2 battle. But the Prime E-Racing number 3 car, the number 79 on track, is just losing a couple of positions over the course of the last 2 laps.
Yeah, well, that's certainly unfortunate, but again, it can always come back. The pendulum will always swing back your way, hopefully, for you anyway. It goes bad, it can always go good again, and you just got to hope that the luck is on your side in a few moments' time. Not even halfway through this race yet. It's been it's such a long race, these 6 hours. You know, it's not the longest in the world, 12, 24 hour, whatever, but it's still can take quite a toll, and there's still plenty of opportunity that can happen over the course of the 6 hours, especially in conditions like these, because these conditions really don't look like they're budging for a long time. It's been this way pretty much for literally for the entire race so far. Of course, we had a dry qualifying, but a completely drenched race, and they don't look like they're shifting at all. So yeah, in conditions like these, always expect mistakes, always expect that if you can keep your nose clean, that you will be rewarded for it.
Yeah, it's weird having these wet races where it rains for so long, and as you say, if you look in sort of the top right, you see the 3 sequences of like the current weather, then in 10 minutes and 30 minutes, and the rain is continuing, and then even in 30 minutes we're getting heavy rain as well, so with the rain plus. So it's so weird to have rain for this long, because sometimes it's maybe only for an hour or so here and there, and you then start thinking about it. But when you get into a car knowing that your whole stint's going to be wet, it really changes the mindset of how you attack it and how you prepare for that stint. And I just wonder if anyone was able to get any practice in or anything like that in the wet conditions and really try and work it out, because for sure it is completely different driving style, and you just have to have that little bit more finesse with your driver inputs.
Driving styles will always be crucial, and adapting to it over the course of the race, how things happen. Of course, your car as well, your setup, you will have to make slight adjustments to it, and whether that be slightly easier on the brakes or steering or anything like that. And yeah, it's just those that will separate the good from the great, in those that will stick to their own driving style very stubbornly. And those that can make slight little tweaks here and there to make the difference, and in changeable conditions like we could potentially see here now, that again is going to play dividends for them.
Absolutely. As this battle is on screen, we're seeing is 20 first, second, third, and this was just back of what we were seeing a few minutes ago. Henneberg got past Enders, and Enders has Lagny in the number 80 and Vicic in the number 987. All over the back of him, coming up towards Ascari. And of course, this is 4 positions, which is not ideal for Enders, because he's already lost 2 places, and now this could be potentially to further places. But at the moment, it looks like Vicic is actually a bit closer to that BMW coming out of Ascari. Can the 987 get a run? No, had a bit of a slide there in the end. But this could be, when we get towards turn 1, this could be a bit of a side-by-side braking battle.
Yeah, absolutely. It is always the battle of the brakes. Those are the decisive component of the car. You can always make up or lose a lot of time on the brakes. And some people argue it's like, oh, I'm doing the exact same thing. I'm getting on the brakes at the same point. I'm turning at the same point. I'm getting on the power at the same point. How am I losing over 1.5 seconds? It's not really where you brake. It's more how you brake, and that is some of the crucial skill gap. But yeah, we'll see what Vicic can do on the back of Lanyi, and of course Enders, who is going to be having to look into his mirrors, because here comes the BMW to the right hand side. What a battle this has proven to be. You can see Lanyi a little bit screwly on the brakes, actually twitching his way down the inside, and manages to get himself up into P21, and there's not really much that the Audi or the McLaren can do versus the straight line speed of that BMW.
Yeah, it's crazy to see just how Enders is falling back and back here now. Vicic getting the run around Curva Grande up towards the De La Rodger chicane, and let's see how this one works out. Side by side, the two come towards the braking zone. The Audi there on the inside. Vicic going to be nicely on the brakes. Enders trying to hold it around the outside, but actually just pulling it up, taking it short to make sure to not go side by side through the apex, and that's actually worked out because he's got the run, he's got the exit towards Lesmo 1 to try and defend this position even further. Vicic on the outside, that's going to be so difficult on the slightly wetter line there when no one is going, and Vicic has to back out of that battle, and all that does really is let Lanyi get up the road, and Vicic is going to have to try again.
Yeah, it's going to be a fight between the two of them for P21, I feel is going to be the case, because Lanyi has got some a much quicker car at this stage. As you can see now, Vicic looking to the left hand side down the inside of Ascari. Again, you've got to make sure you get that car stopped, especially through such a quick sequence of the racetrack, and Enders tucking in behind, doing the right thing there, I think, going around the outside of Ascari. Not the wisest thing in the world. Of course, we have seen it a couple of times in this race so far, but yeah, it's most of the time it's not quite going to work. It's much better just to tuck in behind and then try and launch the counter attack down and towards the Rettifilio.
Yeah, definitely, but Vicic said will definitely be glad to try now get back on the back of Lanyi, but the issue is he's lost a couple of seconds with that battle, and Enders really holding him up there effectively, of course, completely able to do so, but that is just the way this is worked out for that 79 crew, as they drop down now 4 places, if I'm not mistaken, in recent times. As actually both of the Audis have got past Sealy a little bit further up the road. Sealy's dropped down to 19th place behind Gang and Henneberg, so both those Audis getting past, and Gang making good progress there. Was very cheeky with the leaders coming past and able to capitalise on the sort of the next 4 or 5 laps after that.
Absolutely, you've got to seize any opportunity you're given, because when it comes to racing, you're going to get a very much finite amount of them. So yeah, you can't take each and every one for granted. You've just got to, you get one, use it, and try and gain from it, as opposed to wasting it, because you don't know when or if the next one is going to come. But still, the battles amongst a lot of drivers still raging on. Quite some close gaps still, despite being 2 hours and 53 minutes into this race. There's only a couple of seconds between each car, so certainly keeping it close and keeping each of the drivers on their toes as well, because conventionally in endurance racing, especially if it's wet weather, the field spread is quite big. But now it's only a couple of seconds back to each driver. You certainly having to look backwards and worrying about not making a mistake as to lose some places.
Yeah, it's actually been quite interesting how almost close the times have been. If I just look towards the top guys, 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th on the road, all did a 54.3 or near enough. So all of those 4 teams within a 1/10 of a second each other, almost 3 hours into a race that's had all sorts of things, and driver swaps and pit stops and collisions and spins and overtakes, all this sort of stuff, and the drivers still producing so consistently fast lap times. It's pretty incredible to see, but that is just how good this field here is at the Coach Dave 1000. So great to see, and hopefully as we get towards halfway in the race now, that is going to continue.
we can only hope, because the first half has been absolutely brilliant. The racing that we've seen on display, and of course, while we have had our fair share of incidents, it's certainly been chaotic and exciting. And of course, the championship prospect between the 41 and the 82 cars as well is keeping us on our toes. A lot of other championship battles to decide over the course of today as well. Of course, the battle for third place in the championship as well between William Esports and those behind. As we see, here is the McLaren of Seeley trying to launch some way back through on Henneberg in front. These two have really just stayed so close together. There's not really much to separate them, but Lanyi with some great pace is closing up onto the back of them both quickly.
Yeah, indeed, and these battles have been going on in this part of the track for quite a while, and Seeley there not quite able to hold on to that position, but for sure he's actually close enough to try and get that move back. As you say, Henneberg hasn't gone up the road too far, and the two have continued this battle. So Seeley in the 787 trying to get back close once again up towards the Ascari chicane. And that is for Romeo's by SOP Esports Racing, and they are looking quite decent, although that is not out of Ascari, losing the end, hitting the wall, and that's an awkward place to rejoin as well. That's going to be right into the racing line. I hope no one is coming and hope they can avoid the car. I know it's green, but it's such a difficult position to do. Unfortunately, only one car came past, but that is not what that car would have wanted.
So easily done though on the exit of Ascari over the AstroTurf, over the curb, and that car was just like, nah, not happening, don't want to cooperate at all, and you really are just a passenger. As soon as the car decides it wants to go, it's gone. And all you can do is really just press the brake and hope that you don't go barreling into the wall. Luckily for Seeley, it was only a light tap at worst, and they did a good job, of course, rejoining, because, as you say, so difficult. It's one of the fastest sections of the circuit. It's also, you come up to that part of the racetrack off the exit of Ascari quite quickly, and you don't really have much time to react if there's a car pulling out in front of you. So, yeah, no, he handled that to perfection, but his morale and everything else is going to certainly be taking a hit as he falls back to P23.
Indeed, it's a bit of an annoyance for that car indeed, as we've seen someone who's dropping down. Someone is dropping down the way. I was Tifano. Wonder if they've been into the pit lane or something like that. That has dropped them even further down. But yeah, we're seen on board with the Williams Esports number 5 machine down in that 24th position, and I believe they are just not long after taking their pit stop. But this car was actually one of the earlier drivers to pit. They only pit after 39 minutes at the very first pit stop, and therefore, even though they've done full stints since then, they are of course pitting a bit earlier than everyone else. And I worked out the numbers, and they're pretty much going to need 5 full stints, almost a full 65-minute stints each time, just because of how early they pit.
They've put themselves potentially on the back foot, but again, we'll have to see how the strategy plays out over the course of the next half of the race, the final half of the race, which will start in around about 2.5 minutes. So again, not over really until it's over, but yeah, it does help to do yourself some favours, and of course the mistakes, and you look back in hindsight and you think, I could have done this better, I could have done this better, I could have done this better, but you know, you can't look in hindsight, you can only act in the moment. But this is a fight now for P2. This is between Offerman and Nogueira for P2 at the moment, so I'm not entirely sure what happened for the 55 that saw them drop into the clutches of Offerman, but yeah, well, certainly very, very close, and the closest the last places on the podium have been for the entire race.
Yeah, I haven't been checking that battle, but I don't remember being this close. You're right, but Offerman now having to think about it towards the inside of the first corner, and he's got back in that car. He didn't do that first stint, but he got back in for the third stint now, and has obviously been in there for 27 laps so far. For the T3 Motorsport car, not to be confused with the TX3 team that's also in this race as well. But now Offerman once again getting the slipstream once again towards the second chicane of the Rodger chicane, having to think about it to the inside once again, but just looking, trying to force the error, but Nogueira isn't letting up just yet, and that gap now is 30 seconds ahead, so Nogueira certainly lost a little bit more time. I wonder if there was a mistake on a lap that we didn't see.
Maybe so. That is the only reasonable explanation really, but yeah, he's certainly now on the back foot, and yeah, rather than being nice and comfortable in a bit of no man's land with a gap in front and a gap behind, he's got a world of pressure in the form of Offman. A bit of lap traffic as well to negotiate, which could play into the hands of either car, and the 166 will want to try and find a way through. And again, he's been given this opportunity. He's been nowhere near the top two all race long, but now he's in a prime opportunity to try and find a way through. So he's got to seize this opportunity and just try and find a way through, trying to find a way to also hang on to it. Of course, you have realistic expectations of who's in your race and who's not, but he's certainly keeping Aguero honest, and a slight bit of a mistake coming out of Ascari. He's now able to put himself alongside, and of course with the McLaren in front, could open the gap up and down in towards Parabolica. Can he get this move sealed?
And I think he's just thinking about it on the inside. Almost a little bit of contact between the two, but just enough space there for the 166 to get up the inside, up into second place. And Offerman is going to be enjoying that one now. A position ahead, still 30 seconds off the lead, but Nogueira dropping down the 55. Is that in the pit lane? I think it might just be for Nogueira there, at least dropping out of our window, but I'm pretty sure it was in the pit lane. And that is, I'm just checking the times, that is a slightly earlier stop. That's only after about 51 minutes is that stint. So they've obviously decided that it's time to come in early, maybe do a bit of a driver swap in there as well, and get some fresh boots on that car to try and regain that position.
Yeah, that could be the avenue that they've decided to take, and yeah, well, they'll take the brunt of the time loss that comes with taking those tyres. The advantage that you get with fresh tyres also could help, and of course this rain doesn't look like it's going anywhere. So yeah, just wrap on a fresh set of wet tyres and off you go and try your best. This is the 128. This is the Jean Lacy Academy car, driven by still William Hendrickson, the 128, and they really have fallen back. They were right up there amongst the top 10, well within I think the top 8, top 6 sort of area. Now they've really fallen back down to P15. Whether this is due to an early pit stop or something of the sort, either way, it's certainly not how they would have wanted the sort of the second third of this race to pan out.
Yeah, I'm just trying to work that one out, having a look at when they stopped, but for sure we are in that next round of pit stops, and in that way it is certainly going to be. But yeah, no, it looks like they did just make their pit stop actually, with Shermatinsky being in that car, and now Hendrickson got in, I guess, just one lap ago, as the name did just update. So I think that was Hendrickson's outlap that he was on, and of course that is him getting back in that car. He did the first 2 stints, then Shermatinsky did that third stint, was very quick actually in that stint, but now Hendrickson has got back in. Interestingly, Hendrickson's stints have been both under the hour, whereas Shermatinsky's was almost as long as he could go, with 1 hour and 3 minutes. So yeah, just interesting how the teams are splitting the longer and shorter stints between 2 different drivers.
And play to different drivers' strengths, I suppose, but even then it's only a couple of minutes swing. It's not like one's doing double stints, one's doing single stints or something like that. But yeah, we'll have to see how this one pans out, because at the moment it's not really where they would have wanted to be at all, on the fringes of the top 15 down in of course in P15. But again, as we will always say in the commentary booth, long way to go, a lot of things still to happen. Just got to trust. You got to trust your strategy with the amount of preparation teams put in. You know, they're going to be going into this race confident in their own strategies. They've just got to commit to it and hope that it comes back to them. And this is the 55. This is Till Vornum. This was the car that was in second place for the race. Anyway, SimSport, they've come out in P13, still waiting for the rest of the cycle to pan their way through. But they're going to want to make quick work of the 383 Aston Martin of Fiala in front of them, because in that fight with Offerman, they don't want to be losing any time at all.
Yeah, that is very true indeed, and that is one thing when you come in and try something a little bit different on the old strategy. You have to then make sure that it's not actually going against you a bit later on with the traffic and with where you come out. That is one issue with going in a bit early, but for sure, because they came in so early, they'll definitely have a shorter pit stop. So that is going to work out, and of course they're on the fresh, because I'm not sure if we can see, but I'm pretty sure they'll be on the fresh wet tyres now, which is of course going to be a bit better, a little bit better bite into the ground, which is for sure going to be helping those lap times. And as you're right, you don't want to be held up by these cars ahead.
those fresh tyres, if they did take them, will of course help them clear the traffic as quickly as possible. Then it's a bit of a gap and some clear air for them to utilise. But again, just need to, these opening couple of laps just to settle back into the race for Vornum versus Offman are going to be crucial if they want to be able to get themselves back in front of the 166. But yeah, certainly is crunch time, and that is always going to be the case in terms of pit strategy. Is sometimes the most tense moments of the race. Just getting it into the pit lane, stopped in your box, is very stressful because it seems like a simple enough thing. You go into the pit lane, you slow down, put the pit limiter on, wait for your box, look for your marks, pull in, stop, turn the engine off, and then off you go. But it's such a much bigger ordeal than that, because it's sometimes the tiniest margins, tiniest mistake can cause you to lose a good 2, 3, 4 seconds, and that is more often than not the difference.
Well, if you think about it, 2 seconds is not enough, but if we just have a look where a car is and then go 1, 2, it's a good couple of 100 meters that they've gone down the road, and that is very important with these battles. It often comes down to such fine margins that you can't take any liberties in these things. If you're 2 seconds ahead of someone at a pit stop, you still have to think about it just a little bit with where you're going to come out with that one. As we jump to Manuel Mayer, who's in that car. They've obviously worked their way up to 10th place with the way that pit stops have worked out, but they're now just a little bit behind Beck, and the car behind them is not in this battle. That Ferrari is, I guess, would be the 333. That is a couple of laps down on everyone, but yeah, Mayer now back in this battle once again, and it's all over the back of Beck in the number 21.
Yeah, well, again, you can see Mayer on the back of Beck. This fight for P9, the Audi versus the McLaren. And Mayer is actually good at, closing onto the back of drivers, unable really to make much headway in making those moves stick. But yeah, just biding their time. And eventually the moves do come to them. Just got to play it by ear and just see. You can see looking to the left-hand side, not really a move able to come into fruition into Ascari, but the pressure getting to him, going a little bit too deep. It's mistakes like that can quickly add up. And now instead of maybe staying with them for a move in towards the Parabolica or staying with them for the move down in towards the Rettifilo, it's put them now on the back foot. So it's all about maintaining that momentum and keeping as close as possible to the car in front, because those small mistakes can allow the car to get a bit of breathing room, and that will stop your offence.
Yeah, certainly will. You got to you can't be making mistakes or anything like that when it comes to these battles. You have to often build it up, work it up, and if the car ahead doesn't make a mistake, you have to try something special, and therefore you have to obviously work your way into a position to try and make the overtake. Things don't get gifted to you in these times, especially for that 333 that is behind them. Of course, they would love to unlap themselves and rush back and lap everyone and get themselves back in position, but realistically speaking, that is not going to happen. So we're seeing this little bit of side-by-side battle into the second Lesbo. That's the number 3 car there. Passe is in the car now, and this is a battle for that 18th place with Fiala, and they've got one of the Bentleys all over the back, the number 96 Bentley all over the back of them as well. As we come up towards Ascari on the outside, the number 3 car is still there, but they're on the racing line. They should be able to get it on the brakes, but of course you all know that Fiala's not going to give up, but he just about manages to. But that BMW actually has got a load of damage on the front end, I think.
It does indeed. That number 3, of course, has been through the wars a little bit earlier on. Of course, was caught up in a tangle with our championship leader. Yeah, well, that is certainly less than ideal. You can see Fiala, I think, slowing down a little bit to the right-hand side, letting a couple of cars through. Indeed does so. Of course, with that drive-through as well, does not really want to get in many people's way, but Passe making swift work and up into 18th place despite the damage, and of course the Bentley of Sodacat as well, making quick work. And we've seen a lot of these really, like the trains of 2, 3, sometimes even 4 cars. Of course, while the majority of the field is sort of spread out now, you start to see these sort of battles start to crop up, and certainly kept the drivers and ourselves on our toes.
Yeah, certainly have, as Passe is going to be obviously enjoying. So always over the chicane there goes one of the other BMWs in the background. I think it was that Chinotti maybe, and a Sodacat in the background having a bit of a battle, but Sodacat's able to get that position because of the BMW going all over the chicane. There's a massive anti-cut there to stop you cutting over the sort of motorbike layout of the chicane, and that was certainly a big contact.
Indeed, and has been the theme for the race. But we see Passa trying to break away from the Bentley and BMW behind Assetto and Cinotti, who are well and truly in hot pursuit. But you can see Cinotti is going to try and get past Assetto as quickly as possible. Would be preferable for the 201 BMW as Passa is sort of sailing off into the distance. 2 seconds clear. Last time the Delta's refreshed, and has Cinotti got the speed down and towards the sky. Of course, as we always say, that BMW has got the straight line advantage. Are they significantly alongside going into Ascari? The answer to that question is no, but that BMW certainly does look to be slightly quicker than the Bentley at this point in the race.
We are a good couple of years into it, but do you like the front end of that BMW?
Oh God, thank God Ewan isn't here today, eh?
Hey.
No, he's it's I mean, it's there. I'm not like, I don't love it, I don't hate it. It's just sort of there. I think it still looks like a nice car. It's very, beefy, but nothing particularly wrong with it. Ewan, I just think is just a bit harsh, to be honest.
Yeah, it's certainly a controversial one, but the thing is, that car, the thing that has got through as well is that, in my opinion, it drives so nice. I just like the feeling, the balance of it, compared to some of the other cars. But certainly that was a bit of an interesting one, but it's been very good so far. 2 BMWs leading the way, although we do have Bykov and Offerman into the pit lane from 2nd and 3rd place. We've got Chassé in the pit lane as well, so we are getting to that period of the race now where we're 65 minutes, almost 65 minutes again at the end of the 3rd stint. So obviously teams coming up to the end of their total limit, with 65 being the total time for a single stint, and of course being 3 times, which means by 2 hours 45 minutes everyone should have made their 3rd stop, and it looks like they are in the process of doing that as we come back to this battle. Cinotti there on the back of Sodacat and not able to get past since launching themselves over that chicane in turn number 1, but now very close and maybe getting a bit of a run up towards Ascari.
Maybe so indeed. Cinotti is going to be eyeing up that move and down into Ascari. Has got the legs and might be able to eye up. Of course, it is going to be a bit of a send to the inside. Not quite close enough on this particular occasion. And well, going back to the BMW grille, we just seen from Mike Yao. He sent us a nice little picture of the progression of the front end of that BMW, and it's predicted that by 2050 it's just going to be a grille with wheels, which I don't think is the most far-fetched prediction, but yeah, either way it's quite funny. And I mean, he's not exactly wrong, is he?
Yeah, that girl meme is pretty good being going around, but I definitely do a fanboy a bit on the old BMW, so I'm definitely not too much of a hater of that front end of the car. Certainly grown on me and a number of the other drivers. There's a car in the background there goes into the pit lane as well. Got Henneberg in the pit lane, so certainly we are at those laps. Looking at it, yeah, a lot of people done sort of 32, 33 laps, and that seems to be roughly the sort of the average that we're doing in these wet conditions. And as I mentioned, these wet conditions aren't going anywhere. Top right of your screen, rain now 10 minutes and 30 minutes, and definitely we're getting more rain because it's rain plus as well, as Honzik here is into the pit lane. P4 they've dropped down to, but we'll see how that one works itself out after all the pit stops have taken place.
Absolutely, we'll see where they come out and if Honzik stays in the car. Didn't drive a particularly bad stint, of course. Didn't make much in the way of progress towards their championship rivals in the 41 car. At the moment now is Igor Ogoroknikov back at the wheel of the Simware.Pro by Vides, and still leading the way in the championship provisionally, not really under much pressure from the Yaz car, and yet convincingly ahead as now Honzik remains in the car, and Ogoroknikov has got such a big gap. That Porsche is still driving slowly, so yeah, it's still certainly advantage to the 41 at this stage, but yeah, anything can happen. Of course, they've had some misfortune in this race already. What's a little bit more, and I'm sure that the Yaz car will be doing some sort of misfortune dance, not let alone a rain dance, because they've certainly done enough of those today. But yeah, the misfortune dance to see if Orognikov can have just a bit, just a spin, just a disconnect, one or the other. I'm sure they're not going to be complaining too much, but yeah, that 41 certainly has got one hand on the trophy at this stage.
That's a bit extreme. A spin to a disconnect is quite a big step in issues for that team. Yeah, Ogoroknikov in that number 41 machine. is looking pretty good for this championship as it stands. But of course, there's still just shy of half the race to go. And the first hour and 3 hours, I should say, and a bit of the race have actually gone pretty quickly. I would say that we've seen the battles continuing over the course of those hours. And looking at the track map, got the 41 sort of in Ascari now, the 82 coming through Lesmo 1. The gap, realistically, is actually not that big, and that could change quite quickly. The issue is, we were mentioning this earlier, with the 8-point gap difference, and by the time we get down to the position, like 7th position that Honzik is, 4th position for Ogoroknikov, they won't gain enough points by just simply being one position ahead. They need to be multiple positions ahead.
Unless they finish 1 and 2, which is the only way they can get those 8 points in one lump sum, and of course they'll then win on countback for 3 wins compared to the Simware's 1. So yeah, that's really the only place they can do it. So yeah, for the 41, it's just hold station. Even if the RC car tries to find a way through, just let them have it. There's no point really fighting it. You're still going to win at the end of the day if it stays as it is, and it's just about maintaining that gap. Of course, while we would love to see them equal on points into this race, it's whoever finishes in front that takes the win, and they fight side by side. That's in a fairy tale. That is an ideal situation, but yeah, no, it's going to be a very, very tough ask for Yassi. They didn't help themselves in the early stages of the season. Now I think, obviously with those 2 wins, they've got the momentum, but it might just be too little too late.
Yeah, might be. I actually just realised on screen, Chinotti, they're getting past Sudicat for that 14th place. Passo, though, is way up the road from that position that we were looking a little bit earlier. So Bimdo able to get past eventually. And just behind them, they've got Van der Velde in the number 5. Williams slowly but surely making progress in this race. They were down sort of 24th place, I want to say, at one point where we saw them. And now they're getting back up towards 16th place, getting them into those bigger point scoring places. And they just need to make sure they get enough points to hold on to that 3rd place in the championship. The car behind them in the championship, the Simware Pro by Vides, number 322, obviously having issues a bit earlier and not doing anything in the way of getting big points today. And then the car behind them, being the John Lacey Jr. and the 128, is also not really challenging the big points either. So they should be okay, but they just need to make sure that they're not being swapped around by 12 points, although I will need to do the maths on that one because the difference between obviously 5th and 16th could actually be enough to swap that around, but we'll see how that one works out.
Yeah, well, this is the overused phrase in endurance racing. Only time will tell. We have to wait for the race to pan out and for everything to sort themselves out. We won't know until the checkered flag falls. And now, well, we are well and truly underway in this race with over halfway through. And of course it was very close in the first few stints, and now it's sort of spread out a little bit. There are a couple of battles cropping up between Vedi and Mac in 8th and 9th, only half a second between the two of them. But yeah, it really is just now that point in the race. You have the start where it's quite crazy, you have towards the end where it sort of funnels back down a little bit, might be a bit of action, but now it's sort of just the cruising stint for a lot of these drivers. This middle stint between sort of hours 2 to sort of hours 4, that middle third of the race, and now it's very much just consistency, drive by yourself. If you see a car, just try and negotiate it as best you can. But at this stage, it's just who's the most consistent, who can drive by themselves and maintain the quickest pace while still maintaining also a good strategy within that one as well. This is a fight a little bit further down for P15 between 2 Bentleys. We've got Sodercat versus Van der Velde, and well, let's see, a little bit similar to how the 2 Audis fought a little bit earlier on. No advantages between the two. It's going to be all down to the driver.
Absolutely, and this is actually going to be quite crucial, which we'll get to, but we'll speak out after about the overtake in towards turn number 1. Van der Velde making up the move into that 15th place, and I was a little bit mistaken on the point system. Big news, and that is actually going to be crucial because these places are going to matter. With Hendrickson up there in 5th place, that's 30 points, and now 15th place for Williams is only 10 points, so that is 20-point difference, and therefore we are going to be seeing that position swap around if it finishes like this between those two cars. 12 points at the moment, and that means that John Lacey Esports Academy Junior would be getting that place by 8 points. So Williams need to work themselves up another 8 points at least, which is going to be 11th place to tie on points at the moment. So getting inside the top 10 is going to be their goal.
Yeah, that's got to be the bare minimum for them. And it's 5 places. The gaps between each car is around about 2 or so seconds. So they've got a good, probably a bare minimum 10 seconds to close. And between Beck and Korpinen is 8.8 seconds in of itself. And between Passer and Corker as well is 11.3. So a big ask for Van der Velde. But again, anything's possible. And it's not over until that checkered flag falls. So consistency, hammer the pace in with that Bentley, because they're not a slow car by any means, and of course they'll have that hunger, that motivation to try and consolidate that P3 in the championship, which is a shame for them and how their season has progressed, to be only fighting for trying to hang on for P3. But yeah, that's really all they can ask for, and to try and consolidate that. And top 10 is going to be probably their best bet at doing so.
And that's assuming that Hendrickson and co. For Jean Lacey don't improve their position either, which should make it even more difficult for that team. But Solik out here trying to get us on the back of Williams, but Williams need to continue to stay in that position for their championship. The good thing for them actually is that the cars are not too far ahead of each other, at least in the 2 positions ahead of them. I see Passes time when he gets to the next sector split for the distance to Gorka. 11 seconds there, so yeah, that's going to be quite difficult actually to get up towards that 11th place, but they need to do it, and that's going to be about 15 to 16 seconds they need.
That's a big ask, but a couple of seconds here and there over the course of 2 hours and 40 minutes, there's bigger margins to try and close, and it is certainly possible. The rain really is hammering down now. It's only a slight thing that you notice, of course. From dry to wet, it's a big change, but from wet to wet, it sort of slips under the nose a little bit. But yeah, it's really hammering down. It must be so difficult out there for the drivers to keep it on the road, and yeah, it's just horrible conditions. And with Monza, it's not the flattest circuit either. There's quite a bit of not necessarily just undulation, but little bumps on the track as well, and awkwardly as well at places where you are going quite quickly, and that can really unsettle the car. So for the drivers, yeah, it's just to keep it on the road must be a difficult task in of itself, let alone try and close that 15 seconds.
Yeah, certainly is not the easiest task to make up that amount of time, and the issue for them is that they've already used their short pit stop. So they're going to have to do full pit stops, full distances to the end of the race, which we mentioned a bit earlier, which is, it's going to be okay, but it means they haven't got any room to try something. The only thing they can do now is put it all down on the track, because they pit literally as early as they could without breaking that stint time as well. So yeah, it's just a bit unfortunate of how that one has worked out for them, but that's what happens when you don't get yourself up towards the top of the grid in qualifying. You don't put yourself in the best position to get a good result.
You got to do yourselves as many favours as possible, whether that be putting a good lap in qualifying. It was very, very close in qualifying. I look back, I think it was a second covered our top 23. Nothing in it at all. But it's those fine margins. At this level, it's the smallest of things that can have the biggest of differences, not even just in mistakes, but also just how well you can perform. Half a tenth, 2 tenths difference can see you catapult yourself up a couple of places, and then that can give you a completely different tone for the rest of your race, because you got two less people to deal with, and then those 2 people that you started behind then held you up for the first half an hour of the race, costing you 5-10 seconds. You didn't then have to deal with just because you managed to put a lap in that was a tenth better in qualifying. It's those small things that you look back on in hindsight thinking, could have done that but didn't, and it's such a difficult game to play, but it's sim racing. That's how the cookie crumbles sometimes, and you just got to press on and do what you can do.
Yeah, certainly, and we were mentioning before, a 5-race series, you can't be making mistakes. But let's see how this battle goes on screen. 22nd place, Fiala and Liani there for the number 80 and the number 383, side by side. As we come towards turn number 1, Liani there on the outside, and it looks like he's going to be just able to get his nose ahead, but the 383 on the inside is going to be holding position and actually fight back through turn number 2 as well. Side by side, still no contact, it looks like, between the two drivers, which is what we like to see, and Liani's going to have to come back into the slipstream once again. Fiala manages to hold on, but now there is a tiny bit of contact between the two as he comes through Curva Grande.
Yeah, well, he's practically pushing him through, isn't it? Is Lagny on the back of Fiala down and towards the Rodger. Going to back out, not quite got the run to be committed on the brakes. Or in fact, going to try and close the gap. Didn't quite get close enough to launch the offensive move. But yeah, it all started at that rettifilio. You've got to get the drive off. Really, at Monza, it's all about just setting yourself up as best as possible for the exits, because a circuit is so reliant on straight line speed. You cannot be losing momentum coming off the corners, and that's why we often see the over and under the switchback coming off the exit of the rettifilio, because you've got that long run all the way through Curva Grande to the braking zone of the Rodger. You've just got to be able to put yourself in the better position and compromise your opponent's straight line speed, because that really will be the difference that can see you catapult yourself, especially for Lagny in the BMW. To be able to utilise that BMW straight line speed and put Fiala on the back foot as well will be very crucial to get this move done.
Yeah, it's such a difficult one though, because if you do the switchback and you're effectively on the left-hand side of the track coming out of turn 2, that means you're on the outside the whole way around Curva Grande, and you've got to do extra meters in that situation. But now let's look at Mark here and Vedi battling towards turn number 1 as well. The BMW versus the Ferrari in the braking zone. The Ferrari has got the track position. Got a bit too deep though for the TX3, maybe. No, just making it to the apex as well. So Max going to have to try and get the slipstream up towards Curva Grande, but it seems that the virtual drivers by TX3, number 7, is holding on to that position and actually maybe gaining a car length or so on the exit.
Yeah, actually is doing a great job. That high flying Ferrari as well, because the next one is Seville down in P20. So representing really at the home race for the Ferrari manufacturer. And yeah, well, they are no means slouches, despite the Ferrari not really being standout in any particular area. Just one of those average cars that are just good all around, really. And Vedi is doing a great job at flying the flag against Mac, who is breathing down his neck, and again just trying to find the avenue, but just comes down. Those BMWs know they're quick, they know where their strengths and weaknesses lie, and their strength certainly is that straight line speed. So Mac just needs to be patient, wait for the mistake from Vedi, wait for the perfect run coming off a corner, and then we'll be able to launch the attack, because those BMWs aren't too bad on the brakes either. So as long as he's pretty much alongside, he should be able to get that move done under brakes.
Yeah, hopefully, but of course it comes down to the mistakes, as you're mentioning as well. If the driver ahead making no mistakes, that just makes it so much more difficult. So that is a tip, obviously, for drivers out there as well. In these situations, is some people can get overworked, overthink the situation. If you, as a driver, just put in qualifying laps effectively every single lap, the guy behind is going to have a very difficult time overtaking you, because you're putting your car in the perfect positions and going as fast as you can. And of course, fast car is always difficult to overtake. But we come on to the start-finish straight once again with almost 2.5 hours to go in this race, and we're watching this battle for 8th position here for the final race of the season. Coach Dave 1000 here at Monza. Let's see Vedi coming towards the turn number 1, and once again not actually getting the run that we expect and not being able to do anything under the brakes.
Vedi holding his nerve very, very well. It's just keeping composure when you're under pressure. He knows that Mac has got a potentially quicker car. It has been the theme with those BMWs. Yeah, he doesn't care. He's holding his nerve. Didn't even look to flinch at anything that Mac done down that back straight, down the pit straight, down in towards the rettifilio chicane. He just has held his nerve so well, and it's about keeping your composure, because if you start to panic, start to get overwhelmed by cars around you, things can go wrong so quickly. You start to make mistakes, you start to doubt yourself, and that's the vulnerability that people like Mac, the attackers, will try and benefit off. And Vedi has held his nerve so well that even Mac himself now is starting to make the mistakes, which is completely the opposite of how you'd expect things. But that just goes to show what a valiant defense this has been from the Ferrari.
Yeah, when you come up behind someone, you have all the confidence. You're like, oh yeah, I'm going to get them. But if you don't make the move just as quickly as you thought, you have to sort of reevaluate the situation, be like, oh, okay, I'm gonna have to think about this, gonna have to work my way into that situation. And that, of course, can be a bit of a reset for the brain, and can, of course, change the speed of the car, because at the end of the day, the more confident you are and the more sure you are about your ability, about your confidence in the car to get every single tenth out of it, that obviously has a huge effect on your lap time. If you've got no confidence in the car, not only are you slower, but then you're obviously more slow, because you start making little mistakes and you start then doubting yourself into certain corners. So if you're able to have that confidence, come up behind someone, make the move, it just snowballs from there, as we see multiple times. And as you see on this next lap, Betty is miles ahead and is easily able to hold on to that position.
It's a mindset thing. If you tell yourself you're going to lose, naturally you're going to lose, because it's just that thing of you start to doubt yourself and you drive with a dampened morale. If you go into a race or go into a battle saying, I can do this, I will come out on top, then chances are, more than likely, you will have a better time. Doesn't matter how good you are, you will have a much easier time, as you see Congrats in the 333 making an overtake on the Audi. Not entirely sure if that is for position, because a lot of these cars have had pretty dampened races, have been all over the place, really. And I think that is actually full position. There are 26 lights on the windscreen of that Audi, which is a bit stricken. It must be said. It is a move for position. So, well, even despite their misfortunes and being so many laps down, they still managed to find a bit of an on-track battle to have, which is keeping them in the loop.
Actually, I think they're unlapping themselves. Actually, I think that's what they've done, because he stayed in 27th on the bottom right. The tower on the left doesn't update till you go through the sectors, but the one on the bottom right updates live. So actually, they're now one lap behind the car that they are batting for position. So that is better than they were a couple of hours ago, to be fair. And to recap, if you just joined us a little bit later, this car at the beginning of the race was having a few issues. It sort of looked like they were in the pit lane, but they were actually driving on their end, and then basically the game sort of updated itself, and eventually they got put on track, but they were effectively a couple of laps down, because I think they had to do a disconnection to sort that all out. So effectively they were a couple of laps down, even though it looked like there were many laps down. It was only 2 in the end, and of course coming back from that is just so difficult. I mean, you see now just the amount of cars that are still on the lead lap, or even on the lead 2 laps, is pretty much most of the field. So to gain those 2 back to yourself just on pure pace is so difficult, which they're trying to do. But now they've got one more lap to get the 990 over the course of the next 2.5 hours.
Yeah, for sure, and it's just about picking yourself up and carrying on with your misfortune. And fair play to them, they've continued on despite having to disconnect and reconnect into the race, despite being 27th place and really without no hope of points paying positions. I think, if I remember correctly, it goes down to P22 for points paying. So there's still 5 points and a number of laps, 5 points, 5 places and a number of laps off points paying positions. But they're still going, because it's just getting to the checkered flag in endurance racing sometimes is an achievement of itself. I remember doing my first endurance race, 6 hours of Le Mans, and well, we don't talk about it. Is simply enough. As you see side by side, Passer tapping around. I think that's Ginotti, and then again I think that's Van der Velde getting involved. That's not the first time that BMW has been involved in a couple of incidents, but that's happened again.
And Williams getting a bit of contact there, so that's going to be a little bit of damage potential on that rear left corner. But Passer trying to come back, and even with a bad exit, just look how much he's able to hold on in the straight line. Williams really needs to be holding on to this. We were mentioning this earlier for their positions, but side by side into the De La Rocha chicane, they're giving each other just about enough room. Really tight on the exit there. Number 3 slightly into the gravel, but I'm not sure there was loads that the Williams could have done. It's just so tight. It's really difficult to go side by side, and Passer there back down into that 14th place. But there was definitely some contact there with Ginotti there in the 201. I saw them as they came across the line. They were within a 1/10 of a second of each other, obviously slipstreaming down towards turn 1, and then we saw the aftermath of that on the exit of turn number 2. Definitely some issues happening, but that 13th place for Van der Velde is very important. As we were mentioning, they really need to get up towards 10th place. But here's the replay side by side towards turn 1.
Have a look at what happened. You can see Passer to the left-hand side. It'll be the long way round, of course, the Rettifield chicane. Well, they sort of magnetised together for the first part, managed to then just sort of get away with it. Then the number 3 decided to come back up the inside, jump the curb, and then tap the rear left. And then goes Van der Velde just to go, thank you very much, off a pop. And that is a huge recovery as well. That's going to be a lot of time lost for Chinetti in that BMW, which is certainly a shame. And now Passer back onto the back of the Williams eSports Bentley. and they really have to be marching forward as opposed to looking in their mirrors at Passer behind. Yeah, if Van der Velde can keep this place, or even just let Passer through and use them as the wagon towards the likes of Gorka, but every point matters at this stage for that number 5.
Certainly does. And yeah, last up there, 59, so a good 6 seconds lost for Passer. Down the inside though, in towards turn number 1, trying to get this place back way too deep there for the number 3. The number 5 of Williams Esports going to be getting a good run and getting the momentum coming out of the corner. So Passer losing a few car lengths there and will continue to lose all the way up through Curva Grande, and that is 13th place back for Williams, which is going to be just so important. That is now 14 points, so that is a 16 point overhaul now, so they still need another 4 points really to be safe in that 3rd place. So they're doing it slowly but surely, and certainly they'll like those 2 gifted positions. Well,
Passer just needs to just calm down a little bit, I think, is the issue. You know, they've made the mistake. They tapped Ginotti around through turn 2. And now they're a bit desperate. They can see Van der Velde. They want that position back. And it's just that desperation. You've just got to wait. Bide your time a little bit. And then try and find the gap through rationally. Because sending a move to the left-hand side, when is that going to work? 9 times out of 10, it's not. Unless you can get that car stopped, planted on the apex. Which in these conditions, offline, it's not going to happen. It isn't going to happen. So it's better to just be calm, wait for the perfect opportunity, and then go for the move. But yeah, Van der Velde is just holding his nerve, and he wasn't too interested in defending that move. But when the opportunity rose back up for him to go back through, he certainly didn't shy away from it.
Yeah, absolutely not. That's an important place. Potentially for championship standings, and top 10 in the championship do get a cut of the prize pool. It's all divided up in a percentage based system, and that is obviously going to be very important for the likes of Williams batting for 3rd place, because of course that is a nice amount of money there, as we're seeing the number 8 and 80 racing incident from a battle. I think that's at lap 70 or so, quite a few laps ago. Lap 73 that one was from. So we are now, of course, about 30 odd laps behind in terms of the penalties. So that's something that the teams are going to have to be wary of as the race continues. That a lap, an incident that they had maybe even half an hour ago, they're going to have to think about that if and when the penalty comes through.
Race control have been very busy with some of the penalties, of course. How easily it has been with track limits, how easily it is to extend, of course, contact, driver license points as well. You can whack up a penalty for that also, which it means race control certainly have been kept on their toes, and that's probably caused the delay. But yeah, for teams, it's like, well, this happened, we press on. Race control have taken half an hour, 45 minutes to take a look at it, and then it's like, what's that for again? Oh yeah, half an hour ago we made contact with someone, now we got a penalty for it. It's so bad. Or they remember it vividly for that entire 30 minutes, playing back in their head. They're worried about the outcome of it. Either way, it's going to make a massive dent in their race. But yeah, again, as I said earlier on, just drive better. If you don't make contact, you're not going to get these penalties.
That is very true. Easier said than done, especially in these tricky conditions. It's been raining the whole race. Didn't rain in qualifying, but the second I went to the race session, absolutely poured it down, and it has not stopped for over 3.5 hours now. And it looks like on that tracker, once again, top right of your screen, now 10 minutes and 30 minutes time, it is just rain, and a bit more rain. And of course, the track is classified as wet. Unsurprisingly, you will imagine so just looking at the pictures on the screen. So the drivers have obviously had to adapt to that, but of course by now they will be very much in touch with what their car's doing. But we're seeing this battle now for 8th place. Vettel and Mack are continuing their battle that we saw a few laps ago. Yeah, they've been quite relentless with it. Florian Mack still behind the number 7 Ferrari of Vettel. Also quite close between Radizzi and Vornam, between the 166 T3 Motorsport and, of course, that 55 BMW. 1, 2, 3 of the BMWs, and, of course, Hedrickson rounding off the top 5. So 4 out of 5 in the top 5 are BMWs. It's been the car to beat, but very, very close between those two teams, 2nd and 3rd. That should be a good fight for the podium, but we do have to turn our attention for this fight for 8th place, because Florian Mack is still piling on the pressure. But again, this theme now at this stage of the race, earlier on it seemed quite easy for you to close up onto the back of a car,
get the move done, wait for it to occur, then get it done. But now people are either taking a bit more patience, a bit more caution going into the moves, or it might just be that little bit more difficult to close the gap and actually find a way through.
Yeah, Mark hasn't been able to stay close. As you see once again coming out through Parabolica, or Curva Alboreto, I should say. He hasn't been able to stay close. He's losing a few car lengths here and there, especially in that sort of third sector where it's so important to stay close, because the main overtaking opportunity, of course, is here into turn one on the after the longest straight. But Vettel is just doing enough there at certain points of the track to hold on to that position. And you're right, we saw a bit earlier, we sort of saw someone come up behind. We expected them to make the overtake, but that hasn't continued throughout the race.
Not at all, and of course track evolution is slightly to blame with that one, because a little bit earlier on when it was a little bit less wet, you could get away with moving slightly offline and braking offline despite it being slightly a little bit wetter. But now, you've got to stay almost single file, and it's so difficult because again, you go to the left hand side, you go offline and you brake, your car is just either going to try and go straight, or you have to brake so early that you can't actually get convincingly alongside down in towards the apex. So it does make overtaking a much trickier ordeal, and it comes down to playing it patient, not going for those rash moves and just waiting for it to come to you. Put the pressure on, sit in the mirror, wait for the mistake, because Vettel hasn't really got anyone to look forward to attack. He's having to look in his mirrors and try and keep Mac behind, which is stopping him from really making much progress forwards. And that's then when the mistakes can start to creep in, and that's the mistakes that Florian Mac has to make sure he's close enough to capitalize on, because as you said, he gets close, maybe tries to get a little bit desperate, has to find a little bit extra to just try and stay close, then makes the mistakes, falls back, has to do all that hard work over again. So Florian Mac needs to make sure he's very close, and that is an Audi going somewhere, not entirely sure, but that was interesting.
I think one or two technical difficulties happening there, just the cars just stopping for a second, but of course continuing on their side. Looks like it sorted itself out, just our pictures there. But I do wonder if, I think it was Kalpinen behind, I hope he's okay in that battle, and it was just something happening on screen, but for sure there's a couple of issues happening here and there, which is a bit unfortunate, but because of course this is the final race of the season, Zach, and we do not want to be seeing any external factors affecting that race. But that is certainly a difficult point of the race for these drivers as well, because they're going to have to work out, obviously we don't know what's going to happen with the race here, if it's going to be stopped, if it's going to continue, etc., and that is going to be a big factor potentially in these championship battles.
Yeah, it's going to be such a shame for you to think, okay, things haven't gone too great so far this race, we've still got 2 hours and 20 minutes left to go, we can bring it back, we've got the pace, let's go. No, that's not going to happen, because the game decides, or whatever happens has just decided to be like, nah, not going to happen. That must be heartbreaking, especially for the final race of the season where there's nothing more you can do past this moment. It's just a shame, because it is motorsport after all. A lot of things will be decided by factors outside of your control. But it is such a shame, and hopefully the season doesn't end like this and we can get ourselves back going quick.
Obviously, just want to apologise for you losing the pictures, of course, just seeing what is happening behind the scenes, and of course we'll try and keep you updated with what is going on and happening at that time. But of course it's such a important point of the season, and it's certainly one that the teams were building themselves up for. We've had 4 races so far over the course of the season, and it's going to be coming down to just this one. Obviously we've been to Barcelona, Imola, Nurburgring, Silverstone, and now here at Monza for the Monza 1000. And it's been a lot of effort for these teams, and they just want to just overtake the cars on track and try and get the results.
Yeah, of course, a lot of people won't be complaining, most notably the 41 car, who is our championship leader, won't be complaining at all, and we are getting low that it is going to be a red flag in our rear. And of course, for our race leaders of the 33 car as well, not going to be complaining by any stretch of the imagination, but there's going to be a lot of teams that will be slightly annoyed. So, but even then, even if you do get off well because of this race, it's not the way you want to end the season.
Yeah, so red flag, as you say, is being called, and therefore we need to obviously get race control to speak with the teams and work out what is happening and what the plan is for that one. It was just shy of 2.5 hours, but under 2.5 hours left in the race, wasn't it? When it was being called, I believe it was about 2 hours 20 minutes. There was as well. So certainly a fun situation for the teams to try and work that out. And of course, when it does get restarted, or if it gets restarted, we'll try and work that one out. They're then going to have to work out their drivers and who goes in, what the strategy is going to be from that. So for sure, this is going to be, this is going to be quite fun.
Yeah, well, only time will tell, and we will certainly bring you updates as quickly as we can, as soon as we get them. But yeah, I'm sure Race Control are going to do everything in their power to get things resolved as quickly as possible. We are approaching the time where we will swap in the commentary booth as well. But yeah, well, fingers crossed we can get a restart then.
Absolutely. It's certainly one interesting situation, but while we'll just figure this out, we'll go to a quick commercial break and get back to you in a few moments to update you.
Well, hopefully we'll be back under racing here at Monza in some point in the near future. We'll speak to a driver who's had his fair share of bad luck over this race, having been spun out a little bit earlier. We've got Dara McCormack along with us, obviously fighting for third in the championship for Williams Esports. Talk to us about how the race has been. Really, really difficult conditions out there.
Yeah, very difficult. So at the start, I think you guys might have picked up on it, but I made a huge mistake. I didn't realize how much time there was until I had to basically get on the grid. and it said 19 seconds left, and I've completely forgot to change the wet tyres. So here's me just trundling around for 45 minutes on dry tyres, just trying to survive, just trying to get through. So we lost 50, 60 seconds, and we lost, instead of pitting, we gained 20 seconds on that. So yeah, I mean, we lost a lot of time, but we're getting back up. We were in P16 or P13, sorry, before this happened. So it's going well at the moment. Tinko drove amazing for the last 2 stints, and yeah, I mean, we're not exactly on the correct setup either. So this gives us another advantage here. So yeah, hopefully we can capitalize on what's just happened. But yeah, so far it's going okay from what happened at the start.
Now, obviously, conditions kind of favour some cars over others. Obviously, how wet weather affects. For you, the setup, the Bentley, how do you feel in wet conditions, especially considering how wet it was getting? It was getting wetter and wetter, it seemed, as the race was going on.
I'm actually quite comfortable because I did SRO 3 or 4 days ago in the exact same conditions, in the exact same car. Not the same setup though, because we're actually on a dry setup right now. So we got caught off guard, and we didn't have enough time to change everything. So yeah, we stuck with the dry setup, hope for dry, never got it. And yeah, I mean, we were still on the pace roughly. I mean, I know the Bentley is about 1 second off the McLaren and the BMW and the Ferrari, etc. So yeah, I mean, we're kind of pulling everything out of the car right now. If we can switch over to our wet setup, it might be a little bit of a different story. So yeah, I mean, if we can get the max out of the wet setup, if it is wet in case of a restart or whatever happens, yeah, we should be looking very good.
Well, I will let you jump back to the team so you can kind of get back into the rhythm of things, and fingers crossed.
Yeah, cheers, Liz.
Well, Dara McCormack will return his way to Williams Esports. We'll chuck in a few interviews whilst we're over this neck of the woods, because we've got Jaroslav Honzik alongside. And it's been a bit of a tricky day for you and the Yaz Heat team. Of course, Malinovsky getting a bit of a penalty earlier on, the wet weather, not the ideal qualifying. It's been a struggle, but you're still in it. The championship's still kind of there. Talk to us things. How's the mentality been behind the scenes?
Please don't make me drive the car again. I was just saying, like, I was complaining for the past hour and a half, and I was so happy to see a red flag, to be fair, because I mean, the Porsche on Monza and in these conditions, and also on a Mathieu setup, like, that is experience you don't want to have. Like, I'm literally suffering for an hour and a half. Like, I never driven something so difficult in this game ever. And yeah, it's been tough. It's been tough, 100%.
Now, did you expect it to be quite this difficult coming into it, knowing that obviously, as Yassi, you've won the last 2 rounds of the Coach Dave 1000, 8 points behind on the championship. Did you expect it to be this difficult today?
I mean, yeah. Obviously, I know the BOP on this track, so we know I knew that's going to be BMWs in the front, and if we're going to be lucky, we're going to be somewhere there as well. But I didn't expect... well, I was hoping for top 5, honestly. I was hoping for top 5, but I just couldn't keep up the pace what Mathieu was having, and we've been having quite a hard time to keep the car on the track. So maybe this red flag is a blessing, you know. If it's going to be wet, we know what to change on the car to make it bearable. And if it's going to be dry, we have a dry setup, so it might be a little better for us, but... I think we're just doing, like, we knew the last round on the Monza is going to be difficult for us, and we got to just try the best we can to just bring it home. And we were just hoping maybe there could be some luck, or with the back markers, or maybe some on-track incidents, as we saw with the 41. They had, like, 2 hours ago, they had, like, a very close moment in the first corner with 2 other cars. So we were just basically hoping for stuff like that it might happen, but, you know, it's just racing and in endurance, you know, just hoping.
Now, the mentality behind the scenes, behind the team, obviously you've been charging on strong. I'd assume the vibes are still pretty good, pretty positive, despite even dealing with quite a difficult day. Because the season itself, you know, you've been through some hardships and then have had the highs as well. So surely that mentality is kind of carried over.
Oh man, you should see my pain. Like honestly, like 90 minutes so far in absolute pain. Like every single lap, trying not to die and not crash and everything and stay on track. But no, like obviously, like we are very happy to be in P2 in the championship so far. You know, like I feel like as you said, we won the previous 2 rounds, which was excellent, and it was a great championship so far. Like absolutely epic. But this race was just a bit struggling. But I don't think it's like a big deal. You know, we are very happy as the position in the championship we are, and we just like the better position we finish today, the better. And as I said, we are just only thing that can happen for us is a bit of a luck compared to 41, but that also need not be fair for them. So they are doing great jobs the whole season as well. So yeah, just gonna see how it's gonna end up.
Take the highs with the lows. Jaroslav Honzik will let you return to the team, return to your stream. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Now, I think we might have one final interview as well with Alex Siklovan, who's from the West Competition Racing. Not 100% sure as to the role within the team, but this is something that I guess we can find out together. Alex, do you have a copy? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Hi, everyone.
Perfect. So talk to us, what's your, obviously from West Competition Racing, what's your role within the team, a team which has been growing so fast within the Coach Dave 1000?
Well, basically, it's the team that I have founded. We're racing in real life, we're racing in sim racing, we're racing everywhere since quite a number of years. So yeah, I'm currently managing this team, and yeah, our drivers are getting ready. This is the situation. We cannot be too happy about it, but there's nothing we can do.
To have a team which, particularly over the last couple of rounds of this championship, I mean, you must be enormously proud with how much pace has been found, getting so much stronger. And with how things have been today, yes, okay, this has happened. It's a bit of a shame. Like you say, it's kind of one of those things of racing. But you were in such a strong position. This is a massive moment for the team, surely.
Absolutely, absolutely. We've been waiting for such results to happen, to fight for podiums, to fight for wins. We've been growing from one race to the other, from one championship to the other. So yeah, we're definitely on a very good path now, and this is just a confirmation of some things that you have all been seeing from our team in the past few rounds. It's obvious that we are in a very good position. It doesn't really matter what the weather will be like when we're restarting or what the conditions are. We know we have a strong package, a good setup, a good driver lineup, so we're clearly aiming for victory. And of course, we don't want to infiltrate in the battle for the title here. I know that we did with the other car, but yeah, we really don't care who's gonna win. They're both really strong crews. We just want to do our race and go on and win this one.
Now, this season obviously is ending fairly soon. We don't have very long to go until the Coach Dave 1000 is over. What's next for the West Competition Racing team? What are you aiming for as the next series, as the next goals over the next sort of 6-7 months?
Well, on one hand, we've been very happy in this particular championship. We've been doing the SimGrid Endurance Cup, its previous name, its previous iteration too. This is our second season in this format. Of course, we've been growing. We brought the academy team as well. We would love to see other Romanian clubs joining us as well. We know we have some good rivals in our national league. Maybe they will follow us. As for our team, yeah, we're currently involved in SRO Esports, IGTC Endurance as well. Some rounds have been postponed there, so we've only did 2 races up until now. The calendar should have been approaching the end as well on that front, but hey, we still have 3 races there. So we're clearly focusing on that. There are other series as well, but we're definitely looking forward to come back and see what the plans are for the next Coach Dave 1000 Endurance Series.
I feel it's a team that we're going to start seeing at the front more and more over the sim racing scene here on ACC. Thank you, Alex, so much for joining us, and hopefully we'll be catching up with you fairly shortly as well.
Yeah, sure. Let's have a good one.
Best of luck. Cam will bring you back in. Like you say, the wet conditions that we've had over the race thus far have been tricky. I don't think any team's really balanced with it better than West Competition Racing. They've been completely dominant. They'll be the ones that are feeling most hard done by in this, but that's how it goes.
Well, yeah, they certainly had a nice lead, I should say. Not really battling with anyone, but that's the situation. And if they had that speed, then surely they would have it again to put out a gap again. We are hearing that we are going to be getting a restart, but we'll just have to get the exact final details on how that is going to figure itself out, of course. So the teams now just need to work out what their strategy is going to be, who they're going to put in the car, and how that's going to work out with the stint lengths and everything like that as well.
Yeah, like I said, there's a lot to juggle, obviously, with red flag restarts. Anyone who's seen them from sim racing generally, they are a nightmare behind the scenes. So I think it's kind of one of those scenarios where it's sort of like us on the broadcast, you as viewers, and all the competitors as well. Really, really important to be patient with race control whilst they try and get everything restarted, because it's better to restart it once and fairly than once have it badly and then try and awkwardly do it again. Leave them the space to kind of get on with what they're doing.
Yeah, it's got to be the correct decision. You are right. We don't want to have multiple restarts. We don't want to get it wrong, because at the end of the day, we're still fighting for prizes, for reputation, for brands, for sponsors. You got to give everyone the opportunity to get the position that they deserve. So yeah, we need to make sure it's fair for everyone, but at the end of the day, there's always going to be some winners and losers.
Well, what we are going to do is take through a little look at the start of the race, which is a long time ago. By the way, we've had a few hours of racing before. We'll take a look at this, and then when we're back, hopefully, we'll be underway with some racing action. Dave 1000, our European road trip. We've had 24 hours of racing. We're going to be turning that all the way up to 30 as Victor Nicolai will be starting from pole position. Till Vornum alongside on that front row as we look back to the Simware.Pro by Vides. Our championship leaders starting potentially out of the danger zone, but who knows where the drama comes from on a race start. It's such a long run on the start-finish straight down towards the Rettifilio and that first corner, and it could come from behind, it could come from ahead. Who knows? The drivers, they will be keeping their eyes out for it. It's tricky conditions as we're about to get racing here at Monza. Green flags in the air and we are underway. A decent start from our front row, of course. You can see the John Lacey Esports Academy junior car trying to drop back in line behind Mikhail Bykov as we race our way down towards the Rettifilio. Was he eyeing up as a 3-wide move? I'm not so sure yet, as everyone's pretty calm on the rolling start. The Yassi trying to make it 3-wide in the background as Bykov sent it in to make a move down the inside to try and grab second position at the Rettifilio. One going straight on over the Rettifilio there, and I think the Yassi has come through cleanly and maybe made its way up inside the top 10. A decent start though from Mikhail Bykov, who's moved up into second position. He's dropped back though now behind Till Vornum, so he's not been able to hang on to that third position whilst his teammates doing a bit of action in the background as we head down towards the Rodger. Look at the move from Yassi though in the background, absolutely setting it in, trying to make it 3-wide. Big moment there from Malinovsky.
Indeed, so what a fantastic start to this race from the front guys. Nikolai, I think, managed to just get away well. This is the number 3 car looking to the inside, that BMW side by side again. You've just got to be so careful on these first lap in these conditions as well. You cannot afford to be making a mistake. All it takes is just running just that tiny little bit wide and it can end in catastrophe. But yeah, Bykov is not waiting around at all at this start. We said before, they've got a championship on their shoulders, but already coming out punching.
Someone who wasn't waiting around. I mean, I don't know if you caught it just on the background whilst we were looking at the battle between West Competition Racing and SPQ Racing, was Malinovsky, who got himself past Dara McCormack with what was a pretty bold move down into the first Lesmo. The next car, though, might be a little bit trickier to pass. Bit too much of the curb being used there from Malinovsky, and he's going to drop off the rear end of Kirill Sadarov. But Sadarov being the teammate of the number 41, going to be able to clear SPQ Racing. He's had a poor launch from Ascari as we head down towards the Parabolica. And just to clarify as well, you can see that Roters has a 15-second time penalty as there's a bit of a movement wide there from Sadarov, opening the door for Sinotti to come straight back through. That 15-second time penalty is legitimate. That is for a breach of license points for the driver over the last couple or the last round, breaching of the license. We'll get into that more as the race goes on, but that is legitimate. We'll have to serve that on the first pit stop of the race as the side-by-side for 8th position continues. Sadarov's trying to make it stick to the outside, though. He's not going to make that one done, surely.
Oh, was going to be very, very close. Back to the inside of the second part of the retrofil, and you can see Malinovsky just sitting idle, going to capitalise there, put the foot down and drive past Gianotti there on the exit of the retrofilo. And now is crucial time for the Yassi car just to push forward. Everyone's bunched up, make those places done early. Is he going to up a move on Sadorov now in towards the Rodger? We're going to have to cut back our attention for this fight for the podium because Bykov is under pressure. A train of cars behind. What do you do if you're in Bykov's position though, as you see Malinovsky trying to eye up that move in towards the Rodger? But if you're in Bykov's position, it's the race start, you've got a train of 4 cars behind you. You've got to be so careful, and things can so easily go wrong.
Yeah, and his main champion rival is almost tripping up over his teammate as well, because on the left-hand side we're looking for the battle for 8th at the moment, Sadorov and Malinovsky. Like you said, it's Malinovsky who's second in the championship at the moment, needs to clear Sadorov ASAP. He cannot wait around any longer. It does seem as though a few of the Bentleys are struggling, which will go its way, unfortunately in a negative fashion, potentially to Mikhail Bykov, who's on the right-hand side, trying to hang on for the podium. It's a bit of a look there from Malinovsky. He's going to send it in. Oh, it's a bit of a half-hearted move there from the Yassi. You can't be doing that.
Absolutely not. Those are the moves that are the most dangerous, especially into a corner like Ascari. You have to be significantly alongside, otherwise it just doesn't work and you run the risk of taking yourselves both out. But yeah, Malinovsky being the wiser just to eventually back out of that move. But a bit of a train now forming behind Vornam, I think, as Bykov just can't find a way through. And of course, in the wet weather, there's not much of an avenue to make a way through. You just sort of have to sit there, put the pressure on and wait for the mistake and wait for the race to come to you. It's still Malinovsky trying to find a way through, but Sadorov is putting up a mighty fight.
Yeah, wow. I mean, like you say, this is nervy moment from both camps, both Yaz Heat as well as Simware.pro by Vides. It's going to be a big send there from Malinovsky. Might well be squeezed a little bit. Had to touch the grass and a bit of contact between the two as well. And that might open the door for Malinovsky to find a way through. It's not going to do so. And here comes SPQ Racing picking up the position. What a bargain it was. 9th place goes the way of the BMW. A costly mistake from Malinovsky. Again, going for a gap that really just kind of wasn't there. Got to say it was maybe a bit of a naughty squeeze there from the Simware.pro by Vides. But these two, they're going to be racing hard. Of course they are.
Of course they are, and as you can see there, Gianotti looking to the inside, not quite going to be able to work, but desperation, I think, starting to creep in for Malinovsky. Of course, the championship, trying to capitalise off this race start. The Gagler cars behind them as Hendrickson trying to put some pressure on Bykov into the second of the two Lesmos. And of course, as they start to battle, of course, the train of cars behind might be able to close the gap. But yeah, Malinovsky, you've got to be careful. Yes, I understand you're in a championship, but everything can go so wrong so quickly. And yeah, the harder you fight, sometimes even the more you can fall back. But yeah, Bykov still putting up a great defense of the 4 cars behind him. But when does it get to a point where it's just too big of a risk for him, especially with Malinovsky down in 10th?
I don't know. I mean, you're fighting for a championship. You kind of got to keep that in your mind. How much do you want to win this championship? How much are you willing to risk? And sometimes when it comes to winning a championship, you have to be ready to lose it to win it, if that makes sense. You've got to be able to try and risk something that little bit crazy to try and get one over on a team, especially as powerful as Simware.pro by Vides, who are holding quite a tight line there. Is Valentin Barriere making a move on Dara McCormack, who's dropping back a couple of positions. He's gone offline there, opened the door for the Symphony of Pistons machine to come through, as well as potentially the third of the Prime E-Racing cars, not just yet. Grip Packs Engineering also being there of Jesse Kauppinen. Closing in, a bit of contact there as Whipperman gets into the rear end of the Jean Lacey Esports Academy Junior car that Hendrickson's behind. Just a little bit of a tap on the rear end, and when you have that, it just allows that lead car just to pull away, and that was a bit clumsy and is pretty much, as near as makes a difference, a slam dunk penalty if ever I've seen one. Unfortunately for Prime E-Racing 3, just again half-heartedly down the inside. And Dara McCormack, well, he's been spun around. Big shame.
Big shame indeed. And yeah, I think a little bit clumsy is a bit of an understatement there, but you can't be doing them. As I said, the half-hearted moves are sometimes more the dangerous ones because you're doubting yourself. You're going into it not fully confident. You know, it's sometimes even better just to completely send one to the inside because, you know, if you go into a corner half-heartedly backing out, you're like, oh, do I go? You lift off the brake, sketchy, and then bang, and then there's that slight bit of contact, and then it's just a slam dunk penalty. And it is such a shame, easily done in conditions like these, but again, a slight bit of contact in these, you unsettle the car, especially under braking into the heaviest braking zone on the circuit. It's just not on at all, and you've got to be so careful as to not ruin the people's races in front of you. But again, that is racing. That's the trust you put into other people, and that is really a long way back. A different postcode, really. Just look into the inside, and what was he expecting to happen there?
So very clearly, he's not trying to make a move, right? I don't know if it was trying to defence, being offline, whatever. But you could see how much early everyone was making. Because the real thing for me is that I don't actually feel he was missing the corner. It did feel as though Schwanker was actually going to pull it up to the apex cleanly without using another car. And it's just kind of one of those things of you're sending it in, they're backing off as they are allowed to do, and you're kind of being involved in it. That's not me trying to say that it's not Schwanker's fault. It definitely is, at least in my opinion, which is why it's going to be a slam dunk penalty. Again, don't want to speak on behalf of race control. It's entirely up to them. But in those kind of ones, 9 times out of 10 that is the case. But even here, like as we just saw there from Sven Hettich, kind of getting down the inside of Rodgers, it wasn't trying to make a move on Rodgers. It was trying to defend from the other car, and that's the Rettifilio there and there. You've got to keep your eyes on the mirrors constantly.
Absolutely, and of course Hettich isn't in the best position possible because they're having to look forwards and backwards to attack and defend, and that is just always going to be a dangerous game to play. And yeah, sometimes it's not intentional. It's never really intentional 9 times out of 10, but again, it's just one of those awkward predicaments that you're having to be in, and just got to play it by ear, see what happens, and just try and be very careful. Malinovsky now has fallen outside of the top 10 as Offerman has got himself in that BMW into the top 10. So Malinovsky not going the way they would have wanted to. They wanted to make the charge forward, not backwards. Yeah, started out making the charge forward, was actually going really quite well in the early stages, but unfortunately now that the BMWs have kind of come into it, it feels like maybe the sim that Pro Vides potentially started on higher pressures, and so it's taken them a little bit longer to get some heat into those tyres and work their way up, but they're finding the speed now as they are starting to pull away from their respective trains, although I will say Bykov does still have to worry about Hendrickson in that third position battle at the moment, just 0.4 of a second separating them as we keep our eye on Malinovsky. There is Hendrickson, and there very close is Bykov. He's defending fairly late down into the Parabolica. Hendrickson's not going to try and send it around the outside. We'll try and get back up and under. But I've got to say, I think this third position is certainly going the way of the American fairly soon. Have to say so, and of course Bykov fighting for the championship, shouldn't fight this one too hard. Hendrickson now looking in this slipstream down this pitch straight, and Bykov all the way to the right hand side to defend. He's eager to defend this third place. You can see now the Row Racing car goes to the left hand side. It'll be the long way round of the Rettifilo, a bit of carnage a little bit further back as well. It'll be the outside line for the BMW, going to be very difficult. Gets the squeeze from Bykov. He wants to hang on to this P3. Yeah, desperate too. Very desperate too. And you kind of make sense, once one position's gone through, the next one does, the next one does, the next one does. It can be a bit of an issue, as Whipperman Racing we're seeing on replay coming through Ascari here. Is there a bit of a moment on the exit? Yep, way too much curb. And again, that is going to drop them back a little bit, at least on the timesheets. Not on the position, though. You can see the West Competition Racing Academy car still behind, whilst their teammates are leading by 3.3 seconds at the moment. Absolutely sensational opening stint from Victor Nicolai, at least at the moment. The opening 10 minutes have very much gone the way of the Romanian. A little bit too wide there from Bykov. Out onto that AstroTurf, which the wetter this circuit gets, the more I'd want to stay off of that. Let's put it that way. The more sort of slippery, the more dangerous it becomes. Curbs and AstroTurf in the wet weather become lethal traps, especially in traction zones, because you do not want to be touching them at all. Again, it's just going to be adapting to the conditions, playing it by lap. Lap by lap, it can change where you can take, and of course you can see, not usually you would take a lot of curve through Ascari, but even there, it's not a heavy traction zone because you're not getting on the power for the first time, but you're still, going relatively quickly, and all it takes is just that snag at the rear end, and you're going so quickly through the exit of Ascari that it can be so lethal. And yeah, these wet conditions are going to separate the good from the great, but Bykov still staying in front of Hendrickson, and I guess it makes sense, of course, you say, with the rhythm thing, because you see it in karting all the time. As soon as one place goes, everyone tries to force that gap open and follow their way through, and you knock yourself out of rhythm, which in wet weather you need to stay in rhythm, you need to stay fully concentrated the whole time. Yeah, absolutely, and that is easier said than done when you're battling the ropes. If you're out by yourself, for example, in Victor Nicolai's point of view, honestly, it's not insanely difficult because you're just driving a circuit, right? Which you've been doing. Yes, the circuit's got a lot less grip than you would expect and you would want. When you get into the rhythm, once you've got all the settings right, your tyre pressures are in the window, you're comfortable, you're enjoying it.
easy is probably not the right word, but it's in that kind of vein. When you're trying to get into your rhythm whilst you've got a trio of BMWs hounding you, trying to get through, you're trying to balance a championship, you've not qualified where you need to do, now you need to work your way forward, you've got to worry about this, the tyre pressures aren't quite there, so now you have to work the front left a little bit more. All of those things you're trying to juggle, it's spinning plates, and it is a nightmare. And when one thing goes wrong, typically it leads to another 2 or 3 things going wrong with them. Speaking of things going wrong, how we saw that the Williams esports car had been spun around. Well, they have also received a penalty, not for that incident, obviously, but for they got a 5 seconds time penalty for making contact between themselves and the Yaz Heat number 82 earlier on the first lap of the race. So just a 5-second time penalty. It's not too bad. I think they've already been dished something even harsher than that for obviously a different incident. But yeah, they're very much on the back foot, is Dara McCormack now.
It's so, and when they're fighting for third place in the championship, that is not at all what you want to get this race underway. But yeah, the mental game is not often talked about enough, and it is so difficult. This is a replay of the start, and you can understand mistakes are going to happen. You can see the Assetto Porsche that we're focusing on there going 3 abreast into turn 1. It's going to be so close. The Malinowski just trying to pick his way through, find a gap and fill it, and then of course the BMW looking the long way round. Bit of contact has to take to the escape road, and when there's so much going on, of course things are always going to happen.
Yeah, that's why the T3 straight-lined it. No contact, of course, but the T3 car that we're looking at right now of Bastian Offerman's making what I have to say was a very smart decision to not try and leave the nose in there and go, okay, right, fair enough, this looks like it's getting a little bit messy, let's just back out and find a different path. There has been someone off in the background. I think that might have been Jesse Kauppinen with one of the Prime E-Racing cars coming through the Rettifilio. It certainly looked like a black R8 to me of Grip Packs Engineering, having a bit of an issue in the Rettifilio on that lap. But like I say, I think that's a very wise decision. A lot of drivers and staff feel that, or they demand track position a little too aggressively and leave the car there, and thus causing a fair issue, shall we say.
The bit, and sometimes it's actually intentional to take the off-road. I remember watching a David Perel on-board video at Paul Ricard. He just, on the first lap, just straight-lined, I think it was turn 3, purely to stay out of the mix and to stay out of trouble, because especially at the Rettifilo, it's so tight that sometimes it's better to just jump over the curb, take the slowdown or whatever it is, and then be on with your way. And yeah, again, for the number 5, that is a bit dodgy, but again, lap 1, things happen. That Porsche on the inside, Malinowski filling a gap, bit tight, wet weather. It's always going to happen. It doesn't matter what level you're driving at.
Yeah, I think that one, I mean, I feel they might be a bit aggrieved by that being a penalty. I mean, I'd say there was contact that was made that was potentially more so on the fault of the Williams than it was of the Yaz Heat, but when you're on the first lap, when it's your 2-3 wide, contact like that kind of tends to happen. So fair enough. Clearly Race Control have seen something which they did not like in that, thus giving a 5-second time penalty, which I think is, again, it's enough of a slap on the wrist that it's not going to be race defining. The yellow flags, by the way, that keep coming out, that is courtesy of the 333 having a bit of an issue still in the pit lane, and so we'll have to hope that gets sorted out from them. But either way, their race obviously didn't start out on a great start and is not continuing in that fashion, as here comes T3 Motorsports, getting squeezed off a little bit by the SPQ Racing car. They're going to make a little bit of contact, and here comes one position from the Azit car. They might well pick up the second once they've gone around Curva Grande.
Right, indeed so, and that's exactly how Malinowski made their way through on the T3 last time around that they went through the Rettifilo. They liked that move just to set up the cut back off the exit and then go for the second move down in towards the Rodger, getting the squeeze from the BMW as Offerman wants to keep this P9, but Malinowski down the inside in towards the Rodger. You really can't expect to go around the outside there. Tries to set up the over and under, but can't quite get it. Gets the run on towards the Lesmo, but it really does come at you quickly. Malinowski to the right hand side to defend, and yeah, he's got himself back inside the top 10 into 9th place, and it's crunch time now. Push forward to the pack of cars ahead.
Yeah, good defence there from Malinowski, but the issue is the straight line speed. Oh, that was a little bit late on the brakes there from Bastian Offermans. They head through the second of Lesbos. They need to clear Ascari and get through it cleanly, because if you don't, that's when you're going to be under attack once again. But thankfully, I think for at least for Malinovsky, the SBQ Racing car of Ginotti is going to try and make it side by side. This is going to be a bit of a bold attempt. He does back out of it, allowing Bastian Offermans to take the apex cleanly without having to worry about a car on the outside. Malinovsky then up a position, up into 9th spot, as that was Darren King dropping a couple of wheels out into the gravel in the background of that GTWR Dolkin Community Aston Martin, a couple of positions behind in the train, as here comes Bastian Offermans again. The straight line speed of the BMW looks absolutely lovely in conditions like this, unless you're Malinovsky. You're suddenly thinking, I hate racing these BMWs.
He's going to be kicking him kicking himself in the cockpit. There's nothing he can do. He's just sitting duck. He might be quicker through the corners, but that BMW is just so quick down the straights, so crucial in the wet road as well, just to get that straight line speed and go. Offerman to the left-hand side. Surely it's got to be a done deal. What can Malinovsky do to seal this place? But again, it's just that tricky thing. If you're fighting so hard, he might be quicker, but there's nothing he can do. Goes in deep. See you later, mate. Off you go over the runoff area, and there is no way he could be able to keep that place. Offerman is going to be, he's not going to be too happy with that one at all.
Yeah, I don't know how aggressively the in-game would kind of pick up on that, but yeah, I can understand the flashing of the lights. Here's one of the Gripax engineering cars. It's down in 26th. Oh, there we go. There's another one going straight on. So clearly the conditions are getting a little bit wetter. You can see the rain is supposed to increase as slow racing trying to make it 3 wide through the middle, bouncing one way, bouncing the other, and big slides there from Dara McCormack, who manages to hook it up going through Curva Grande. Well, that was very messy for 25th spot, but either way, Poiki's going to make the move. That was crazy.
Yeah, well, we're not even 20 minutes into this race yet, and they're already getting their elbows out and fighting this one quite hard. But in the wet weather, oh my word, what were they thinking? But luckily for them, no one really came out too badly, and that is going to be the important thing. But yeah, for Polky, just able to clear this, and it's only for 25th as well. It's not even like it's for a championship deciding place. It's back down in 25th place, which it just makes it all that little bit weirder.
Yeah, like I say, I've got to say, it's kind of one of those things when you go like through the middle through Curva Grande and you bounce off one, suddenly you're moving back over and then you're moving back over, and then you move, and you know the little bits of contact send you back one way, then back the other, then back the other, then back the other, and it's a little bit irritating. Malinovsky, by the way, has not dropped back to Bastian Offermans, and so there is definitely something I think race control will look at, because that one, yeah, like I say, if you've made a move like that, you're not in a great spot. You're not where you should be. You know, in race control, well, you know, like I say, if I'm in Bastian Offerman's seat, I'm sat there thinking that can't stand. That can't, like, he's cut the chicane to not only gain a position but to drag himself out of the danger zone. As you can see, Chinotti going in a little bit too deep, and Darren King is going to be trying to make a move, while Sadarov is also trying to do the same a little bit further up for 7th on the West Competition Racing Academy car.
Yeah, well, he's going to have a little look to the inside of the Rodger. Not quite going to be able to for Sadarov there on Casatau and down in towards the Rodger. But yeah, for Malinovsky, I mean, it was a completely just by himself mistake as well. On the outside, broke a little bit too late, and off he went, or on the inside, sorry, and just went a little bit too late around, just went in straight. And it wasn't like there was a bit of contact that sent him in deep. It was completely his own fault. And if there was a bit of contact that sent him off, then maybe fair enough, you could argue it. But by yourself, there's no way at all. And now he can press forward only 1.6 seconds to this pack of cars in front of him. Yeah, it's not on really, is it?
No, it certainly isn't. You did see, by the way, popping up onto your screen, and you can see there on the tower as well, Klaus Nyring, who's in the 2:14 in 21st position, has been given a 5-second time penalty for making contact with Marcelo Porteous, who's now in 24th. The two of those making contact a bit earlier on, so a 5-second time penalty. Again, a little bit of a slap of the wrist going the way of the 2:14. Here's Valentin Barriere on the rear end of Horvath at the moment, who's in the number 80, all battling out over 13th position at the moment. The number 80 being the GTR Masters Endurance team. Of course, Valentin Barriere in that bright green that belongs to Virtual Drivers by TX3. You really cannot miss this Ferrari. And whilst it's home soil for the Ferraris, they have not been particularly strong around here. It's not a circuit which really matches their car, really.
Not at all. It lends itself more to the BMWs and the Bentleys and pretty much any other car but the Ferrari. In my own experience with the ACC, the Ferrari is just one of those all-round cars, not particularly spectacular anywhere, but is reliable and will do the job. But yeah, for Valentin Barrier, he's just trying to make the most of this poor situation. And it is a shame that the home race car isn't good at the home track. But hey, what can you do? Just press forward and try your absolute best. And it's still hammering for P13. And what a big grid it is today. And at the level of this competition, I wouldn't scour her 13th place at all.
Not on this grid, no way. It is a very competitive field. There's a little bit too... Well, racing action is ready to get back underway. Thank you for being so patient and sitting by the sidelines while it's been under red flag here, of course, at Monza in our season finale of the Coach Dave 1000. You can see here they're gridding up and getting back ready to go racing. And the rain, of course, is still coming down. The timer on the race will be slightly reduced. We'll be going down, obviously, to an hour and 45 minutes. We're not starting the entire 6 hours from scratch. An hour and 45 minutes left to go in the season finale here. And you can see the weather is going to be changing rapidly. We'll be heading towards potentially some dry conditions. In the commentary booth, it'll be myself, Lewis McGlade, Cameron Rodger alongside. And Cam, well, if the run-in to the end of the season needed some more drama, I think we got it.
Yeah, you came back at a good time, actually. Literally just been planning to do a stint change. But yeah, it's certainly a very difficult end to the season for these teams. And now, as you say on that weather map as well, it looks like 30 minutes time, it might be starting to dry up a little bit. And that's going to potentially change things even more, which is just amazing to see as we get towards the end of this race and this season. And as you see, we've got 1 hour 45 minutes left on the clock, so pretty much 2 nice and easy stints to the end, but a lot of variation.
Yeah, and that switch over back onto dry is going to be very, very important. Of course, we're expecting it then in around about half-hour time, which could make things a little bit awkward, because if it switches over too quickly to the dry, if the circuit dries up a little bit too much and you want to go on to slicks, well, half an hour. If it happened bang on 30 minutes time, with there being an hour and 45 minutes left to go in the race, well, you'll be an hour and 15 minutes away from the checkered flag if you wanted to go on to slicks. Well, that's not good, because we've got 65-minute stint limits, which still are required to be stuck with. So basically, if I am on the strategy team of any of these teams right now, I'm scared.
Yes, it's not a nice situation to be in, that is for sure. A lot of calculations are going to have to be worked out when the track starts to dry, and just how quickly it starts to dry as well, because if in half an hour's time we see that weather app still stay dry, it means you're going to have to commit to dry tyres after your pit stop. So yeah, it's going to be a difficult decision when we get to that stage. And of course, this car on your screen, the number 33 West Competition, they've been doing so good, and they had like a 30-second lead before the red flag, and that's been reduced to 0. So they've got to start all over again.
And let's talk to you about the order that we have on this restart, as well as talking about the championship. We'll just go through the top 10, bearing in mind that everything's been reset, so everything's on the same lap. I'm not sure how that's going to play into the results and stuff, because that is something that Michael Hamlet can be updating behind the scenes. Certainly that's something that goes in through one ear and out the other on mine. But you can see that West Competition Racing are continuing to lead. They had a very dominant lead before we went under the red flag. Victor Nicolai behind the wheel there. Then you've got T3 Motorsports with Bastian Offerman, and then BMW completing the trio on the podium with Race Anywhere SimSport. Then we get to the first of our championship rivals, the championship leader in the number 41 Yaz Heat. Yaz Heat, incorrect. Let me restart that one again. Simware.pro by Vides. I'm awake. It's absolutely fine. They'll be restarting this race from 4th position, just ahead of John Lacey Esports Academy Junior, who at the moment would be set to finish 3rd in the championship. They'll be starting from 5th place. And then 1 position behind, Malinovsky, the 82, the Yaz Heat, starting there, ready to keep an eye on their main championship rival, just a couple of positions ahead. You've got Sven Hettich in the number 77 Prime E-Racing car that'll be starting from 7th position. Valentin Barrier in the Virtual Drivers by TX3. Rodger, who's been working his way back up there, a 15-second time penalty to start the race, but the 211 Whipperman Racing car will be starting from 9th, and the 69 Grip Hacks Engineering, they'll be starting from the final position inside the top 10. But when it comes to the championship, wow, this was what Yaz Heat potentially needed. Something to really open it up, something to increase the drama, maybe a little bit of luck to go their way. They might well have got it.
Yeah, you're right. The 41, 82, 8 points between them, and just one car now between them on the track. So Yazheat need to overtake and then somehow get 8 points or more, because as we mentioned, if it goes to count back, they will take the victory on that one with their couple of wins in the last 2 races. So they need to get 8 points ahead, and yeah, it's going to be so close, and it's just one corner to go now before we start the final hour and 45 minutes of the season, and it's still all to play for, so we really don't know how this one is going to finish.
Yeah, Sven Hertich, by the way, should actually be starting ahead of Malinovsky. That's why he's on the row ahead. So Malinovsky and the Yazheat car will be starting from the 4th row, and the Simware.Pro by Vides will be starting from the 2nd row. Get your predictions in. Tell us in chat, who do you think is going to win the championship? Is it going to be Malinovsky? Is it going to be the 82 Yazheat car? Is it going to be the number 41 Simware.Pro by Vides? We're getting ready to go underway. Racing once again. Red flag is put back in. Green flag is being readied. West Competition Racing are back under control here at Monza. We get ready to head back into the rain as we prepare for some potential dry weather to end out the season. The Coach Dave 1000 ready to see the checkered flag. An hour and 45 minutes go back onto the clock, and we go green once again here at Monza as we race down towards turn 1. Great start though. Look at 4th position. Look at the Simware.Pro by Vides car. Great start from them. They're fully alongside Race Anywhere. They might be looking to open the gap. It's a great launch from Victor Nikolai, and our race leader is going to be holding the inside line as they head through the first corner. Yazheat in the middle. Of course they are. They're finding their way through cleanly. A position has been gained on Sven Hertich, and Yazheat up to 6th, maybe up in a 5th, as the Pulse Simsport car has been spun round at the first corner. You can't miss that one. Pink and yellow in the background as we continue up towards the Rodger. Yazheat might try and get past the John Lacey Esports Junior car very soon.
And this could be big for both of their championships indeed. Side by side, come into the braking zone, and that is Malinovsky there on the outside, going the whole way around through the De La Roche. Is going to be squeezed on that inside apex. Has he been able to make it? We can't quite see on screen, but then when we come towards Lesmo 1, it looks like he's done it. Malinovsky there up into that 6th place, and that could be so important once this works its way out, as he's got his championship rival right in front of him now.
Yeah, super stuff from Maciej Malinovsky to have gained 6th position. And like you say, just one more. They need to outscore by 8 points. Don't worry about Bouquet, who's at the top in the 333. Their issues on the initial start continue here on the restart also. So a bit of a shame for them. But it is Victor Nikolai who will be leading with a trio of BMWs, Raditsi and Caracas in 2nd and 3rd. Mikhail Baikov and Malinovsky, who's our focus of attention right now, into 5th position. Like you've said, 1 position behind their main championship rivals. They've made so much progress over the start, but can they keep the speed?
That is going to be so difficult, but that 128 car that he just overtook as well, that is important for them because they are so close with Williams Esports, who have made up 2 positions already. Dan McCormack, we spoke to him in an interview a few minutes ago. In that number 5 machine, he's already up into 11th place, and he's getting closer and closer, and they are so close right now with the 128 on points for that 3rd place in the championship as well. So that is a battle that we need to look out for. So much to happen, and it is still raining here at Monza.
Yeah, like I say, Darren McCormack making a lot of progress. This is the opportunity that they wanted to essentially restart so they can really try and find something. Here's Maciej Malinovsky, was looking, a little bit of a mistake there from Mikhail Baikov. The up and under might work for Malinovsky, but he's got that Bentley, that big Bentley sat in his way. He couldn't do anything to get past. Baikov did just the right thing to hold things up on the exit of the corner, and Malinovsky is charging right now. He's got to make up a couple more positions. Just one I don't think will be enough, but this could be a big moment, a turning point in the championship. As you can see in the background, Williams Esports making up yet another one. Dara McCormack getting past Lindner in the background in that WPS racing car.
Absolutely, and this is just working out so well for Darren McCormack, as you say, now up into that 10th place. And I've just done the maths again. As it stands, that is enough points for Williams to keep on to that 3rd place. They need to not drop out any more places behind Hendrickson up there in that 6th place in the 128 for Jean Lacey Sports Academy Junior car as well. And you can just see him there. He's the Bentley, and a bit further up the road in the Rover livery BMW is the one that we're looking out for. So this is such a close battle, and just look how close they are, slipstreaming each other up towards the Scari.
Yeah, Dara's a super talent, has been proving it time and time again, and not just here but also in SRO Esports also. Considering the issues they had at the start of the race, starting it on slick tyres in wet weather conditions, etc., being spun around. What a recovery it has been, and there is another one for Dara McCormack. Wow, what a move to have got it done on Valentin Barriere after a bit of a mistake on the exit of Ascari. Dara McCormack had to use a bit more of the road surface than I think would have been eyed upon nicely by Valentin Barriere, but Dara McCormack now up into 9th position.
And he sounded so confident, didn't he? Especially as there's potential they might be able to change to a wet setup. They were running on a dry setup earlier. Just how will that work when it starts to dry up? As it still says in that top right, it still looks like he's going to be getting to stop the rain in about 30 minutes time as well. So at least at the moment they are making up positions, and that is just what they want. Now 2 cars in between them and their championship rivals. So this is working out so good. And I think that's about 4 places they've made up since the restart.
Nikolai has pulled out 1.6 seconds as well in the opening 5 minutes of this restarted Monza race over Radizzi behind, of course, who's driving the T3 Motorsports car, Caracas, then Bykov, then Malinovsky. Now, if Malinovsky does get past Bykov, that won't be enough. It would mean that he'd be outscoring Bykov and the SimGrid by Vides team by just 2 points. Now, they need to outscore them by 8. If they can outscore them by 8, then it'll go to countback. And if that happens, well, it would be Yazheat winning on the countback. They've had a couple of victories so far in the season, so they would win on countback because it's just the one to the SimGrid by Vides team, which was the season opener. So in that sense, it just needs to be the 8 points. I think 2, maybe 3 positions might be required. I can't remember the points off the top of my head. It might even be 5th place would be good enough for SimGrid by Vides, even if Malinovsky rather can get onto the podium.
Absolutely, the point structure is certainly in favour of the top positions. There's sort of bigger jumps up there, but you are right. Even if if Malinovsky gets into 3rd place, then I think 5th place actually, would be enough. So for the 41, so it's certainly very close. But now we're coming to this battle. Bykov on the screen. He's got his championship rival right behind him now. It looks like Malinovsky is going to be thinking about a move as we come out of the Parabolica to start this next lap. What has the Porsche got in a straight line compared to the Bentley?
Yeah, here we go. Racing down towards the Rettifilio. This could be a big moment for Malinovsky. We've seen before he's got close to a couple of centres where Bykov made a bit of a mistake. He's not close enough this time unless Malinovsky gets a bit too ambitious coming down into the first corner, and Bykov holding that inside line. Here's Darren King getting past Marcelo Porius. This might be a bit of a send from the GTWR Dolkin Community Car, but decides to back out of that one and return straight back in line, whilst Alu Gubby was going for a bit of a move, I think, on Artak Vicic directly behind and nearly clouted the rear end. R8 on R8 action. A sea of R8s down at this end. 2 ahead, 2 behind. I think Darren King might be a bit bored of listening to V10 scream racing around this Monza circuit, but alas, that is what it is. It's not a bad sound, I'll say that.
Certainly isn't, and that's one cool thing. Always actually look at that. Malinovsky thinking about Interlesmo 1, not the most popular overtaking opportunity, but certainly one, and now he's going side by side into Lesmo 2. This could be it.
Yeah, this is a big moment though. Is he going to try and get up and under? Bykov is clearly struggling here. Maciej Malinovsky is trying to find a way through. He's going to look, he's going to get to the outside as they race down through the kink on the backstretch, down towards Ascari. Still not fully alongside, but you can see that Mikhail Bykov is really struggling now. Now, have they gone for a dry setup? Here comes a lunge from Maciej Malinovsky. There's a bit of contact as Bykov tries to turn in. There's a car there though, sir, as there's going to be still maybe even a bit more contact. He's turned in again. Oh my goodness, what is the 41 doing? Malinovsky makes it 3 wide of the backstretch. Jean Lacey Esports Academy come through, Prime E Racing come through, and then also Williams Esports. Malinovsky not happy with that one bit, and I don't blame him.
And somehow Williams Esports has got past all of them there coming through. I think that's about 3 places moved up, and for sure the Malinovsky there is not going to be too happy with that Ascari sequence, being squeezed over the curbs multiple times and now losing about 3 places himself. But he needs to try and calm down and get these places back, because at the end of the day, if there's no penalties or anything like that, he needs to get these cars on track in this final hour and a half. Now side by side with the 77 coming towards the braking zone of turn number 1. This could be one place further back that he's made up, which he has, and it didn't look like the McLaren defended that too much, so now he needs to just get himself back in check and look at the BMW ahead of him.
Gotta say, if I was in Prime E Racing, I would have done the same thing as well. That is an angry championship contender. I'm getting out of the way. Thank you very much. I am not going to try and hold you up at all, and I have never not wanted to be in race control more in my life than when you see moments like that. For me, for my money, it seemed like Bykov turned in twice on the Yazhi car, which I don't think would be viewed upon too nicely as we head back to Cascatau, trying to get past Jesse Kauppinen for 12th position at the moment. Grippax Engineering dropping back a couple of positions on the race start behind the likes of Lindner and Valentin. Well, Valentin Barrier's actually dropped back a couple of positions, so never mind on that one. This is back up with William Hendrickson. You can see Dara McCormack, who stunningly has got through all of that up into 5th position, now behind his fellow Bentley in Mikhail Bykov. But this is a Dara McCormack that is angry, that is feisty, that is on a charge, and that is looking for 3rd position in the championship. A 3rd position which they would get, I do believe, if the positions hold as they are. But McCormack doesn't want to hold. He doesn't want 5th position. He wants much more than that, and they've got the pace to do it, so why not?
Yeah, the good thing for them now is they're in such a strong position. They can even finish inside the top 10 with where Hendrickson is at this point in the standings. But, you know, so much racing still to do. You just need to get any position, and that is why he wants to get inside the top 4 now.
Malinovsky with a 5-second time penalty. Not 100% sure as to what that was for. We'll see this from up above now. So let's see what happens. So Malinovsky, he does really send this in. It's about whether he makes the apex or not, or whether he's going to make the apex. So he really sends it in. We lose them behind the trees. For me, I mean, that one's a little bit sketchy. It does seem as though the car angles towards the apex, and that one completely. Whether you could argue Malinovsky was alongside enough to demand some track position, but for me, Mikhail Bykov does turn completely over the nose of Malinovsky on the exit there. And the first bit, I just feel like, at least in the angle that we were seeing it there, it seemed as Bykov moved in the braking zone. But again, who knows?
Absolutely, and if that 5 seconds is going to be obviously served at that next pit stop, that could be quite crucial because the cars are still going to be really close together because remember that Yazhi car needs to finish ahead, not even just one place, 8 points at least ahead of that number 41 you're seeing on your screen, which is now potentially losing a place to Dara McCormack in that number 5 Williams. He's made up so many positions, 13th place I believe it was on the restart, already up into 5th, making so many moves, and this could be the top 4. And now it's double Bentley action as we come out onto the back straight.
I just want to clarify, by the way, that 5-second time penalty for Malinovsky, we have not received confirmation from race control as to what that was for. And so I will hold fire as to saying it was for that incident because I'm not 100% sure. Because, again, from my point of view, that was a little bit more on Bykov. So it might have been for something in the previous portions of the race. Because obviously we've had the red flag. It might have been pre-red flag. We do not know yet. So we'll have to await for race control to confirm as to why Malinovsky has received a 5-second time penalty. And whilst we're waiting for that, we'll just focus on some of the thrilling racing that we are having here. Dara McCormack, where's he going to try and make a move on Mikhail Bykov? We come down towards the Parabolica whilst second and third battling it out. Dara McCormack looks to the outside. Again, that tight defensive line that the 41's taking opens up the up and under, and Dara McCormack makes a costly mistake and drives straight into the rear of Bykov, which of course, thank you so much, Malinovsky is going to be saying to Dara McCormack, an easy move if ever there was one. And that is a bad moment for the 41, who drops back behind Sven Hetic, who dropped back behind Roters, who dropped back behind Valentin Barriere as well.
And this is going to be crazy. There's 3 cars now in between the 2 of them, and we are definitely going to need to see a replay of how that one worked with the Williams car obviously being on the inside and the number 41 just missing the apex slightly, but of course still being the car ahead and choosing their line on the exit. But now this is where the 41 is going to have issues now because there's cars ahead of him battling, and Bykov needs to work out, he needs to pick his battles to not get involved.
Yeah, this is a pretty dramatic restart then to the race here at Monza. Of course, this is season finale territory. And of course, we're all getting our handbags out, ladies, because look at this from Sven Hetic trying to just chop over the nose. And look at the side-by-side. Valentin Barriere, too deep. Mikhail Bykov comes straight back through. WPS Racing also. And there's the look once again from Valentin Barriere. It's a big train. It's a dramatic moment, as we'll see on replay, as to what happened. So Dara McCormack goes up and under and straight into the rear. I don't know. I feel that looks an awful lot worse. I do feel like Darren McCormack is probably just trying to get up and under the 41 and completely misjudges it and drives straight into the rear. Mikhail Bykov is doing the same thing that he was trying to do to the Azit car where we were stopping it at T1. That's going to be a big moment from Valentin Barriere, who's gone straight into the gravel after a bit of side-by-side contact with Lindner.
How many times have we seen this recently? Cars, I mean, you mentioned just a few minutes ago, moving in the braking zone, wiggling about, and that's caused a number of incidents today, unfortunately, for the drivers involved in that one. And yeah, that's just caused another one there coming into Ascari. And yeah, back to that one with the 41 and the 5. Definitely Bykov went deep, coming back towards the racing line, but that point, there was no overlap or anything. So, of course, he was just choosing his line at that point. So, McCormack, as you say, maybe just slightly misjudging that one, and that potentially is not going to be good. But I don't think that angle that we saw it was the most flattering. I think it was less fault as it possibly looked from that one. But now Bykov needs to come back, because he can't let the 82 get too far up the road, even with that 5-second penalty to.
Oh my goodness me! Yes, a Kauppinen straight over with Lindner as well, and Morano thinks, okay, I'm going straight over as well. Wow, this is not the restart we wanted. We are, well, I mean, to be fair, I'm all right with it. There's a bit of drama. Race controller sat there with head in hands at the moment, watching what's going on. It's a crazy restart to the race. You can see here the 82 receiving, it was in the previous, oh no, it was in the first part of the race, between the 82 and the 128. So that's not what we saw, was it, with the contact? No, because it was with the 41. So unsporting behaviour is what's given them a 5-second time break, which is actually what they got the same penalty for in the previous. I don't know if they've cut a chicane or something. It might have been for the side-by-side into the Rodger. Malinovsky might have straight-lined it to gain the position, and that's why it's been a 5-second time penalty. Of course, we've not seen a replay of that, but that one being on lap 1. So it's not for the contact between himself and Bykov, which I know a lot of people did kind of think, but no, that is not the case. The 990 and the 8, obviously a penalty going the way of the 8, also the 8 belonging to the Pass Sim Racing team, so them also getting a 10-second time penalty a bit further down the order. But yes, a very dramatic start and probably a very irritated race control.
The 128 are in the pit lane as well, and that could very much help the situation of Williams. I don't think we actually saw why that's happened, but either way, they are in the pit lane. They're leaving now, so they've obviously had some sort of issue on the previous lap. So even if Williams get some sort of seconds penalty, that might be enough for them to hold on enough places for that position.
Yeah, as much as I don't think, by the way, you were saying it wasn't a very flattering angle. I don't think there was many flattering angles that you could see of that instant with Darren McCormack, but I think it's kind of one of those things that it will always look worse than it actually was. I don't think it was. See, I mean, for me, it's a penalty on Darren McCormack's shoulders. It's just not like a crazy one. It's the same penalty that is for spinning out on other corners, which is normally like a 5 or a 15-second time penalty, something like that. It's not like. It looks a lot worse than it was. It is what it is, but Darren McCormack holds on the 4th position. It's just at the fastest lap of the race, as once again another issue for Kauppinen. So let's see, this is what I believe the penalty was for. So going around the outside of Hendrickson, it was against the 128. He straight lines it to gain the position. So yes, that was a penalty.
Yeah, that's absolutely
fair
enough.
That's a slam dunk.
Yeah, easy. He went the wrong side of the curb. He's supposed to go around the curb, not over it. And that obviously kept the position. Well, really made the position, made it possible. If he had to back out of it, he wouldn't have had the run there going towards Lesmo 1. So I'd say that one is fair enough. But we come back to this battle between the two BMWs for second and third place. The first place number 33 has gone off, but the battle for second is still raging on. The 55 trying to get up into second.
Yeah, I know a lot of people, by the way, with that replay will tell me that he was far enough alongside to demand some track position, which is kind of like but also doesn't give you the right to just flat out straight line the corner and then get further ahead than you originally were. If he just straight lined it and was back alongside to the same distance, I'd then be a bit more like, yeah, fair enough. But it was the fact that was partially alongside, straight lined it whilst there was also a little bit of room given. That one was very avoidable, and it's the second time we've seen it from Malinovsky, so I don't really feel that bad about that one. Here comes Caracas, though, trying to look for a move. Half-heartedly, they kind of looked and then came back and then looked again, trying to get past Raditzi. Again, trying to look for the up and under. It's not there, but Caracas really trying to attack right now.
Yeah, it certainly has actually lost a bit of momentum though. Coming as always, see more BMW on BMW action into turn number 1. Then number 3 just having to back out of that one. Cascatao there just once again looking the nose up the inside, but not really looking for a full pass there. But we see this quite a few times. People try and get a bit of a switchback, try and get a bit of a run rather than just diving it down the inside. But of course, you've got to be careful with that one, because if you leave just your nose in there, you can always get wiped out and potentially get a penalty from that one, as it could be deemed you obviously causing collision with your competitor ahead of you. So you do have to be just a little bit wary with these. But yeah, we've got 3 BMWs on the podium as it stands, and they've got a really nice gap forming ahead of behind them.
Yes, indeed. Now, with the points as they are, with a 5th and an 8th, I've just got to go back to the championship very, very briefly. With the points as they are, for 5th place, you score 30 points. For 8th place, you score 24, which means it would be plus 6 points on the swing towards Malinovsky and the Yaz Heat team. That is not enough. It means that Simware.Pro by Vides would win the championship by 2 points. So there needs to be a little bit more work. That is correct. Cameron Rodger, big maths boy, tell me, help me. Because you know what I say, never trust a commentator's maths. Trust something else, because let's be honest, here comes Race Anywhere trying to grab the podium once again. 2nd position is theirs. If they can hold on to this around the Parabolica, but the outside line will hold the advantage.
Certainly will, side by side down the straight, but who's got the better straight line speed is Raditzi there in 2nd place at this moment in time. But Karekis behind him, getting the slipstream, going towards the outside. It's going to have to be an out-braking manoeuvre, half a car length behind, such a long way before we get to the brakes. And he seems to get his car ahead as we get towards that first apex, manages to block off his rival in the 2nd apex. Amazing move there, just textbook really, no contact, and away he goes.
Yeah, nice, pretty move there. Not too difficult, not really. But again, it was some of the best advice they ever got, was try and not make a move look too pretty. Mikhail Baikov has just done the same thing by moving up position on rotors. Don't try and make it look pretty. Just get on with it, get it done, move up the spot. That's important. Up to 7th position now, 26 points this. It means the gap would only be coming down by 4 points. So Malinovsky is back in position to have all of the work to do, as Morano's got to worry about Cascatao behind.
And Malinovsky has a 5-second penalty at their pit stop as well. And this is not including anything that may or may not come from that incident. So let's wait for that one. But we do know the 5 seconds is coming the way of the 82. And as it stands, they will go just behind, maybe even Rutters there, if everyone has equal length stops and everything like that. So this pit stop coming up is going to be very critical, because look at the weather on the top right. Clouds are coming, rain is stopping potentially within the next 10 minutes or so. And that is going to be crucial for what tyres do you pick when we eventually get to the pit stop, because will the track be dried out enough for the slicks?
Well, I'll tell you this, as drivers, you're all sat there being like, can it just keep raining for about another 10-15 minutes, please? That'd be great. Because if it stops raining now, well, it might just get to the position where you've got to come in and get some dry tyres. But if you do, then you've probably got to come in and do a splash and dash, or at least to reset the timer before the end of the race. All things you don't want to do. You don't want to have to come down pit lane an extra time. That's one of the main things of endurance racing that you've got to avoid. By the way, in the background, I don't know if anyone saw that, but Henneberg and Valentin Barriere for 16th position were really having a bit of a tussle coming off of Ascari. Henneberg holding the advantage in this one that we can see. Valentin Barriere desperate to find a way past in the highest place Ferrari that they've been all day. Of course, Seville just a couple of positions behind Artak Vicic. Also another one of the Ferraris, obviously home soil for the Ferrari brand. And Valentin Barriere trying to pick up another spot with a big dive down the inside. This time he does get past Henneberg.
Yeah, lovely move there as well, moving that number 7 up a position, 16th place now for that car in particular. As you're saying, highest Ferrari, waving the Italian flag, trying to work themselves out.
Did I just get word that Victor Nicolai has had an issue? Victor Nicolai has had an issue from the race lead. Now, let's do a little bit of investigation. Had a good lead, a very comfortable lead, and no longer has it. Is there any damage on that car? By my eye, I don't believe so. I think that car looks pretty clean to me, which tells me it might have just been an off, which I am going to keep my fingers crossed and hope.
So that move for Karakis was actually a move for the effective race lead as well, because he's got 1.2 to second place and further 1.4 to Nikolai there. Let's get a replay to see what happened into the Parabolica. I would assume this was on the previous lap. Doesn't look to be going in too fast, but that's a technical difficulty.
Oh.
There's a technical difficulty. He's had to stop, maybe reset something, and then get going again.
That is pain. That is absolute pain. We're getting word in our ear that the rain has also stopped, and you can certainly see that. No more rain coming down. Of course, some of the wipers still on after just a little bit of spray being picked up from the cars ahead and stuff. But that will be drama that Victor Nicolai will certainly not want, for obvious reasons. For one, it's taking them away from the race lead, but also from two, all you're going to be doing for the next hour and 20 minutes is thinking, let's not have that issue again. Being told as well that he might have pressed the ignition, which I've had before, and it is quite an embarrassing moment. Not done it from a race lead, though, so each their own on that one.
And while that's happening, Bykov has been given a 5-second penalty for that incident with the number 82 as well on the fourth lap of the restart. 5-second time penalty for both of the leaders, which obviously cancels it out. So the positions where they are is going to be roughly where they work themselves out as well. So we're now back to square one effectively, and it still needs to be a couple of positions lost though for the 41 if Malinovsky wants to claim this championship. But for sure, that is another twist in this championship tale.
Yeah, as much as it's now equal. I say that was for contact between the two of them going through Ascari, which again, absolutely, I think that is the right call. 41 receiving that 5-second time there was a little bit too aggressive on their part, and it's what cost Malinovsky to drop back a couple of positions. But as much as there is a train behind, Jesse Kalpanen's already 3 seconds off of the rear end of Rodger. So when they all come into the pit lane, at this point, at this exact moment, then you're going to have Bykov drop into that train. By the time they actually get into the pit lane, though, that gap might actually be closer to around about 5 seconds anyway, which means he might only lose the position to Rodger. So even for the championship, Malinovsky's still got a bit more work to do, needs to get past Nicolai, Raditsi. Someone needs to get past at least a couple other people as we look back to the battle for 10th position. Lindner now defending in that WPS racing car. Cascatel, they're going to go and get around the outside potentially. This is where the grip, though, on the circuit is all over the place. You can see it's already come down to damp. An hour and 20 minutes left to go, and the driver stint limit being 65 minutes. You want to stay out on these for at least another 15, maybe 20 minutes if you can. Cascatel with trying to get the undercut, coming down on the start-finish straight, picking up the tiniest bit of slipstream from Jesse Kalpanen as they race down towards turn one. Bykov and Roters battling on the right-hand side of your screen. Left-hand side is Cascatel making that move, having to go straight on though. Lindner skipping the chicane, and gaining the position will be the West Competition Racing Academy car.
Yeah, a bit of contact through the apex of turn number one. From the angle we saw, I couldn't quite see who was potentially at fault, but certainly contact between the two. I wonder if the number three, though, didn't quite make the apex of turn one, which could be a little bit questionable. But then, of course, it was the other car, 21, going over the second apex, and gaining from that. So I don't know how that one would potentially be looked at. But anyway, the three there making a position into that 10th place, and for sure, this battle on screen that we're seeing now could be somewhat important. The 2-1-1 BMW trying to get past Bykov here in the number 41. Your championship leader, as we said a few times already, the gap to the 82 is what we need to look out for. It's not necessarily where they finish now, it's about the gap between them and how many points that translates to.
I will say something though, it is a three-way fight for the lead coming out of Ascari down towards the Parabolica. Caracas in the 55 is just about leading from Raditsi, from Victor Nicolai after losing that race lead. Whilst we're talking to the championship, we still have a race in itself to deal with. The rain has stepped aside at least for a moment, and the next half hour seems like it's going to be pretty clear. Temperature's already risen up to 29 degrees, and that race lead between Caracas, Raditsi and Nicolai across the line. I think Nicolai might be going for a move coming down into the first corner because he's charging for it. He wants that race lead back, and Nicolai, who's in third position at the moment, is going to be looking to the inside of that T3 Motorsports car. Is not quite there, spins him round. Oh no, that's such a big drama, and Victor Nicolai just spinning around Raditsi. Dara McCormack, though, is going to come through and try and grab second position.
He certainly is up the inside of Curva Grande. He's got the speed on the exit, and the 33 there, I would say he may be looking at some fault there for that contact in between turns number 1 and 2 for Nicolai. The race has turned completely around. Remember, they were doing the race so easily. A 30-second lead they had before the red flag, and now they're down into third.
just hearing our ear as well, Malinovsky has been off the road as well, but I think he's just dropped the single position to Sven Hetic, and now he's only one position clear of Mikhail Bykov. It's all happening.
It certainly is. I did think I saw some dust or something happening in the background on the exit of Curva Grande, so that might have been him actually going off, which would be quite an interesting one if it works out to be that. And we'll see as we go over the Sector 2 line, the tail updating with all the splits and how everything is going to work out. As you see here on screen, McCormack up into second place with Nikolai following him in third, and that is going to be so important as Diane McCormack there is obviously trying to work himself out into a good position after starting this restart in 13th place.
And Dara has a 5-second time penalty as well. Not sure where that came from, but Dara McCormack also picking up another one. So he joins the list of those with 5-second time penalties. There was one going out to the 201, that one being the SPQ Racing for overtaking off track, taking on the number 3 also. So there has been a couple of issues, that one being the West Competition Racing Academy car. So, yeah, another 5-second time penalty being dished out. We believe that Malinovsky, by the way, the 5-second, the position that he dropped might have been through a technical fault and it being a game freeze.
That was so awkward to watch. The car obviously just stopping and jerking about, and unfortunately lost him that place, which now means on track it is a battle between your championship leaders, but one place is only 2 points, and therefore that is not enough as it stands, with the 5 seconds still needing to be taken. And car 5, car 41, so that is between Bykov and the number 5. Okay, so that was at the final corner, so that was the contact we saw at the final corner. The number 5 has been given a 5-second time penalty for that, which is kind of what we were discussing at the time. And so yeah, I mean, 4 cars on your screen plus the number 3 will have one to be added. So 5 cars in the top 12 need to serve 5-second time penalties.
Yeah, it's again pretty mad. I'm not sure if it was the number 3. Was it the number 3 that needed one? No, it was the 201 that needed one, which is further down the order, being in 12th position. So that one being Morano, who gained a position for off track, trying to get past the 3. So that's where that penalty is. So yeah, like you say, 4 in the top 15 though, gaining a 5-second time penalty. It's not been the race, the restart race control wanted, as there is the SPQ Racing car defending from Darren King, allowing Schubert to also close in, dragging in Chris Hack, dragging in Valentin Barriere as well.
Yeah, these battles are continuing as we're already about just over half an hour into this restart. And of course, these drivers are just trying to get within that 65 minutes into the final pit stop. And a lot of these teams, this pit stop is going to be crucial. Is it going to be time to put on the slick tyres? And also, a lot of these drivers have only used 2 drivers, which means they're going to have to put in a 3rd driver who's going to have to jump in slicks on a damp track. It's going to be a very difficult situation for those guys who haven't done any driving so far. So yeah, really interesting indeed. Is Malinovsky now trying to get back up into the top 5?
Ooh. God, I thought Malinovsky was nearly going into the rear end of Sven Hetic there. I was a little bit scared myself. As we're seeing, like I say, everyone driving offline just to try and cool the tyres down ever so slightly, to try and make sure that they can get towards about an hour and 5 minutes left to go in this race to complete that final stint, 65-minute stint limits that applies to the end of the race as well. Again, it's normally it's pit lane to pit lane. This time it'll be pit lane to checkered flag as Malinovsky up the inside, up into 5th position though, with a bit of a deep dive, and Sven Hetic could come back here, coming down into the first Lesmo. Will they decide to do so? Malinovsky covers it off as the sun is also popping out onto the circuit as well. That will add to the heat being dropped down. That will add to the speed that the rain is being picked up from the racing surface, meaning that things will become more and more difficult. Everyone is trying to get their way towards that final stop. Right now, everyone's tyres will be absolutely screaming.
Well, it certainly was. There's been a bit of an issue here for the number 80 coming through the second chicane there, turn 4 and 5, and had a bit of an issue, losing a position. They were 23rd, now down into 24th place. And yeah, in the top right of your screen, the track temperature is now 29. That was about 26, 27 when we had the rain. So that track temp coming up is not going to be helping those wet tyres at all either. So this is going to be a tricky few laps, as that's a massive slide there coming out of Ascari.
Yeah, and considering the large run down towards the Parabolica, certainly a part of the circuit you don't want one. You can see the part of the circuit, though, that the Virtual Drivers by TX3 machine was trying to take, the bit that less people are using, because there's a bit more standing water there, just to, again, cool the tyres slightly. Who is going to bite first? Is anyone going to do something to try and come in a little bit early, to try and get on some slick tyres, try and make up some track position, knowing that you will most likely, well, you will have to do at least at the bare minimum of drive-through, most likely still a splash and dash to reach the checkered flag whilst being fair. Who's going to take that gamble? At the moment, I don't feel anyone is.
It depends how fast the slicks are now, and if you think you're going to gain enough time before to effectively make up that splash and dash. But you can see there's really a dry line forming. It's massive now, so obvious. But all these drivers just need to wait those extra few laps. But remember, they can't pit exactly with 65 minutes to go, because if you effectively have to sort of an extra lap, depending on where you are with the leader, you might have to add on another one. So the drivers might have to go to sort of like 63 minutes to go, 3 wide through Curva Grande.
Yeah, Pulse Sim Sports trying to hang on from a couple of R8s, which is certainly not ideal, as there was a little bit of contact. I think it was Henneberg going straight on. It certainly was. Henneberg not making the corner and still rejoining now at the rear end as we look at Artak Vicic for the slow racing team, one of the 2 slow racing team cars that are on the grid, and Henneberg dropping back. Sever, who's behind all of this in the 787, being the Symphony of Pistons machine, that bright green car, receiving a 10-second time penalty for issues in the early stages of this race. So again, race control being very, very busy as we're back on board with Mikhail Bykov, picking up the slipstream, cooling the tyres down as well, trying to find their way past Sven Hetic. You can see their championship rival just a couple of positions ahead. They don't need to be ahead of that rival, they just need to be a position behind.
They certainly do, and that gives them a very confident end to this race. Hour and 10 minutes, so we're still about 3 laps away from where the drivers are going to be wanting to make that final pit stop for the drive times. But now let's get the run towards turn number 1. The McLaren sort of defending to the outside, really. I don't think is going to be defending too much on the braking zone you would expect, and this could be Bykov going up a position, and yeah, the McLaren just sort of giving him the space into turn 1, making it nice and easy, as we saw a little bit earlier on as well with Malinovsky.
Yeah, exactly. Not want to get involved with the championship rivals. I mean, when we were catching up with West Competition Racing, same thing. It's like we've got our own race to do, but also we don't really want to trip up the championship rivals, kind of let them do their own thing, as Artak Vicic has had a bit of a moment coming down into the Rettifilio, goes straight on and skips the chicane and will return to the position, the straight line behind Seville, but is still ahead of Henneberg. But that seemed like it was a bit of a moment that we're going to see quite a bit more of. Obviously, whilst you've got ABS, whilst you've got traction control, this part of the race, it's almost somehow more slippery in some cases than it was when it was just pure wet, because your tyres are overheating massively. The front end is not gripping. You want to turn that traction control down so you can kick the rear end out just a little bit to try and push it through the corner somehow. It's like driving a cross-channel ferry. It is uninteresting at best.
It's certainly a very difficult situation for these drivers to be in. Number 80 now diving up the inside of the Lesmo number 1, but the McLaren on the outside. The number 14 is Avitva trying to hold it, making it stick, but then 2 go side by side once again up towards Lesmo 2. They still stay side by side, but the McLaren holds it all the way around the outside, and the number 14 keeps that position. Nice little battle there.
That was actually Schwanker in the 79 hanging on from the 80 of the GTR Masters Endurance team. So the battle for 23rd and 24th as they'll head back up towards Ascari. But you can see that Luciano Vitford and the Ballas Esports machine is closing in that number 14 BMW to try and add to this fight, as we'll head back up to Jesse Kauppinen just ahead of Cascatau. And this is a driver being Cascatau who's been up the order, down the order, back up the order, back down, back up the order, and now rising back up as we race our way towards the final checkered flag of the season. Down the inside, turning it in on the brakes on what looks to be almost a bone dry track, and you can see they're all scrambling for grip. They're all on the wet tyres at the moment, we will remind you, and Cascatau does gain the position in the slowest race through the Rettifilio I think I've seen all race.
Yeah, it's a bit clunky, the cars going around there for sure. They didn't have the grip that they wanted. As we're 4 cars going behind this our car on screen, 13th place. We are 2 by 2 coming up towards the turn 4 chicane, and this is going to be so difficult to work out where you're going to go, because the cars behind don't want to brake too late either. But Barrier there on the inside trying to hold it, but the Aston Martin on the outside of King is actually losing the position there. Barrier gets up to 13th place, and now King's going to have to defend as we come towards Lesmo 1 once again. Schubert trying to get involved as we come through this second sector.
Yeah, Schubert and Chris Hack as well, closing in the Wild Things Racing car. We ride on board with Hack. A driver who I have been teammates with in sim racing before, actually, is Malinovsky, is down the inside of Raditzi, who gives plenty of room and then some going through Ascari. It's going to slow the pair of them down, but Raditzi is clearly struggling at the moment over the sector split. There was less than a tenth separating them, and this has got to be a move that Malinovsky has got to do, got to get on with, and got to clear away from ASAP. 7 seconds down the road is Victor Nikolai. Before you get to Dara McCormack and before you get to Caracas, our race leader, there's an hour and 6 minutes left in the race. They're closing in on the 65-minute window, which they're desperate to get to, as the circuit is still classified as greasy. It is slick optimal at the moment. They need to move on to the dry tyres. They'll all be ready to move on to it, and it is going to be a very busy pit lane in a couple of laps' time, as there is that position being held by Raditzi. The straight line speed of that BMW M4 is just about enough, as Malinovsky is trying to get around the outside. He's going to send it in. Is he going to be too deep? Yes, he is. He's going to go over the chicane. He's got to return the position to Raditzi, but he's got to worry though, because here comes Bykov.
He certainly is, and this could be an amazing opportunity for Bykov, getting that slipstream of the BMW up the inside, but Malinovsky somehow is getting his car just about in position, but the two rivals go side by side up towards the second chicane. They're wheel banging as we come towards the braking zone. Bentley on the outside, Porsche on the inside, and it looks like the 41's made it. Malinovsky losing a place there, and that is huge as Bykov keeps that place, but he gets a bad run. The two hit as we come towards Lesmo 1.
Yeah, it was just a misjudgment again from Malinovsky. He was trying to do something very smart, trying to get the undercut on the exit of the Rodger, but instead he's just misjudged it, made contact with the rear end of Bykov, and Sven Hetic has come through. Grass being picked up though at the turn-in point as they head through the second Lesmo once again, and that is a couple of positions. This is something they can ill afford, because they are now going to come under attack from a Rotters as well in that Whipperman racing car. This is a big problem for Malinovsky, because he can see his championship rivals running away. Whipperman Racing allowing Malinovsky to hold on to 7th position again. All of them are thinking, this guy's battling for a championship. Do I overtake? Do I not? What do I do? How much risk do I take? He's playing for a lot more than I am.
Well, it looks like these guys behind him are going to be going for it, as we're seeing just a little bit further back. We've got Rotters and Cascatau trying to get inside, as we're seeing potentially first people for the pit lane, but no, I'm just saying they are staying out because it's just a little bit too early, because as I said, they need to make sure that, including potentially an extra lap, that they don't go over that 65 limits. We're coming out onto the start-finish straight once again. We do see the first pitter.
T3 Motorsports then into the pit lane. This could be really big for Raditzi. You've got to remember, it is pit lane exit to checkered flag. That is the 60. It's normally pit lane exit to pit lane entrance. It's a 65-minute driver stint limit. Now, what that means in this sense is that when this T3 Motorsports car leaves the pit lane, the timer will start. It might leave the pit lane, depending on how long the stop is, with about an hour and 3 minutes left to go. Obviously, that gives you a little bit of leeway on the timer by a couple of minutes, which might be enough, but it means you've got to cross the line in 65 minutes from the moment you leave the pit lane. It is very tricky to calculate. They've taken a bit of a gamble, but again, it's the whole thing that I was saying earlier. If you want to win a championship, win a race, sometimes you've got to risk losing it also. And that is exactly what they're trying to do, as here comes Malinovsky looking down the inside, kick-off oversteer as he was trying to slam down on the brakes, and Sven Hetic is coming under a lot of pressure now as Malinovsky's trying to pick up a position directly behind that as well. There is also going to be a switch as the slow racing team also pick up a spot, but I believe they're a lap down.
And watch out for a huge flurry of cars coming into the pit lane this time around. It was very close with that T3 Motorsports car, but when we get this time around, it's going to be everyone probably coming into the pits, as Hetic might be losing another place there on the inside. So that Rotter's trying to get his car involved, or at least someone trying to get his car involved side by side through Ascari. That is not the nicest position to be in.
I think it's the 990, the slow racing car. Now Whipperman Racing is going to get past as well, so the blue flags will be out. You can see displayed there by the virtual marshal. So that's what the slow racing car is being told. You can see all our race leaders coming into the pit lane. Dara McCormack really closed in on Caracas, but you've got to remember, the Williams Esports has a 5-second time penalty to do. Victor Nikolai, a time penalty as well. We'll get to that one in a moment, as there's been a bit of contact. Oh my goodness, Sven Hetic wanted to come into the pit lane and Louis Rotters did not. So Rotters stays out on the race circuit for Whipperman German racing was being expected to come in the pit lane, but you can't just drive into someone. If they don't want to come in, they don't have to come in. That's how it works. As you'll see the slow racing team car get past, the windscreen wiper is still going like crazy on Rodger's car, but you've got some penalties to deal with in here as well. Of course, our top two in the champ, being the 41 and the 82, also have their 5 seconds to deal with. Goodness me, the second half of this race, or rather since the restart of the race, has been absolute madness.
Yeah, it's been absolutely crazy to see, and we still need to work out how this is going to work out. So, Race Everywhere SimSport, they're going to be taking the lead because, or keeping the lead, I should say, because Williams had that 5 seconds. So here it is, because Williams will obviously have had to serve that 5 seconds, and there'll be pretty much 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There goes to Williams, but then just behind them was Nikolai, but I believe Nikolai will have to change.
Nikolai had a 10-second time penalty. Victor Nikolai had a 10-second time penalty. That was what we're trying to see as we were coming into the pit lane. And Malinovsky, oh, that's it, championship's done. The championship's done. Speeding in the pit lane, stop and go 30. Malinovsky has just received a stop and go 30. That will be for speeding in the pit lane. And I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen, who were expecting, who were wanting the 82 to win, that is it done. Unless there is some unbelievable drama in the next 61 minutes, that is the title race completely over. Malinovsky with the worst time stop and go 30 I have ever seen. That's it.
That is almost as bad as a certain league that I know of back at the American Grand Prix a few years ago as well.
So it was 2014.
With basically a similar situation, actually, which is quite interesting on that day. But for sure, final pit stop of the season. You've got to be hitting your marks in these things. As Rotters now, this is for the lead. They are still out there as Lindner trying to get up into a position. Actually, that's not Lindner, is it? That's another McLaren actually fighting. So Rotters, either way, has stayed out. And surely he's losing time by doing this on the wets, unless he was on the slicks at the restart.
No, he is surely losing massive amount of time. His last lap was a 1 minute 55.4, and I can guarantee you that those setting lap times will be much, much, much faster than that. The car, the slow racing car that got past, that one that's just gone through the foreground shot, blue and white, that one did a 52.3. Now, you are right, might have actually started on the slicks, might just come in to do a splash and dash. It would be great if he could turn off that windscreen wiper, because that is irritating me to no end. I can just imagine the noise that is making. But the car that's just at the fastest lap, being Augustat in that T3 Motorsports car, you can see there with the pink number 7, now in 7th position, has just done a 49.4, which was about 6 seconds faster than Rotters. So whilst this is quite a gamble, if they have gone for the slick tyres in the restart, they're just trying to go on for longer anyway. I'm not sure it's going to play off. As you can see, Maciej Malinovsky into the pit lane, and someone needs to head down to Yazzie and give out everyone a pretty big hug. They've had a bad day, and it is only getting worse.
Yeah, and the stop and go 30, I mean, that's literally, going to be best part of a lap as well. That's not a nice amount of time. Well, it's probably about half a lap, I should say. It's not the nicest situation to be in at all. And you've got the picture of Honzik there. Stream, and I assume that is his him obviously spectating, not going to be getting in that car when we get to the end. But one thing that's quite interesting is
here we go.
Ross is finally coming in. Some of these drivers, they've gone out for another stint, but I thought the drivers could only do 3 hours. So I don't know how the driving time has worked out with the restart, but I think that some of the drivers might have gone over their time, if I'm not mistaken by that.
I will. Normally, it's handled in game, and so yeah, it's normally dealt with in game. And obviously, with this being restarted, I'm not sure. And this would have been something that Michael Hamlet, where he sat down with the drivers. They did like a second driver briefing, basically, with all the drivers and stuff, and would have explained what's going on with the drivers when it comes to that. And obviously, all the drivers would have probably asked the question anyway. So whatever's happening, I can only assume that they know what's going on, and obviously, I would just trust that they're all good, that the thumb would be up from the teams.
Yeah, that makes sense. If obviously the rule is that is then controlled by the game, then that makes sense. Because of course, when you restart, everything, all this times gets set and restarted. It's Cascatao now on the number 3 car, going to the outside here of Arndt here, coming towards 6th place and turn number 1. Who's going to be better on the brakes? It's going to be the BMW easily, but the McLaren's thinking about coming back there in towards turn number 1, but that's another position for that car, and up into 5th place.
Yes, indeed. So at least another position made up. Getting confirmation, by the way, from race control, as kind of expected, with it being a red flag restart, i.e. essentially, if you think of it from the game's point of view, the game doesn't think that a race has already been going on. It's just treating this as a brand new race, and thus, from its point of view, all of the maximum driver times or their maximum stints, they've all been reset. So that's all well and good, and like I say, going to be carrying on. Van Meerveld, though, 15th position, has Artak Vicic directly behind, and Valentin Barriere, who at least at the bare minimum wants to be the highest placed Ferrari at the Ferrari home circuit here at Monza, the final race of the season. And considering how this race circuit looked about 20 minutes ago, it's looking lovely and dry out there.
It absolutely is, and that just shows that if there wasn't that 65-minute rule, they probably would have pitted about 5 minutes earlier, but they just had to wait and wait and wait until they could know that they are getting to the end with the way that it works out. But this car, this number 3, has made up so many places since where they were quite a few laps ago. Obviously, way back when, I mean, it's probably in like the first hour of the race where they had massive contact with the 322 into turn 1, caught up the 41 in that as well, and now coming back from that, it's been quite a good recovery so far.
Yeah, incredibly so, to the same kind of level that the Dara McCormack and the number 5 Williams Esports team, that same level that they've recovered their way up the order. There's been some incredible drives throughout the day, and unfortunately some high drama as well. We'll see what the 82 can recover to over the final parts of the race, but unfortunately I think they'd even struggle to get inside the top 20. You know how strong this field is when you've lost a stop and go 30, which, like you say, is such an incredible amount of time to lose. Yeah, a very costly mistake indeed for speeding in the pit lane. There is Lucas Schubert getting around the outside of Dondi, who's taken over the Dolkin Community GCWR car. That's now in 11th position as we nearly get a bit of 3 wide as Valentin Barriere dives it down the inside, is going to get past Artak Vicic, just potentially if he can stick it around the outside, but the Audi R8 nearly squeezes him off, and they all stay in the same position, struggling to get past at the moment.
Yeah, Barriere trying to make some moves because he did have a time penalty, I believe, at his previous pit stop that we just saw. As we're seeing side-by-side Schubert around the outside De La Roger. We've seen that not work a few times. And actually, Malinowski had a penalty for that just a few laps ago. Having to back out of that one as we come to this battle once again for what is now 5th place. But it's a 3-way battle because we got Abelads on the back of this as he's got into the car in that 41 to finish off their season, the final stint of the season underway. And Arndt now trying to also get on the back of the number 3. So this is turning into a nice scrap for the top 5.
Yeah, and you got to remember, if I am in the position of Vacislav Abeladze, I am going to be sitting there thinking, I need to make this move. Obviously still going to go for it as well if the opportunity's there, and that's how he's going to try and get past Felix Arndt at the moment, and Arndt is not going to fight it in that number 77. But for me, this is a solid no risks. Almost have the most boring drive that is humanly possible over the next 55 minutes. Don't risk anything. Just cruise to the checkered flag, because the important bit is being wrapped up if they stay, to be fair, almost even if they go.
Yeah, those points are only to 22nd place. And I'm trying to see, yeah, the 82 aren't even inside that 22nd place, so 0 points at the moment. So yeah, they're looking really nice. The Schubert now getting the run towards the first corner, massive braking zone coming up. Who is going to be bigger on the brakes? It looks like they're pretty even actually, coming side by side in towards turn number 1. The Aston Martin just gets ahead there, and that is going to be potentially a decent run actually for him, because Schubert doesn't get the best exit, but now he's going to get the slipstream up through Curva Grande.
Yes, indeed. I'll update you on a little bit else in the championship as well that we can be playing for over the next 53 minutes, because there is a bit more interest going on as well. Schubert going back underneath on the exit of Curva Grande to the outside, coming through the Rodger. It's got to be a big send, but once again, it's just a little too short of a braking zone to really do the first bit. It's a little bit too fast. You're constantly slowing through, your trail braking all the way around. Chris Hack is also joining in on this battle, and very quickly, I will just say, if Dara McCormack gets up into the race lead and wins this race, well, this could be a very big moment for Williams Esports, because on that, they would be on 150 points. Well, on 150 points also is the Yaz Heat car. Difference is on countback, they'd both have 2 wins at that point, and it would go, as I would assume, but then again, don't assume, never assume anything. It might be since the first victory, but it should be who has the next highest place finish, which would be Williams Esports, which means if they win this race, they could potentially get second in the championship, which would be pretty incredible considering the day they've had.
It certainly would. So that assumes that Yazzie don't get back into the points and that
Correct.
Williams lead at the checkered flags. We'll have to see how that one works out. Good spot, because that is very important indeed for the championship. Of course, here's Rodger now trying to get to slipstream, trying to get a run down the inside of the number 69 Audi towards turn number 1. He's going to have the run. He's going to have the inside corner as well, but he doesn't brake quite as late there, and he isn't able to get the whole car alongside, just the nose, but he's going to do the switchback, get the run out through turn number 2 through Curva Grande.
And here we go. The battle continues between Luca Schubert, who's got to the outside. Little bit of contact with a 383, who's just received a warning. Saw those notes from race control, and that from Schubert was the move made in the number 78. And Chris Hack for the Wild Things Racing car is also going to try and go through on the right-hand side of your shot. Left-hand side is the battle for 8th. Yes, it's Savalainen trying to hang on from Rodger. At the moment, 8th position this battle on the left, whilst Chris Hack is trying to make the move. He's getting over to the outside, going into the Rodger, but backs out before they hit the apex.
But down inside, almost into Lesmo. 2 Rodger's thinking about it as you come up towards Ascari. This is always a nice overtaking manoeuvre as well, if you can get your car. But Rodger wasn't deep enough on the brakes into turn number 1. Can he try it this time around? Up towards another chicane here at Monza. Yeah, flicking the car to the inside, but just potentially trying to force a mistake. But Savalainen holding the car nicely there into Ascari, getting a good run actually through the triple apex chicane and out onto the back straight.
Yeah, which again, super important, especially in the dry, to make a position. The cars are less slip and slide on the way through there. They can kind of hold their own just a touch more. It makes overtakes coming down to the Parabolica that little bit more difficult. Savalainen kind of ignoring the fact that there was a car behind. By the way, that line was just the typical racing line, running out onto the green concrete on the exit, that painted green pathway on the exit of the Parabolica. But Rodger is closing in, Whipperman Racing trying to find the position, closing in that slipstream. We'll look to the inside before we get into the Rettifilio. Now, is the Audi R8 going to back out, or is it going to send it in and try and hang on? The 69 Grip Packs engineering car is going to send it in, is going to try and hang on to 8th position as the less optimal line on the exit of the Rettifilio. But if you can send it in hard enough, well, then you can carry that apex speed through nicely. That's exactly what the Finn did.
Certainly did. Nice move there, Barrier. Trying to get down the inside now on his fellow Ferrari. Trying to be top Ferrari in this race. Coming back from that time penalty. Number 7 moving their way up there into 15th position. The only issue is they're 5 seconds now ahead or behind of the car. Ahead. 2-1-1 now. Up the inside of the Lesmo. Side by side with Savalainen on the outside. Rodger's on the inside. Savalainen holding it all the way around the outside of Lesmo too. Good side by side battles between these two. Rodger's not leaving him the most room, but getting his car just ahead and making that position stick.
It was comical how much smaller the Audi R8 was really there when side by side with the BMW M4, which isn't even that big. It's not as if it's the big Bentley. Bit of a moment there from Artak Vicic, who finds the pathway through the first Lesmo eventually after a little bit of a mistake and drops back off the 2 Ferraris directly ahead. Klaus Nyring also closing in. But remember that Nyring is kind of said a little bit earlier, because breaching license points, essentially they have a certain amount of license points per round per season. If you go over, say for example in this case 3 license points, normally throughout most of the races you would then get a penalty for the next race. If you pass 3 license points, it's 15 seconds. If you pass 4 license points, I think it was something like a grid drop, and then a certain like 5 license points you not allowed to take part in qualifying, something in that vein. Normally it's 15 seconds though, and past that point no one's naughty. Now, because he's passed 3 license points in this race, it means that there will be a 15-second post-race time penalty to the 214, which is the NSN sim racing car that Klaus Nyring is behind. So wherever they finish, plus 15 seconds onto the time that they've got, and that will be their finishing position, because the season finale is 15 seconds for passing the 3 license point threshold over the season, which again, we've said it before, it started out this season, or rather in the Coach Dave Super Sprint, everyone was like, race control's not as harsh anymore because these licenses, they don't really don't really penalise quite as strongly as we've had before. And then about 3 rounds later, they were like, no, this is way too harsh. It's like, oh, right, okay, yeah, fair enough. Because it's a penalty system which is designed to build. So i.e., if you're constantly getting penalties, constantly getting licence points, well, you're going to be penalised harsher for it, in a sense. Not for the actual individual penalty, because that's still the same, because that's set. Be it 5 seconds for this, 15 seconds for spinning someone out or whatever, but you will get like an additional penalty for accruing too many licence points.
Yeah, I definitely agree with this sort of system because, as you say, it doesn't. Drivers might be like, oh yeah, but it's only 5 seconds. It's only a 5 second here or there, but it adds up, and it's obviously not what you want to see. So if you can stop drivers doing that, and obviously mistakes happen here and there. So if you get 1 or 2 over the season, it's fine. But if you're getting it every race or multiple every race, then that should be penalised extra, because obviously there's an issue with your driving, and you should try and sort that one out. But actually, we see here Abelad's trying to get a bit of a run here on the number 3. Cascatel on the inside, Bentley on the outside towards turn number 1. The whole way around the outside, Abelad's is trying to go for number 41 up towards 5th place. Bit of contact between the two on the exit, space given then finally, but he manages to get that position. But I think the number 3 is going to be coming back past around Curva Grande.
Got to ask, is it worth it? Solid no, really. But, racing drivers got to race for whatever they can. The lights were flashing, of course, on Cascatel, as Abeladze got himself up into 5th position after setting the fastest lap of the race. And that position will be held back to Artak Vitic. He's trying to get around the outside of Van Meerveld at the first corner, and does indeed do so. So now up into 16th position. By the way, there was a couple of other drivers to speak of when it comes to post-race time penalties, because the 201 car that Jack Camelli is behind. That one has a certain driver in it called Matteo Morano. 15-second time penalty post-race, and also Valentin Barriere in the number 7 virtual drivers by TX3. So this car that's on our screen now and the virtual drivers by TX3 directly behind will also both receive a 15-second post-race time penalty.
Oof. And that could be so important. I mean, look how close lots of these gaps are because of that restart. The gaps aren't 10, 20, 30 seconds like they are after multiple hours. It's going to be just a short sprint to the end, and therefore 15 seconds could literally be 10 plus cars.
Yeah, and we've also even received word, not on our screen at the moment because they're a little bit further down, but for Prime E Racing, for the 79, for their third car, they've received a drive-through penalty for track limit excursions. Now, obviously this is only over the previous hour, because it's not as if anything's been held from the previous side of the race, because again the game will think of this as a race restart. It thinks it's a completely different race, as GTR Masters had a bit of an issue coming through the exit of Ascari. Have they been into the barrier though? We'll have to wait and see. But the drive-through penalty is only over the last hour, which means I kind of get the feeling that a few teams that might have been maybe close before were kind of like, oh right, we've been given the green light to really attack now. Oh, there's a drive-through.
Yeah, it's obviously reset the counter for everyone as well, so people may be just getting a little bit greedy in that regard. And yeah, for the number 80 there, Ascari can always be a fast crash, especially with where they were on like the exit of the third part of the chicane as well. So I just wonder if there is going to be some damage for that one as we come back to this battle for 5th place. We have Cascatel trying to get on the back of the 41. 41 just going up the road a little bit though, so he needs to be careful not to be letting that one get away too much, otherwise that 5th place will be out of reach. And as it stands, Ablaze, he's in the space that he needs, and he just needs to have a nice calm race to the end, because he does have 7 seconds ahead, so there's nothing to gain from pushing really.
Yeah, like I say, just drive within yourself, just have a calm race. I know obviously you want to have a little bit of fun, but also just have a calm race, just reach the checkered flag and not really worry about it. You know how we've spoken about second in the championship, how Darragh McCormack and the Williams Esports team could actually grab second in the championship if they take victory here. Well, they are dropping back from the Race Anywhere Sim Sports car that is leading. They're dropping back even into the clutches of the T3 Motorsports car. So even from that point of view, there's a bit of a question mark on their shoulders for it. But also, again, if the Porsche, the Yas Heat Porsche, if it gets inside the top 22 where the points are, to remind you, all they need to secure second position in the championship is 1 point. So all they need is 22nd. If they get 22nd, that's it. Any talk of second in the championship for Williams Esports is over anyway, because regardless of what they can do, they can only score 50 points. There's 50 points between them. It would go on count back to Williams, but if the 1 point is scored from Yaz Heat, then they're always going to be a point clear, no count back, no nothing. They would have 151 points, and if Williams won, they'd only have 150.
Yeah, and as it stands, obviously they're close to 25 seconds off that point as well, so highly unlikely, unless they start to do something absolutely crazy, because they're not crazily faster, considering we've only got 42 minutes left in this race, so they're going to need over a second a lap to get that one back in that position. But that does assume that Williams win the race, and they're currently 7.9 seconds off, so I'm not sure how that one is going to work out for them, because that gap has only got bigger since the pit stop.
Indeed. Well, Wild Things Racing, who we're presently looking at, behind the 383 of Dondi. Giacomelli's directly behind as well, so a nice little three-way fight. Got to remember that the car, the 201 of Giacomelli, will receive a post-race time penalty, but they will probably still just fight this as if they're full position, and I doubt that Dondi and Hack will really know at this point, so they're going to fight them as hard as it's another competitor, because, well, why wouldn't you? You've got to, because if you can get past another couple of positions, clear off into the distance, who knows? BMW's been very fast here this afternoon, so for Giacomelli, getting some clean air might gain them a couple of extra positions before they reach the checkered flag, even with their 15-second post-race time penalty for breaching the licence requirements.
Yeah, you're right. I'm not sure whether the drivers will be aware of these penalties so far. And as you say, as a driver anyway, you just see the cars ahead of you or behind you, and you just want to fight them, especially with just over 40 minutes left to go in the season, as actually the light is starting to get a little bit less here at Monza. But let's see here, Chris Hack getting the slipstream, going towards the outside of turn number 1. Can he go deep enough on the brakes? Yes, he just about can. He's gets his nose ahead, but round the outside of turn 1 might not always work, and he loses out that position on the exit of turn number 2.
Yeah, Dondi, 12th position, still there. Hack, then Giacomelli, so they're in the same order that they were, and the same order that they will continue. The Aston Martin, though it feels like it's struggling on speed just a little bit, and Chris Hack for Wild Things Racing is going to look to the outside coming down into the Rodger. It's got to be a big centre, make anything stick there, and obviously was not fancying it. We've seen a couple of attempts to get around the outside of the Rodger, a couple of them successful, a couple of them less so. And so you don't want to be on the wrong side of history when it comes to those kind of moves.
Yeah, you certainly don't. You always want to be the one coming out on top of those things, but it's certainly not the easiest, especially this track in general is a little bit more narrow than some of the other tracks we go to around the world, being the more sort of old school track. Has changed a bit over the years, but not completely. The heart of it still remains as to what it was all those decades ago now. Back when racing first started. As we go back to the battle, just behind this one, barrier is Meerveld just behind him, and getting very close indeed in that 987.
Yeah, of course, Artek Vicic really applying the pressure in that battle. This is back up to second position. Dara McCormack and Augustat will battle it out. T3 Motorsports trying to get back onto the podium. 8.9 seconds. Any chance of victory is slipping through the fingers unless there is an issue. Of course, Till Vornum was pretty early into the pit lane, or rather it wasn't Till Vornum who was behind the wheel at the time. It was his teammate of Caracas. They went into the pit lane earlier than most, and so it's going to be pretty tight with them to the checker flag, but they're in the greatest position they could possibly be in that they're leading. They would be, in this scenario, they'd be the first to cross the line, which means that they can time it a little bit better, which means they are actually in a really, really good spot to do it and succeed. When you're kind of in like third or fourth and you've tried taking a gamble like that, it more depends on when they cross the line, because if they cross the line and do like it's like really close on the seconds and they do an extra lap, suddenly you're in a really, really bad position, because you're going potentially a minute 50 longer than you thought you were. Till Vornum can play with this at least with 10 extra seconds behind, can play with this a little bit more, and even still, we reckon when they cross the line to start the final lap of the race, there should be at the worst about a minute 50 left on their timer based on where they exit the pit lane. So actually this is not bad for Till Vornum and the Race Anywhere SimSport team that look to be in a very strong position to win here at Monza.
Well, yeah, you're right. If you're leading the race, you effectively actually have the shortest run to the line, because obviously that's how you've won the race, because your race time has been the least. So any time behind that is certainly one to look out for. Is Augustat here having a look, having a thing, just getting big in the mirrors, I think, there of Dan McCormack coming towards turn number 1. And yeah, it just seems as the race has panned out, the Williams car hasn't continued to have the speed of the leader, at least. But of course, he still worked himself into a great position. Remember that Williams was in 13th place just over an hour ago, and he's already been in second place for about half an hour of that as well. So he did such a good job to get towards the front, and even getting on the podium from where they were would be a good result. But of course, with that touching distance of first place, you want to be holding on to it.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I say, it's all of the drama that's happened behind almost doesn't matter. All that you'll see is like, hang on, I could maybe do something more in this race, and that's all you focus on. That racing drivers always focused forwards. You can see Malinowski's closing in on Marzan, and potentially even 22nd position as race, and the lone final point if they can get past the number 80 that belongs to the GTR Masters esports team. They might have a couple of mistakes. Reason why I bring that up is if they score 1 point, then they fully secure second in the championship, and there would be no question, even if there is some really serious late race drama going the way of the Race Anywhere SimSports team, potentially even T3 also if they get past Dara McCormack. Alas, I don't think they're going to be winning the race anyway, but they've put themselves into the best possible position to do so. We're back on board with Leon Augustat. Still waiting behind Williams Esports, but I get the feeling, based on the pace from this BMW M4, this is a move that is coming.
It certainly is. There's a tiny bit of a wiggle there from McCormack coming on the exit of the parabolic as well. Let's see how this top speed is with the BMW getting the run there, getting closer and closer. Augustat there, a centimetre by centimetre. Not quite enough though. The Bentley's got really good straight line speed, but massively on the brakes. So they're on the outside for Leon Augustat for T3 Motorsport, trying to get up into second place, but not quite enough. But he was so much stronger on the brakes. That will give him confidence for the next lap.
I'm amazed at how late Augustat was on the brakes there. Really got alongside, but like I said, there's the braking power in the second half of that braking zone really went the way of Williams Esports, and were able to pull a little bit clear in that battle, trying to force a mistake out of the car behind. And you can see there lurking in the background, Victor Nicolai will be closing in. The previous lap, Nicolai closed down by 0.7 of a second on that battle. Still aiming for an all BMW 1, 2, 3, all BMWs on the podium as we head back to Jan Gang and Luciano Wittfurt battling out over 19th position. Also got Polke closing in as well in the Grip Packs engineering car. So there's a little bit of a tight battle coming a bit further down the order as well, as we've got a 1R8 holding on from an M4 and an R8 closing in as well. Ballas Esports not able to get through just yet, but the Leipert Esports cars just hanging on to 19th, but only just, it feels. The M4s are on the charge.
They certainly are. A very strong car, it seems, here today. They're all up the front. Remember in qualifying at one point, there was something like 5 in the top 5, then it just sort of spread out a little bit as the session went on, but certainly a very strong car around here. Straight line speed is absolutely mega, but look at this, side by side in towards the final corner. T3 contact between the two of them as they try to go side by side. McCormack doing everything to hold on to this, but I just don't know if that's going to be enough. He's going to have a slow run out of the final corner.
Yeah, and it's just not going to be enough potentially for Augustat to get alongside just yet, but it might be by the time we get down the end of the enormous start-finish straight, snaking one way and back over to the other. Dara McCormack is using any ability that he has to try and keep that BMW behind, and is certainly doing so for now. But again, Victor Nicolai is closing in. He set the fastest lap of the race on the previous lap. He's gone a second faster than Dara McCormack did over the course of the previous lap of this race, so he is charging up. And Victor Nicolai, whilst there might not be the potential for a race win on the cards after the 10-second time penalty, second place, I mean, that'd still be pretty decent for the West Competition Racing team, as Leon Augustat sends it down the inside. Dara McCormack goes straight over the chicane. Now, I don't know about you, Cam, but that for me is Dara McCormack. Surely he's got to give the position back. Absolutely.
That was T3's position any day of the week, and not only that, but McCormack gained, I mean, what's that, like 10 car lengths by jumping over. He definitely needs to give back at least the time, but probably the position as well. So I think that was probably a naive move, because he's probably going to lose more from potentially a penalty than it would be by giving that position back straight away.
Yeah, the really important bit were for me again on those kind of things. Everyone's like, "Oh, well, maybe he wasn't making the corner as well." Yeah, but he did make the corner. So there is that. Unfortunately, Dara McCormack will probably be forced to hand that position back as Klaus Nyring is on the charge. Van Meerveld under attack, and Klaus Nyring is going to try and get around the outside, but decides not to really attempt it as the sun has really set here at Monza. The darkness is really coming in. It has dropped back. It almost feels like it is approaching the rain that we had to start the race. The clouds have certainly come over, but alas, I think it's just dark in the circuit. I don't think we've got any rain before the end of the race. We should be safe from it.
Yeah, it looks like a 3:19 on the time at the top, but certainly very dark. Let's get a replay of this side by side as we get towards the chicane. So we've got Williams, he's going to go to the left of your screen, T3 down the inside, and you see there that, I mean, T3 leading going into the corner, definitely would have been ahead, but the Williams car, look at that, that's a massive jump. It's not even like he just came out ahead of him. I mean, he's got to be a good second ahead right there.
Yeah, that's not even remotely close. Have they given it back? No, they've not. Dara McCormack is still ahead at the moment, and you can see that has given back some of the time, but for me that is a slam dunk 5-second time penalty, as we've seen it before time and time again, where we've seen a 5-second time penalty for unsportsmanlike racing and conduct from Malinowski, obviously a couple of times. Yeah, same vein. So I think Dara McCormack will either give that position up or he's getting a 5-second time penalty. Don't get me wrong, this is not going to be F1 style, and there's no like bartering system going on. But alas, I think it's kind of logic, you know.
I mean, the race director is called Michael, so
no comment.
Certainly could be interesting. But yeah, I think in that situation, obviously, I completely understand why McCormack would want to continue in that vein to keep the position. But I think either way, because had he gifted that position, just let T3 have the apex there, he would have been behind, and he possibly would lose out the place to Nikolai as well. However, if he keeps the position, he's probably going to get a penalty where he's going to lose that anyway. So I don't really see the need for him to do that, because I think they're just at a situation where they're probably going to lose those positions, because he does seem to be struggling a little bit compared to those two cars.
Well, the only way that he won't lose it at this point is if he keeps them behind, gets them to fight amongst themselves, and hopes they crash into each other and drops more than 5 seconds back. That seems like it's really the only case, but we've got 30 minutes left to go, not only in the race but of the season, and we'll look back at the battle for 12th, back up to the battle for second place as Dara McCormack, it's closing in. Victor Nikolai is basically there. Like I say, this battle is going to grow not only in a number of car, but also in tension as well, because, like I say, they're battling over what will become the final 2 steps on the podium, and it will be wide open between whether you're going to finish second, third, or fourth. And I've always said in battles like this, no one wants to be fourth.
Absolutely not. It's I mean, people say second is first to the losers, but at least you get a prize, a little virtual trophy for being second, third place, and fourth is certainly not where you want to be, especially when that 33 car was leading the race by such a big gap and now trying to get back even just onto the podium. So here we go again with this battle though. McCormack being a little bit slower coming up towards Ascari, the 166, trying to think about it. Augustat is getting closer and closer, definitely faster than the car ahead of him, but he just needs to find the way through. But there's still 29.5 minutes for him to try and get this position stuck.
Yeah, indeed. Is the opportunity this time by. You can see how much closer Augustat is on that race down towards the Parabolica, but the drive off from Ascari is always good enough from Dara McCormack, and it is on this occasion as they come round to cross the line once again, as Till Vornum continues to lead by a fairly comfortable margin over Dara McCormack, over Augustat, over Victor Nikolai. This is the opportunity though, surely this is the opportunity. T3 Motorsports are going to grab second position. They need to do it now or never, because Victor Nikolai will be knocking at the door and will try and steal that second place from them. We race down towards the first chicane at Piratella once again. Piratella at the Rettifilio once again is trying to get around the outside. Augustat is there, he's fully alongside, he's passed with a little bit of a squeeze off though. He forces his way past Dara McCormack, and up in the second position goes the T3 Motorsports car.
I understand why he did that, but I don't know if he needs to risk getting a penalty himself, knowing the situation. He's easily going to stay ahead of the Williams. He's got the extra speed, so not the biggest fan of that, but because he would have had the position anyway. But for sure, that was a nice move in the first part of it at least, and Williams are really struggling now to keep onto this podium. There were soft talks of them potentially getting second in the championship, but that is going away because they needed to win this race, and they might not even finish on the podium.
Yeah, it is really setting sail, that one. Of course, we will say it's a potential penalty head in the way of Williams Esports. We're not sure if Race Control are looking into it. Whatever, again, it's up to them. But there is a potential penalty head in the way of Williams Esports on that, as we don't want to speak on behalf of Race Control. But like I say, it might not matter anyway, because Augustat's got up into second and Victor Nicolai is waiting behind. I think that Nicolai might even be somehow less patient than Augustat was to try and pass Dara McCormack.
Oh, certainly, because P2's on the cards here for the number 33, which would be a nice way for them to round off the season. If I'm not mistaken, I think it's 6th place that they've got as their best result. So this would still be their best result of the season. So it's not too bad. But of course, leading the race for so long, they would have hoped for a lot more. And as we come out of the Parabolica once again, T3 easily got that lead, but it is the car behind now that we need to focus on. McCormack there flashing the lights, but I don't know if he's going to have much to come back from this one, but we'll see how it progresses.
Well, flashing the lights gains at least 2 or 3 brake horsepower, which might well be required to try and keep those BMW M4s at bay. Does so for this time, keeps Victor Nicolai there. The BMW certainly have been faster, but got to say, for West Competition Racing and Victor Nicolai, I mean, they looked so strong at Silverstone, didn't get the result they wanted. They've looked so strong here, didn't get the result they wanted. But man, oh man, is that team charging towards the front of esports competition here on Assetto Corsa Competizione, and they are showing the ability that they have. But at the moment, I don't think it's necessarily going to be there. I'm still going to say it, as much as this is a bit too early, and trust me, I am knocking on wood. Race Anywhere SimSport, don't believe the commentator's curse, but whatever, it is what it is. Till Vaughan and Race Anywhere SimSport, if you want to compare start of the season to second half of the season, they are the biggest contrast, considering they didn't have a single point on the cards until the last round, where they got 3rd position, scored 36 points, and potentially this round where they're looking good for another podium at least.
Absolutely. It's amazing to see how these teams have gone up and down over the course of the season, but because it's only a 5-race season, that can easily happen, because we've just seen what's happened with Malinowski today in the number 82. It's so easy just to ruin your whole race with one little mistake, and you just can't come back from it. Even in these longer races, it's so difficult. So hopefully, for these teams, they can finish roughly where they want in the championship. But those who are consistent, they are the ones being towards the front of the championship, of course, because at the end of the day, effectively the person with the highest average finish is the one who wins.
Yeah, like I say, you got to be consistent over the races. This was a team that was expecting to compete for the title, but a bad couple of rounds over the previous 2 has dropped them well out of title contention. But when you look at the consistent results, the number 41 showing exactly the team that they are, a very, very consistent bunch. They're incredibly fast. They've made plenty of mistakes, it must be said, but when they find their rhythm and they find it well, and that's exactly what the 41 has had this season, at the moment running in 5th position. They've not won every race, sure. They've only won one, and it was the opening round of the season. They've not been on the podium in every single race either. It's just consistently up there, top 5s, bang, 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 bang. That's all you need in a championship like this. Just be consistent, because like you say, one tiny mistake and your race is as near as makes no difference done.
Yes, it's so difficult to keep yourself at that high level, especially when you're fighting with, some of these battles we've seen, they go on for 20-30 minutes at a time. It's so easy to wrap your head around just that specific battle and not think about the whole bigger picture as well. It's certainly a skill to be able to sort yourself out, as we're seeing this top 2 battle now getting some traffic, and that could slow down McCormack here on the X of Ascari. This could be a run for Nicolai coming towards the final corner. That is not the way that McCormack would be wanting to potentially lose this position, and just look how much further that West Competition car is getting up towards the final corner, and that defending from McCormack's meaning he's going to have a bit of a worse exit as well, potentially.
Yeah, don't worry too much about the number 8. There's also sat there on being the past sim racing car that is going a lap down, so they're not actually in this battle. It is just between Dara McCormack that we're riding on board with, looking backwards towards Victor Nicolai. This is going to be a potential overtake. There was a little bit of a sort of a move back over and sort of an indecisive move from the Irishman, who's holding the inside and is going to hang on to third position, but you can see he's really feeling the pressure of that 33 behind.
Absolutely, and he's able to hold on for now. When we've seen already, certainly a aggressive attacker and defender so far this race. Remember, he gained what was that, sort of 12 places at the beginning of this restart. Unfortunately, just losing one there. We know he's not going to be giving this one up too easily, and for sure. I mean, there's only 22 minutes left now. He's really getting close to holding on to it.
Oh, Luciano Vitfort, we come back to the battle for 19th position. You've got one Audi one way, one Audi the other, and one Ferrari backwards. That was Van Meerveld in the Pulse SimSport car that was sent around, potentially with a solo mistake, maybe assisted, was very close in the battle with Klaus Nyring for 17th position, but Van Meerveld drops back to 22nd and the final point in the race and in the season after that issue. Back up to the battle for third as the T3 Motorsports car of Augustat has cleared off into the distance, and so for Victor Nicolai, if he wants that second place, got to get past now. Was a little bit too sideways coming into Ascari. I'm not sure this is going to be the opportunity. It's going to be close though, coming down towards the Parabolica, but you've got to remember that surely Dara McCormack is going to defend coming down into it, and you've got to make it stick around the outside. Well, that's never going to work.
It's certainly not. Let's see a quick replay here of the number 17. Way too much curb. That is weird because you do not want to be touching that curb anyway to try and get a run out of the Parabolica. So I'm not sure how that has happened. But either way, Nicolai getting the run towards this first corner. Such an important braking zone. But we've seen how McCormack likes to defend hard. He likes to hold this inside line. And now Nicolai going towards the outside. He's going to force... Actually, that's pretty good work. He's going to try and force McCormack to try and open up the inside line. But he decides not to actually dive down the inside. He's going to look to try and get a bit of a run through Curva Grande, but at the moment actually that was McCormack holding on pretty easily, and actually the gap extended on the exit of turn 2. That's weird.
Augustat gets a 5-second time penalty. Not sure what that is for, but I'm sure we'll be catching up soon with race controllers to why Augustat has received that 5-second time penalty. Got to say though, for Dara McCormack, when it comes to defence like that, I like to see it. I've said this before, when it comes to defence, you've got two styles of defence. You've got proactive and you've got reactive. Proactive is where you basically you defend first, and whatever they're going to do, they've got to do. Right, they have to get around you. That's their job, and that's normally how we like to see defending happening, because it's a safe and predictable way of doing defence, and that's exactly what Dara McCormack's doing. He's making his decision very, very early and is saying, "I'm taking this bit of track. You go wherever you want to go. I'm holding here." As Polky will dive down the inside and make the position on the Ballas Esports car and move himself up into 19th, position down from Luciano Vitfort. Reactive defending is what we've seen maybe a few too many times in some open-wheeled motorsport, where you're looking in your mirrors and you're defending off of your mirrors. You're seeing someone go for a move, or potentially getting ready for it, or moving too late, and then you're moving, right? And you're moving after the car behind is kind of committed. That's a very dangerous way of defending, because that's always going to cause incidents. So I like to see and point out, if we do have some decent proactive defence, I like to see it. And this is exactly what we're seeing here. He's already pulled it over to the right-hand side. He's saying to Victor Nicolai, if you want to overtake me, you've got to do it around the outside.
It certainly is. Nicolai to the outside now, trying to get a bit of a run side by side. Not quite, actually, as we get towards the first exit. Nicolai trying to do the up and under here, trying to get the run through Curva Grande. But once again, McCormack gets such a good run off that second exit. The 33 can't get anywhere close, at least straight away, but he will obviously get that slipstream, pulling him closer and closer. And as it stands, they've actually dropped 3 seconds from Augustat, but Augustat has got a 5-second time penalty, so this could be quite crucial with these guys holding on to this position, because at this moment in time they are within that 5 seconds.
Yeah, exactly. And for Nicolai, like I said, needs to get through on Dara McCormack ASAP, because now he'll see that 5-second time penalty. It'll be sort of like a fire has been reignited, because I think when you get to like 3 seconds, etc., being built in that gap between the two of you, you're kind of thinking, well, there's only 20 minutes left of the race. I'm probably not going to be able to close that down. Bang, 5-second time penalty. Suddenly, I now don't have to get back through. I just have to kind of get there and hang within that gap. But of course, that means that for McCormack, he's he's going to be more hungry to hang on because he thinks maybe I can actually hang on an extra 1.5 seconds, which, by the way, I'm not sure he can do when it comes to the speed. Let's see what's been happening. So there's been the 5-second time penalty between, it was the 166, which Augustat's driving in that T3 Motorsports car, and the number 5 being the Williams eSports car for causing a collision. That's why Augustat has a 5-second time penalty. There's also been, that's going to be a big post-race. Oh, no, it won't be, actually. The 201 getting a 10-second time penalty, which will go the way of Giacomelli. But also do remember they've got an extra 15 seconds as well because they've had a driver go over the license limit, having 3 license points post-race. And so there'll be an extra 15 seconds added onto that for the 201.
And the interesting one with that is the 166 got the penalty for causing collision with the 5. The only time I remember that, and that was only lap 41, there's only a few laps ago. I think that might have been on the exit of turn 2 when I was mentioning him about pushing him off. And I wonder if it's for that, because I don't remember another incident that the 166 was at fault at. And if that is the case, then that is a bit of a, as I said, a bit of a silly penalty to get, because he already got the position. He was going to be able to pull away like he has. So he didn't need to do that. Obviously, I know he was a bit annoyed with him at the time, but yeah, it's just a bit of a unnecessary thing. And now he's got to make sure he gets those 5 seconds within the last 17 minutes. As we see, number 82, Malinovsky, he's done, I believe this is his 5th stint in the race with just how it's worked out and how the drive times got reset. And he's still out there in the car setting good times, and he's almost on that 22nd position, which would be 1 point, even though it doesn't matter with McCormack not winning the race.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of they're taking their destiny into their own hands, as in a little bit too deep was the Lipa eSports car trying to hang on from this car, the 420. Of course, 420 is definitely Grip Packs Engineering. It's not Team WRT. Don't worry about that. Anytime you see what would be classified as a meme number in SimGrid, you've got to know it's definitely going to be Grip Packs Engineering. They've picked 69 and 420 for a reason. They are the cool gang. Sorry, they're pretty good buttons, to be fair. But Grip Packs Engineering, either way, trying to at least gain a position there, but kind of losing out just a touch. Back up to the battle though for 7th, Felix Arnton Rotes. Before we head up to the battle for the podium, this is looking pretty close with Victor Nicolai fully alongside, potentially in the braking zone. But Dara McCormack, that left foot is very, very good on the Irishman.
Yeah, he's defended way more than I thought he would. And if you look, actually, he's 4 seconds out behind Augustat. Augustat almost has that 5 seconds. Side by side, though, in towards the first corner goal. Rutters on the inside of Arndt, making up that position for 7th place. Arndt trying to get back at him through the second apex, but he can't get his car anywhere around that BMW. And Vipperman racing there in the 2-1-1. BMW making up a position.
Yep. And an important time to do so as well. A little bit too far off, you got to say, from making up another one. But yeah, either way, every point makes some form of difference in the championship. So that one was a pretty solid move from Rotors. I still think that Vipperman Racing, disappointing would be the wrong word, but I think that they'll sit there and think there was more on the table this afternoon. They've had a couple of issues, either by themselves or by others. It is what it is. They've done a good job, though, to at least bounce back to be comfortably inside the top 10. Here comes Polke around the outside. Is there going to be the move this time? R8 on R8 action. And no, Yang Gang is able to hang on. Luciano Vitfort might bite the bullet and try and throw himself into this battle also. All over 18th position, 18th, 19th and 20th. Points being paid out between these positions. So they'll be important to their own respects, and if not, it's a lot of fun, as this is Victor Nicolai outside coming around the Parabolica. It's got to be a big send. Brakes are being held a bit later, trying to go for the up and under. Side by side, right-hand side of your screen is the battle for 3rd, left-hand side is the battle for 18th, and there's Victor Nicolai grabbing, Victor Nicolai. There is Luciano Vitfort grabbing over 19th position and nearly 18th as well.
And here comes Nicolai to the outside of turn number 1. We've seen this a few times already. McCormack's so good on the brakes on the inside there. At one point, the 33 needs to try something a little bit different potentially, because as you see, McCormack just seems to have that turn 1-2 sequence nailed. But now coming up through Curva Grande, Nicolai's getting the run, he's getting the slipstream. This is going to be so difficult. Does he go to the left? Does he go to the right? As we come up towards that De La Rocha chicane, that's going to be so important. A side-by-side for Ascari. That could be contact on the exit of the 14, holding it all the way around the outside, going off on the track, contact between the two, and he's going into the barrier.
That one was unfortunately About as predictable as it gets for Luciano Vitford. So he'll be dropping down now to 20. They might have to come into the pit lane to serve a bit of a damage repair, which would promote Malinovsky up into the all-important 22nd position, that final point, which would secure them the second position, the runner-up position in the championship. As much as they're probably going to get it anyway, just want to secure it, want that 151 points. The extra single point for grabbing 22nd position would just draw them one too many points ahead of Williams Esports to close in. This is back with 12th position, Valentin Barriere, Artak Vicic and Giacomelli at the moment battling over 13th. Although I will say, post-race, Giacomelli's getting a 10-second time penalty plus the 15 seconds for his teammate. Valentin Barriere, I believe, is another one as well who will receive a post-race time penalty. It certainly is. So essentially, Artak Vicic is going up into 13th position, whether Barriere likes it or not.
Unless that changes as we come back to this battle for second place. McCormack on the inside, but even closer. 33 is even closer, but he doesn't have the slipstream because he's too close, which means it's just going to be a straight line battle between the Bentley and the BMW towards turn number 1. The 33 on the outside. This is probably 4 or 5 laps in a row, and he's not able to outbrake McCormack on the outside there through turn number 1. But through turn 2, he stayed even closer once again, and he might finally have a run into the second chicane.
Yeah, he's trying to force any sort of mistake from Dara McCormack, who is just dialed in beautifully into the braking zone, coming down into the Rettifilio. So that move not happening just yet. And this one, again, it would have to be a very big send. You can see that Nikolai was looking, but just is not there to send anything. And Dara McCormack is able to hang on for yet another lap. Bentley trying to force themselves onto the podium and halt the charge of BMWs around here, who have 5 cars in the top 7 at the moment, and the other 2 being those Bentleys. This is the back to the battle between Barriere, who we're seeing getting quite close with Artak Vicic, and that is Giacomelli up into 14th position. So Artak Vicic will gain both of them anyway at the end of the race, as long as it stays that close, but still, is what it is.
And here comes Polky now to the outside. Once again, this battle's been going on for a little bit with Gang on the inside of the double Audi battle towards turn number 1. Side by side, who's better on the brakes? It looks like it's going to be the 53 of Gang, who's going to be holding on to that position once again, as Polky needs to be trying to get back past. But we were mentioning this earlier when Zach was on as well. When you're in a battle and you're literally in the exact same car as well, that makes it even more difficult because there's no difference, that you're not better at a certain part of the track. You've just got to do it yourself on driver talent. That's so difficult with just how competitive everyone is.
It certainly is for us in the commentary booth, because we are not talented, and so we will certainly not find a way past. Hey, I've seen your driving, mate. If you can't even do the first chicane at Le Mans, mate, I don't know what's going on. Sorry, mate.
Wrecked.
Absolutely destroying your cam. Sorry, mate. But you're absolutely right. To try and force a pass on a car which is equal on performance for you, you're effectively relying on your own speed, on their mistakes, and on a little bit of the slipstream, which in GT3 racing we know isn't crazy. And so, yeah, finding your way past is never an easy opportunity, but I'm sure there will be one. By the way, Malinovsky just 0.8 of a second behind Luciano Vitford, so nearly up inside those all-important points. 22nd is all they need to, and that's it, they've got it. It's all they need to completely secure the runner-up position in the championship. So regardless of any drama which could happen in the next 10 minutes up at the front for Dara McCormack, if they somehow magically win this race through some crazy unforeseen circumstance, it doesn't matter, because with Malinovsky being in 22nd position, they gain the final point and they'll hold on to second in the championship. It won't be enough though for them to take over the championship lead, because they are a long way behind their main rivals. As this is Polky, let's see if there's going to be another attempt. Outside once again. Yang Gang holding that inside. Try and pick these two apart from a distance, as that is the position potentially made this time by, it certainly is. So for the second of the Grippax engineering cars, it is now up into 18th position. And that BMW, being the GTR Masters car, is trying to grab over 19th as well.
Certainly is, all the way around the outside of Curva Grande. Longer distance, but we know that BMW can be pretty good in a straight line. The Audi may not have enough as you come towards, but it's squeezing between the two into the braking zone. The number 80 works their way up another position. 2 places lost there for Gang, and I don't think he's going to be overly happy with that, because he was holding on to that place for so long. But then, just like London Bus, 2 come at once.
Absolutely. I will say, by the way, when it comes to our race leader, because we've spoken before a little bit about how stint timers, they might be fairly close. I'm again, never trust a commentator's maths, but I'm looking at Pitbull, at our live timing, to try and work out where they are. There is 8.5 minutes left to go in this race. Till Vornum's stint at the moment has been 53 minutes long. Now, what that says to me is when it comes to obviously being a 65-minute stint window, it means he's got about 12 minutes open. With there being 8 minutes left of the race, that means that by the time he crosses the line, there's probably going to be 4 minutes spare just in case. Now, so that an extra 2 minutes, if there is an extra lap longer than expected, an extra 2 minutes on top of that, well, that's fine, because it's not 4 minutes. So we'd still have a couple of minutes left, even by the checkered flag, which tells me that they are in a very comfortable, very, very secure position. And yeah, I think they've timed it brilliantly.
Yeah, all of the teams, they just waited that sort of extra lap. When we came around, just with the way the numbers worked, we were pretty close on the 65 minutes, but pretty much everyone stayed that extra lap till there was about 63 minutes left, just to be that little bit more sure, because you don't want to be the one who runs out of driver time in the final stint. It's just a little bit of a silly mistake to be making. And as we get towards this final 7.5 minutes of the season, Nikolai still hasn't been able to get past McCormack. And these two have now dropped that 5 seconds to Augustat anyway. So Nikolai's hopes of getting that second place are probably out of the window either way. So it's just this battle that he needs to focus on and getting the run towards turn number 1. I'm guessing McCormack's probably going to be able to hold on to that, as he has done for quite a while now, because it doesn't seem that BMW has just enough to get past.
I've got to say as well, by the way, just to give you a bit of an update, it is also T3 Motorsports. They are actually very, very close as well, because they're on 56.5 minutes at this point. So they've got under 10 minutes, really. Again, they should still be fine, even if we get that potential extra lap, but they'll be running a number pretty close. The closest of all will be Augustat, who's in second position at the moment. And again, with that 5-second time penalty, well, at the moment, they would be in second position by 0.006 of a second. They've had better pace, though, although the last lap for Dara McCormack was a second faster. So I don't know if this is a second wind for McCormack, who just set his personal best of the race, or if there is something else going on behind the scenes. Is Augustat starting to struggle?
Yeah, you are right. So when it gets to 0 seconds, I've just done a quick math. When it gets to 0 seconds, Augustat's going to have about 1 minute 40 seconds to get to the finish line. So they need to hope that when they pass the checkered flag, that they have, that they're well easy inside. They need to be at least sort of 20 odd seconds inside that. But let's see how that one works out anyway when we get this. But this could be a move for Nikolai. Finally around the outside of the final corner. We've seen this a few times. He needs to get McCormack off, but actually side by side through the apex of the corner. He's trying to slow McCormack down out onto this front straight, but McCormack pushes in wide, but Nikolai stays the whole way around the outside. Bit of bumping again between the two as they squeeze each other for this third place side by side. And now it's just a drag race. Who's got the better top speed? We know the Bentley is good, but Nikolai's going to be on the outside all the way down the straight in towards the braking zone. And can McCormack do his normal task of just braking so late into turn 1? Yes, he can once again. And Nikolai, he was so close, but he can't do it to turn 1, but out to turn 2 maybe.
Yeah, there was a little bit of a mistake. McCormack was in a little bit too deep. It's given him a tighter exit from the first chicane as we go around Curva Grande. Unfortunately for Victor Nikolai, I think he might be a little bit too close going around here. He's not pushing into that slipstream heading around Curva Grande. He's not carrying the overspeed. There's the defensive line from Dara McCormack, and if he's not sent it in around the outside at the first chicane, well, he's not going to send it in at the second, because it's a little bit harder to do so. And unfortunately for Victor Nikolai, that was the best opportunity. He made it stick all the way around the outside. Might give him a little extra confidence, maybe for the drag race towards the line a little bit later on, but potentially doesn't want to wait that long to try and make the move, because, well, it'll be over by that point. And I feel that Dara McCormack will be able to hang on if that was the case. Might drive it a little bit differently if it was the coming up towards the checkered flag.
Yeah, he certainly might do. When he gets to that final lap time, people start taking more and more risks. And just trying to see, we're coming up to potentially 2 laps to go with the leader coming out of the final corner. Fornum is going to be certainly very close indeed. Trying to see exactly when he's crossing the start-finish line. It's going to be just under 4 minutes to go. So we might actually sneak an extra lap, maybe, which could be potentially
Bad for the 166.
Yeah, we just need to do a bit of maths, but I think you are right on that one. It might be too much if we do 3 laps from now.
I think we will be going for that extra lap, because I think the pace that Silverstone's got is enough to maybe go for that extra lap. Maybe he will back off. He's not going to back off for Augustat. He's just going to back off of his own kind. But always when you're leading, you kind of want to go for those extra couple of laps, because it's kind of like you want to lead more. This is a great feeling when you're this comfortable, this in control. You want to go a little bit further. You want to test everyone else to see, hang on, have you done the fuel mileage? Have you got everything in the tank? Are you ready to go? Can you keep up with what I've got? Yeah, at the moment, it's been a brilliant drive thus far from Silverstone and the Race Anywhere SimSport team. We'll see if they can bring it all the way to the checker flag. Just 3 minutes left to go in this race. And Victor Nicolai is still unable to get through on Dara McCormack. There is no chance that the McCormack is going to open up any opportunity, leave a door open at this point in the race. Everything is going to be shut for the day.
Yeah, I think we're going to be looking at crossing checker flag with literally less than sort of 20 seconds odd to go, if my maths is not mistaken, because we'll be doing one more lap after this one, and that could be so crucial. And that just shows you how all the teams have stayed out that one extra lap just to be sure is obviously being smart, because as the pace has increased, that's obviously changed because obviously the rain stopped. That obviously changed how many laps that we do and where we were on the track relative to the time ending to be 0.
Well, this is bad, by the way, for Augustat. Really bad. I think they've got to do a drive-through. I think they've got to reset that time. They've got to do a splash dash or something, because with there being 2 minutes left, and he has done. Augustat has come into the pit lanes. This battle on the right-hand side comes to the battle for second position, because there is Augustat into the pit lane. They took a gamble earlier on, and it is a gamble too far, unfortunately. They'll have to come into the pit lane, as there is Victor Nicolai trying to get alongside Dara McCormack for what is now second position. With where Till Vornum was, how he crossed the line, there being 2 minutes left to go in this race. They're doing 1:48 at the moment, so this is the penultimate lap of the race, and so a big moment there for Augustat and the T3 Motorsports team. Will be leaving pit lane now down in 9th position. My goodness, might lose the top 10 here.
Yeah, they might do, and obviously they had the 5-second time penalty, so I think it effectively turned into a 5-second stop and go kind of thing as well, which is really not what they would have wanted, having been in that second position. That puts Williams back up into second place, and with where they are on the road as well, that's going to be 42 points, so that is definitely not going to be enough to get second place, because Malinovsky is going to be getting 1 point, and he's actually potentially going to be getting another point if he gets past the number 17 up into 21st place as well.
Yeah, the recovery drive is still going for Maciej Malinovsky and the Yaz Heat team. Another one to be ticked off potentially on Van Meerveld here, but the straight line speed, Porsche versus Ferrari, I think the straight line speed of the Porsche has normally been pretty decent comparatively this afternoon, and either way they gain an extra position anyway, because Polke's come into the pit lane in the Grip Hacks Engineering 420 and will blaze his way down into the pit box, obviously at the final moments of the race, as Victor Nicolai still trying to find his way past. Outside, ticked off, not worked. Inside, ticked off, might work. Let's see what there is going to happen from Dara McCormack, who's dragging him all the way over. This could be the big moment. Maybe squeezing a little bit too far, as Victor Nicolai was potentially alongside, is still just about there. But as they cross the line, as they head their way down towards T1, I think Victor Nicolai might be a little bit irritated by that, because realistically was alongside enough, and it was the contact that just pushed the Williams esports car just clear of the West Competition racing car.
Absolutely, and that was the last lap in towards turn number 1 as well. So that's the main overtaking opportunity gone, and you're right, he had down the inside, and the contact, even obviously Nikolai wasn't ahead, the contact stopped him then staying side by side and having that opportunity down the inside of turn 1. Which is obviously a little bit, on the naughtier side of things from the Williams team. But we've seen that already this race. They've pushed the limits. They didn't get anything for jumping the chicane, although in the end that didn't actually matter too much with just how things have worked out. But for sure, Nikolai is not going to be the happiest with that one, because I think he feels like he could have got that position there. But he's still got 2 more opportunities. Yeah,
coming down into Ascari, good drive off of there, and potentially a move around the outside of the Parabolica. That would be enough to grab second position. Is it going to be there? They're looking for their first podium of the season. Dara McCormack looking for a return to it for the Williams eSports car, but ahead of all of them coming into the Parabolica now, whilst Pulse Sim Sports are off the road, rejoining now. Coming out of the final corner, Race Anywhere Sim Sport, they hadn't scored a point until we went to Silverstone, where they grabbed themselves a podium. The pace is officially here, because Till Vornum will cross the line to win the final race of the season, the 1,000 miles of Monza. As we head to the final corner, it's been a truncated race, and Williams eSports might have opened up the opportunity at the final corner for Victor Nikolai to sneak one through. It's a 1-2 for BMW, as it's a drag race to the line. One final mistake from Dara McCormack, and he drops back to third as they head to the line. It is West Competition Racing up into second. It is Dara McCormack and Williams eSports on the recovery drive of the afternoon, just down to third in the final moment. And coming across the line just behind them would be our champions elect. They will do what they needed to do, and it will head the way of Simware.pro by Vides. The 41 have had a good afternoon, a calm afternoon. There's been a bit of drama on the initial restart, but after drama went the way of the 82 Yancey, it's been a long day for them. The championship will go to Simware.pro.
It certainly will, and that race was just absolute chaos. And to be honest, in the end, I think the 41, certainly that is not the way they want to do their celebratory in-lap, but for sure they were the ones to hold on. It was the 82 really making that mistake with the stop-go penalty for speeding in the pit lane as well. Malinovsky will be ruining that mistake. He got up to, it looks like 19th place in the end, but certainly not what he needed. He needed to finish about 3 places ahead of the 41, and unfortunately not being able to do that. But in the end, the 55 just controlled that whole second part of the race.
Wow, absolutely crazy was that. Just insanity as we see a couple of the final drivers cross over the lines. I mean, normally, red flags are a bad thing. We obviously want to avoid them, but I know it's obviously very NASCAR to say it. But hey, sometimes you just need to re-inject some drama into it. Certainly did reinvigorate the race. I mean, don't get me wrong, it wasn't boring beforehand, but my goodness, what a restart it was! What a second half of the race. Race Control had their fair share to do as well. But again, a great victory for the Race Anywhere Sim Sports team. They just did the work. They had a clean restart to the race. I think the biggest shame, though, really is to the 33, is to Victor Nikolai, to West Competition Racing, who get denied in the final moments. In the restart, they were dominant before that, though.
They certainly were, and apparently it was the ignition switch, didn't it, that he hit, turned off the car, and he had to basically restart the car, and unfortunately lost quite a few positions for that. Here is basically a restart of the sort of next part of the race, and it was quite an interesting sequence of events, because this started that comeback from McCormack for the Williams car. He really started. I mean, you can't even see him in these pictures at the moment because he was so far back, but he managed to get himself all the way up to battle for that second place right at the end. So fair play for them on the restart. That was a good effort from them to get back. They really struggled at the early part of the race.
Yeah, absolutely incredible recovery drive. And it shows again how the large contrasts between this part of the race, where it was wet, through the first 4 hours of running, where it was very wet, and the final hour and a bit, where it was perfectly dry. Now, we will get an interview from Mikhail Baikov and Yiga Ogorognikov, of course, from the Simware.pro by Vides team, after finishing in 4th position and a super drive, of course. And I do remember remember, everyone, that Igor Rognikov does not speak the best English, but every time he comes into an interview, he does at least try. So massive respect to him. Let's have a chat with the team. We'll go to Igor Rognikov first. Now, again, great race, big drama. Talk us through it from your point of view. Very, very difficult conditions.
Oh yes, hello. It was really big drama. We so tired, and very happy. Yes, of course. Our second championship in SimGrid. Thank you for organizations. We very happy to take a part in this.
Now, Igor, the race has been difficult, but your rivals have had a very, very hard race as well. They gave you a good fight all the way until the end. Was it fun through the season? Enjoyable to battle against Yazheat?
Of course. The most enjoyable was last 2 hours, of course. And through the whole season, it was fun, and we had a lot of fun and enjoyed it.
Well, thank you again, Igor. I'm sure we'll be catching up with you in rounds in seasons to come for sure. An incredible driver putting on a great display for the championship. We'll also catch up with Mikhail Baikov, who's also here in the interview. And like Igor was saying, it's such a difficult day when the conditions are changed like that. When we've had the red flag as well, Mikhail, to throw us into it. How do you kind of keep a calm mindset when all that's going on?
Michael can't answer, unfortunately.
Nice.
Yeah, they only for support me.
No worries. Well, do you know what? We'll let you go and celebrate. Again, thank you, Igor, for joining us in the interview.
Yeah, thank you. Bye.
No worries. Again, always great to catch up with some of our drivers, and of course, in this case, with our champions. A great season they have had, but then also another team that we really do need to catch up with. That of the Race Anywhere Sim Sports team. Again, what a brilliant race it was from them. They really just didn't put a foot wrong throughout the running of the day. We'll drag them in, as we'll have Till Vornum, Nicholas and Garantas as well. I'm going to go straight to Till Vornum. What a fantastic end to the race when all that drama was going on. I know, obviously, Garantas, who we'll go to in a second, gave you the car in a pretty healthy position, but still, I'm pretty sure the stress was there.
Yeah, but I just wanted to mention Grantes before you even did, because he gave me the car in prime position, and when all the other cars made mistakes in these super difficult conditions after the restart, he just managed it really well, and yeah, I just had to bring it home. So this was actually my most enjoyable stint of the day after all the rain.
Do you enjoy driving in the wet stuff? There was plenty of it today.
No. Frankly, it was pretty... I mean, the car was good to drive, but we also had the BMW in front of us that showed what was possible in these conditions. I don't know what kind of setup they had, but that just put a lot of pressure on us, and that too being on the edge the whole time.
Yeah, well, we'll head over to Grantas, because absolutely being on the edge in conditions like this, when you're battling as tight as this, we know how strong this field is. Talking about that restart, obviously the red flag came out and then you had to really deal with things. It's pretty tricky out there at the best of times when you have to basically do a full race restart after 4 hours of racing. It's pretty crazy.
Yep, it was definitely crazy. It was a very fun stint for me because it was going from wet to dry. So yeah, I think after the few laps after the red flag, after the restart, I knew I had a bit more pace than Pichu, so I was trying to get him. Then yeah, I got him and was trying to pull away from him, and then unfortunately for the P1, I think there was one press the ignition or something, and then we got to P1 and we was, oh yeah, we're gonna gonna fight for P1. And Darmo Cormac was catching me at the end, I think, because he had a bit less fuel, so we didn't want to risk with that. But then then gave the car till and he bring it home, and it was awesome.
That was actually a real stressful part about the final stint, because I crossed the line with like 0.2 liters. So.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you've got to take the numbers down to as low as possible, of course. But granted, when the weather conditions are changing, I mean, you said there it was great fun to have those conditions change. But when you're kind of looking at it, you've got the 65-minute stint limit to kind of worry about. There's an hour and 45 minutes left in the race, and the rain stops with about an hour and 15 left to go. That's surely quite stressful, because you've got a lot of numbers going on in your head whilst you're trying to race with everyone.
Yeah, it was actually pretty scary, not to like get a puncture or something, because tires were really, really hot. They were like, I don't know, so hot. It was like 37 psi or something, so I was pretty scared of the puncture, so wasn't like being fully aggressive on the corners. And thankfully I bring it home to the pits, and we finished.
And we'll obviously head over to Nicholas as well. You didn't have too much driving today, just a little bit in the middle of the race. But obviously you're still a critical part of the team, having to help things behind the scenes. Talk us through your race, kind of juggling things, and unfortunately only doing a little bit of driving.
I mean, my stint was more about just maintaining the car on the track, on the tarmac, and just not making any mistakes. Just not a lot of practice for the race, so I just did that. I was just a tad slower than my teammates. They just carried me over, I'm not gonna lie. So GG to them. Absolutely great race, and really happy. So fantastic.
And Race Anywhere as a team generally seems to be finding a lot of speed here, at least in the BMW M4. Kind of talking about like practice and stuff and build up. Did you expect to have the speed coming into Monza in this car?
I mean, that the BMW is a pretty strong car at Monza is well known, I guess. But our practice beforehand of the race was cut pretty short because we had to change teammates and stuff like that. It wasn't clear for quite a while who could do the race. We struggled a bit on that side, but the car was definitely there in the end.
Wow. Well, let you all run off. Enjoy the victory. A well-deserved way to end the season and our season finale here at Monza. To Till, to Nicholas, and to Grant as well, thank you so much for joining us in the interview room.
Thanks for organising this. Thank you.
Well, there we go, Cam. Season over. What a season it was. What drama it was. Wow, I got dragged out. Don't worry about that. I thought Cam was question anyway, but never mind. What a season it was, Cam.
Yeah, absolutely. It was thoroughly enjoyable, and of course ended with an amazing championship battle over the last couple of races. We saw, the 41 and the 82 just getting so close to each other on track, and yes, he really, pulling it back, getting a couple of those race wins and putting it to it. But when it came down to the business here at Monza, of course, that drive-through penalty for speeding in the pit lane is really going to hurt them. But either way, the 41 was, so consistent. They're always there. And at the end, deserving champions.
Yes, indeed. And that is the season done. Of course, we need to thank all of you for watching, but of course for Turn, who have been helping us behind the scenes as well with the championship. Again, you can head over to turnracing.com. It's in the description. Head over there for your sim racing hardware needs to move yourself that little bit further forward, of course. We do also have another one of the Coach Dave Time Attack, this one being Season 3, where you can comment below with your vote as to which circuit we'll be taking to that on social media. Of course, we'll be heading to that in a few moments' time. And obviously, on social media, you can find out when and where that is going to be happening and streamed also, because we do stream the final of that. And it's always a pretty exciting evening. But for us here in the Coach Dave 1000, that is us complete. From myself, Lewis McGlade, from Cameron, Rodger, and of course from Zach Sweeney, who joined us for 4 hours of the broadcast, and Mike Yow, who's been behind the scenes all day as well. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll catch you next time. And until then, bye-bye.